Chapter 331. Kacha! The hidden star sword in Fong Chen's hand quickly pierced into Yuan Xian's chest. Yuan Xian's chest immediately spurted out a large amount of blood. Yuan Xian let out a miserable scream. This was a fatal blow. He felt like he couldn't even breathe properly. I refuse to accept this. Yuan Xian roared furiously, but in the end he still couldn't resist the sharpness of a high-level spirit weapon. Fong Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword stirred inside Yuan Xian's body, directly piercing through Yuan Xian's heart. Yuan Xian's eyes were wide open. Even in death, he looked at Fong Chen with unwillingness. His body slowly fell to the ground. Puchi! The moment Fong Chen killed Yuan Xian, Haoyang's fist suddenly bombarded Fong Chen's body. In an instant, Fong Chen's body was directly sent flying, and the hidden star sword in his hand flew out of his hand. How is this possible? After sending Fong Chen flying, Haoyang was shocked to find that Yuan Xian was already dead. A trace of fear appeared in his heart. He's already injured. He's not my match. Haoyang comforted himself inside. Bang! Fong Chen's body just so happened to collide with the bones on the praying mat, and then he fell to the ground. Puchi! Fong Chen coughed up blood. His face was pale. In order to kill Yuan Xian, he had received Haoyang's full power attack and was heavily injured. When Haoyang saw that Fong Chen was heavily injured, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then he walked step by step toward Fong Chen. Brat, what qualifications do you have to block me now? Haoyang sneered. When Haoyang got close to Fong Chen, he clenched his fist and punched out. Just at this moment, Fong Chen endured the pain all over his body and used the Daluo soul-killing flame. Swish! The soul of a mid-orange level soul shot out rapidly. Then it turned into a flame in the sky and attacked Haoyang. This move again! Seeing this, Haoyang was enraged. He threw a punch at the great Luo soul slaughter flame and instantly shattered it. Just as Haoyang destroyed the great Luo soul killer flame, Fong Chen quickly crawled towards the skeleton. Seeing this, Haoyang wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Fong Chen's body was surrounded by dense orange-level souls. He quickly appeared in front of the skeleton and placed his palm gently on it. Bang! The instant Fong Chen's hand touched the skeleton, a majestic spiritual aura instantly pressed down on Fong Chen, causing the entire valley to be filled with an extreme pressure. Haoyang stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with fear as he watched this scene. He didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, Fong Chen was already suppressed by the powerful spiritual aura to the point that he couldn't move. His pupils shrank as he looked at the skeleton. Then he unleashed the great Luo soul slaughter flame in an attempt to shatter the surrounding pressure. Just as the great Luo soul slaughter flame came into contact with the surrounding majestic spiritual aura, a sigh was suddenly heard. In an instant, Fong Chen felt the pressure on his body lessen. Fong Chen's face was filled with shock. His heart was even more shaken because the sigh came from the skeleton. After the sigh came from the skeleton, an even more majestic spiritual aura instantly enveloped the entire valley. Fong Chen and Haoyang were both trapped inside. The fact that you're able to come here means that your spiritual aura has reached a certain level. An aged voice was heard by the two of them. When the two of them heard this, their hearts trembled. Senior, Fong Chen called out to the skeleton. My remnant consciousness has finally met the fated person. The skeleton spoke once more. However, my inheritance can only be given to one of you. Hearing Dry Bones' words, Fong Chen and Haoyang exchanged glances. Both of their eyes were filled with enmity. The skeleton's inheritance could only be given to one of them. In other words, the other person would definitely return empty-handed. The two of them both wanted the inheritance. Naturally, neither of them was willing to back down. I've set up a test here. Whoever can pass the test will be able to obtain my inheritance. The skeleton continued. "Senior, what is the test?" asked Fang Qin. "The test is to compress your spiritual aura to the red tier." As soon as the skeleton finished speaking, Fang Qin felt an immense pressure. Soul compression to the red tier. Fang Qin was incomparably shocked. He had always heard of increasing. This was the first time he had heard of compressing. Could it be that the spiritual aura could also be compressed? Fang Qin glanced at Haoyang. The latter was sitting cross-legged. It seemed he was compressing his spiritual aura. Fang Qin also sat cross-legged and began to compress his spiritual aura. Since the skeleton had said that the spiritual aura could be compressed, then it should be possible. He just needed a method. Fang Qin closed his eyes. Some information regarding the spiritual aura flashed through his mind. After a long time, Fang Qin opened his eyes. Haoyang was still crazily compressing his spiritual aura. "Senior." Fang Qin cupped his hands towards the skeleton. "The spiritual aura cannot be compressed. Even if it could be compressed with my strength, I wouldn't be able to compress it. Senior's test is simply impossible." Fang Qin spoke the truth. Hearing Fang Qin's words, a carefree laugh came from the skeleton, followed by a joyful voice. "You've passed the test," said the skeleton. Haoyang, who was doing his best to compress his spiritual aura, was filled with unwillingness. He shouted, "Senior, why did he pass the test?" "He's right. With your strength, it's impossible for you to compress your spiritual aura to the red tier." "This test itself has a problem," said the skeleton. He didn't compress his spiritual aura blindly. Instead, he was thinking, "But you, after hearing my test, you started compressing your spiritual aura blindly. Your understanding of the spiritual aura is inferior to his," continued the skeleton. Hearing this, Fang Qin finally understood. So this test tested one's understanding of the spiritual aura. Hearing the skeleton's words, Fang Qin was very happy and excited. "I refuse to accept this." Haoyang shouted. He refused to accept this result. "You can accept my inheritance," said the skeleton to Fang Qin. At this moment, Haoyang wanted to take the opportunity to kill Fang Qin. However, he was shocked to find that his surroundings were filled with boundless spiritual aura. He couldn't move his body. "Damn it!" Haoyang roared angrily. Under the skeleton's guidance, Fang Qin came to the praying mat and sat cross-legged in front of the skeleton. "However, before you accept the inheritance, I'll have to compress your spiritual aura to the red tier. The spiritual cultivation technique of your continent is too crude. Although your spiritual aura has reached the middle stage of the orange tier, your foundation isn't good enough. It's very crude and will affect your future development." As soon as the skeleton finished speaking, a majestic aura burst forth and circled around Fang Qin's body. Eventually, it tunneled into Fang Qin's body. Hiss! Hiss! Fang Qin felt that his head was about to explode from the pain. He wanted to scream out loud, but he persisted. At this moment, in his mind, the orange tier spiritual aura was constantly being compressed by the skeleton's spiritual aura. As time passed, it was undergoing changes. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. In these 6 hours, Fang Qin's body underwent earth-shattering changes. Haoyang looked at this scene and was furious. The inheritance that should have belonged to him was snatched away by Fang Qin. He hated Fang Qin very much. "Kid, I'll definitely kill you. The inheritance is mine," Haoyang said in his heart. After 6 hours of compression, Fang Qin finally realized that the middle stage of the orange tier spiritual aura in his mind was gradually weakening. Now, it was only at the early stage of the orange tier spiritual aura. Compression of the spiritual aura? How powerful is this? Fang Qin was shocked. Even a condensing reality, realm warrior, wouldn't be able to do this. While Fang Qin was shocked, his spiritual aura was gradually being compressed. After another 6 hours, Fang Qin's spiritual aura was finally compressed to the red tier. At this moment, the skeleton was still compressing Fang Chen's spiritual aura. Hiss! When Fang Chen's spiritual aura was compressed to the early stage of the red tier, the skeleton's boundless spiritual aura finally left Fang Chen's mind. Crash! Fang Chen instantly regained consciousness. He hastily checked his spiritual aura. If he didn't check, he wouldn't have known. How is this possible? Fang Chen was sure that his spiritual aura was only at the early stage of the red tier. However, he could clearly feel that even though his spiritual aura was only at the early stage of the red tier, the strength of his spiritual aura was not weaker than the orange tier spiritual aura from before. How is this possible? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He was extremely shocked. I've already said that your continent's spiritual aura cultivation technique is very crude. Your spiritual aura cultivation technique's foundation is not good enough. The skeleton said. Only now did Fang Chen notice the skeleton's words. His face was filled with shock as he looked at the skeleton and asked, Senior, could it be that you don't belong to our continent? The skeleton didn't answer this question. Instead, it continued, You're a bit better than I imagined. Being able to find a successor like you while my spiritual aura is dying makes me feel relieved. Chapter 332. However, the fact that Kugu was able to compress his soul had already convinced Fang Chen. After learning that Kugu wasn't an expert from the ancient sword continent, he was even more shocked. Now that he heard Kugu say that there were some things that Fang Chen needed to know, his intuition told him that this matter had to be extremely important. I'm all ears. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Perhaps you don't know, but I'll tell you now. Your so-called ancient sword continent is just a small continent in the vast universe. Outside the ancient sword continent, there is an even vaster world. Just the Qingyan realm has 3 continents, including the ancient sword continent. Outside the Qingyan realm, there is an even vaster world, said Kugu. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. This was the first time he had heard of the Qingyan realm. According to Kugu, the ancient sword continent was just one of the continents within the Qingyan realm. The Qingyan realm had 3 continents, including the ancient sword continent. That shocked Fang Chen. If the ancient sword continent was already so huge, then just how huge would the 3 continents be when added together? Qingyun domain, Fang Chen muttered to himself as his eyes burned with passion. Hearing Kugu's words, Fang Chen realized that the place he lived in was just a tiny place in Kugu's eyes. I am someone from another realm. Back then, I was seriously injured and landed on the ancient sword continent. But because my injuries were too heavy, I came here on the verge of death. I am a soul cultivator. Perhaps you haven't heard of me. Kugu continued. Soul cultivators are the same as martial cultivators. They also have a complete cultivation system. All soul cultivators focus on cultivating their souls. Their souls are extremely powerful, but they are also on the weak side. However, once they cultivate their souls to a certain degree, they can kill people from 1,000 miles away. Soul cultivator, that was a new term. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at Kugu. Back then, I investigated the ancient sword continent. There were also soul cultivators, but they were almost extinct. All these years, I've always left behind a trace of my will to find a successor to inherit my soul cultivation legacy. Senior, how can I become a soul cultivator? Fang Chen asked. It's very difficult to become a soul cultivator, the skeleton said. Only with exceptional soul talent would you be able to meet me here. You're very lucky. You're destined to become a soul cultivator. After Dry Bones' introduction, Fang Chen thoroughly understood the so-called soul cultivator. Soul cultivators were similar to martial cultivators in that they had a complete system of cultivation. Soul cultivators specialized in soul cultivation and used all sorts of soul techniques to deal with their enemies. Soul cultivation corresponded to the level of one soul and was also divided into 7 ranks. A first rank soul cultivator's soul was red rank, and a second rank soul cultivator's soul was orange rank. Only now did Fong Qin understand why Dry Bones had compressed his soul strength. It was because his soul strength wasn't solid enough, so it was impossible for him to become a soul cultivator. The most basic requirement to become a soul cultivator was to have a solid soul. After Fong Qin learned about soul cultivators, he was extremely excited. Soul cultivators had very powerful killing methods, and they were also very strange. If he could become a soul cultivator, his strength would definitely increase again. Furthermore, Dry Bones was from the outer realms. His inheritance would definitely be incomparably powerful. I can help you become a soul cultivator, but I can't teach you any soul attack secret techniques. During that battle, my spatial ring was destroyed, and all of my cultivation techniques were lost. Even the soul secret techniques in my mind gradually disappeared with the passage of time, said Dry Bones. Fong Qin cupped his hands toward Dry Bones. At this time, a majestic aura came out of Dry Bones and wrapped around Fong Qin. Don't resist, said Dry Bones. Fong Qin closed his eyes. He could sense that Dry Bones was tempering his soul. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Dry Bones had been tempering Fong Qin's soul. Finally, Dry Bones released Fong Qin, and the latter opened his eyes. At this moment, Fong Qin felt as if heaven and earth were under his control. This feeling is really good, said Fong Qin inwardly. After my tempering, you have officially become a soul cultivator, said Dry Bones. Take a look at your soul. Is there a seed? Hearing Dry Bones' words, Fong Qin carefully examined his soul. He found a seed lying quietly in his soul. He asked puzzledly, Senior, what is this? This seed is called a soul seed. It's something that every soul cultivator has. Only by condensing a soul seed can you be considered a true soul cultivator, said Dry Bones. Fong Qin was overjoyed. Dry Bones' methods were too powerful. He hadn't even known that he had condensed a soul seed. With a thought, Fong Qin's soul seed began to move. At this time, Fong Qin discovered a majestic soul aura coming from the soul seed. This is a soul cultivator. Fong Qin wondered inwardly. After becoming a soul cultivator, Fong Qin finally understood how powerful soul cultivators were. Right now, he could only be considered a first-rank soul cultivator. According to Dry Bones, if a first-rank soul cultivator cultivated to the peak, they could easily deal with any Qihai expert. Although I can't give you any cultivation techniques, I can help you modify your soul secret technique. While speaking, Dry Bones' aura came out and drilled into Fong Qin's mind. After a while, a large amount of information appeared in Fong Qin's mind. After reading this information, Fong Qin's face was full of excitement. Dry Bones had completely modified his Daluo soul-killing flame. The current Daluo soul-killing flame was countless times stronger than before. Xiao-A crystal stone floated out of Dry Bones. This crystal stone looked very ordinary. It floated in front of Fong Qin, and Fong Qin grasped it in his hand. One day, when you are strong enough to leave the ancient sword continent, take this crystal stone and follow its guidance to find the things I left behind. Dry Bones said slowly. Fong Qin looked at the crystal stone and stored it in his interspatial ring. I don't have much time left. This is my understanding of soul cultivation. You can have a look at it. Dry Bones said, Voila! A majestic aura drilled into Fong Qin's mind. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the understanding of soul cultivation. Fong Qin carefully comprehended the understanding of soul cultivation left behind by Dry Bones. As time passed, his understanding of soul cultivation became deeper and deeper. 10 days later, Fong Qin's soul had silently reached the mid-red rank. This made Fong Qin very excited. His soul reaching the mid-red rank also meant that his soul cultivation had reached the mid-first rank. A mid-first rank soul cultivation could easily kill any martial artist below the 7th level of the Qi High realm. For Fang Qin, this was still not up to his expectations. If his soul cultivation could reach the late 1st rank, he would be able to easily defeat martial artists at the last 3 levels of the Qi High realm. A 1st rank soul cultivation corresponded to a martial artist at the Qi High realm. An early rank soul cultivation corresponded to the first 3 levels of the Qi High realm. A mid-rank soul cultivation corresponded to the middle 3 levels of the Qi High realm, and a late-rank soul cultivation corresponded to the last 3 levels of the Qi High realm. Generally speaking, a soul cultivation could instantly kill a martial artist at the same level. The moment Fang Qin opened his eyes, the aura of soul around him was immediately withdrawn. At this moment, dry bones on top of the praying mat shattered and turned into a pile of yellow soil, disappearing into the canyon. Fang Qin bowed deeply to the praying mat 3 times before standing up. At this moment, with a wall of sound, the majestic aura of soul in the canyon dissipated. Hao Yang, who was trapped here, could finally move. The moment he saw Fang Qin, his eyes shone with a golden light. He wanted to kill Fang Qin. In this canyon, Fang Qin had gained a lot. Not only did he become a soul cultivator, but he also received Dry Bones' inheritance. Although Dry Bones had never mentioned his name, he had left a crystal stone for Fang Qin. When Fang Qin had the ability to leave the ancient sword continent, the crystal stone would guide Fang Qin to the place where Dry Bones left his inheritance. At that time, Dry Bones' identity would be revealed. "Brat, how dare you steal my inheritance? I will tear you to pieces." Hao Yang roared angrily. Fang Qin looked at Hao Yang with disdain. Even before he became a soul cultivator, he would have been able to defeat Hao Yang in a one-on-one fight, let alone now. Now, it was needless to say. Chapter 333. Hao Yang was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Earthfire sect. He had entered the divine illusion space in order to find an opportunity that belonged to him and soar to the top. His luck was pretty good. He had encountered this mysterious canyon as soon as he had entered the divine illusion space. The mysterious canyon contained a majestic spiritual aura, which made Hao Yang believe that there was definitely an inheritance, ultimate treasure within. After entering the canyon with great difficulty, Hao Yang had originally thought that the inheritance, ultimate treasure, would be his. However, Fang Qin had appeared out of nowhere and snatched the inheritance that should have belonged to him. This made Hao Yang extremely angry. Not only that, but Hao Yang was also trapped in the canyon and could only watch as Fang Qin accepted the skeleton's inheritance. His eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to tear Fang Qin to shreds. "Kid, no matter what faction is behind you, you will definitely die today." After the majestic spiritual aura in the canyon dissipated with great difficulty, Hao Yang regained his freedom. He glared at Fang Qin and roared furiously. Fang Qin bowed deeply 3 times in the direction of where the skeleton had dissipated. Then he turned his head and looked at Hao Yang. Hao Yang and Yuan Xan had joined forces to stop him from the start. If it hadn't been for his ice intent, he might have been seriously injured by Hao Yang and Yuan Xan. After using the ice intent with great difficulty to kill Yuan Xan, Fang Qin had also suffered a heavy blow from Hao Yang, which had injured him. Fortunately, Fang Qin had obtained the skeleton's approval and successfully accepted the skeleton's inheritance. He had become a shocking soul cultivator. After becoming a soul cultivator, Fang Qin's vision naturally wasn't limited to a mere Golden Crown nation. He had obtained many secrets from the skeleton's information, and his strength had increased greatly. Although his soul cultivation rank was only at the mid-grade grade 1, the strength of his soul had once reached the mid-grade orange grade. Although it had been suppressed by the skeleton's heaven-defying methods, Fang Qin had gained a lot of experience in this aspect. Therefore, Fang Qin was confident that in the near future his soul strength would once again reach mid-orange level. At that time, Even spirit condensation elites would not dare to provoke Fang Qin. Originally, Fang Qin didn't intend to let Hao Yang go. At this moment, seeing Hao Yang's scarlet eyes and his terrifying aura, Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he said, "If I were you, I would run away as far as I can. Brat, hand over the inheritance, and I, Hao Yang, can leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a proper burial ground." Hao Yang said coldly. He stared at Fang Qin, his eyes filled with greed. He wanted to get the inheritance. Hao Yang could feel that Fang Chen's aura had changed greatly. This was definitely because of the legacy. Therefore, Hao Yang had to obtain the legacy at all costs. "Leave my corpse intact? I want to see just how you'll leave my corpse intact," sneered Fang Qin. "You're courting death." Hearing this, Hao Yang roared in anger. In the next moment, a wild aura exploded from Hao Yang's body. Hao Yang clenched his fist, and the wild aura gathered on his fist. In the end, there were sparks of fire on Hao Yang's fist. Earth Fire God Fist. Following Hao Yang's roar, the Earth Fire God Fist was displayed. The Earth Fire God Fist was one of the secret skills of the Earth Fire sect. It was extremely powerful. Hao Yang displayed the Earth Fire God Fist in order to kill Fang Qin. The Earth Fire God Fist had a total of 9 levels, and Hao Yang was only at the 6th level. If he could reach the peak of the Earth Fire God Fist, he would be able to destroy the heavens and earth with a single punch. Boom, boom, boom. When Hao Yang's Earth Fire God Fist was displayed, a majestic flame separated from his fist. This flame was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye, and it condensed into a fiery red fist aura. The power contained within this fist was too strong. Even a warrior at the early stage of the 8th level of the Qi-Hai realm would be killed by this fist. Hao Yang was confident that even if Fang Qin received the inheritance, he would not be able to fully absorb it in a short period of time. Thus, Fang Qin would not be able to defend against his Earth Fire God Fist. Earth Fire God Fist? If I could reach the peak of the Earth Fire God Fist, I might be afraid. Fang Qin said as he saw Hao Yang display the Earth Fire God Fist. Seeing that Hao Yang's Earth Fire God Fist was about to touch his body, Fang Qin took out the Hidden Star sword and casually swung it. The 7th level of the Fire Water Sword art was displayed instantly. Swooshay majestic sword light instantly blasted against the Earth Fire Divine Fist and exploded, causing the entire sky to be filled with flames. At this moment, there were many disciples of the Earth Fire sect on the flat ground outside the mysterious valley. They were waiting quietly. Suddenly, they saw flames appear in the middle of the valley. Moreover, there was a scorching aura coming from the valley. It's the aura of the Earth Fire God Fist. Could it be that senior brother Hao Yang is fighting? An Earth Fire sect disciple suddenly shouted. That's right, it's the aura of the Earth Fire God Fist. It must be senior brother Hao Yang who received the inheritance and is fighting with the disciple of the Reverend Sword sect. Senior brother Hao Yang has displayed the Earth Fire God Fist. The disciple of the Reverend Sword sect is dead for sure. Senior brother Hao Yang is indeed an outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the Earth Fire sect. He has mastered the Earth Fire God Fist to perfection. He is really powerful. Many of the Earth Fire sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves when they saw the soaring flames. Their eyes were filled with envy. Within the Earth Fire sect, the Earth Fire God Fist was considered one of the top cultivation techniques. Ordinary disciples didn't have the qualifications to cultivate the Earth Fire God Fist. Only those disciples who had potential or had reached a certain level of strength could cultivate the Earth Fire God Fist. If I could practice the Earth Fire God Fist, my strength would definitely soar. Many disciples thought to themselves. However, they had no idea just how dangerous Hao Yang's situation was in the canyon. Within the canyon, the sky was filled with flames. Hao Yang's Earth Fire God Fist had been directly shattered by the Water Fire sword light. A majestic aura swept through the entire canyon. Even Fang Qin was forced back a few steps. Hao Yang's body was also constantly pushed back. After his earth-fire god fist had been blocked by Fang Qin, a trace of fear had appeared in his heart. How is this possible? He was actually able to block my earth-fire god fist? Hao Yang thought to himself. The earth-fire god fist was the most powerful attack he could display up until now. He had originally thought that the 6th level of the earth-fire god fist would be enough to kill Fang Qin, but now it seemed that he had underestimated it. No, he can't be this strong, Hao Yang said. In the next moment, Hao Yang launched another attack. The earth-fire god fist was pushed to the extreme as it attacked Fang Qin. Because Fang Qin had already figured out the attack trajectory of the earth-fire god fist from the first attack, Fang Qin's eyes revealed a strange smile when he saw Hao Yang use the earth-fire god fist this time. Whoosh! Fang Qin pushed the 2 concepts of water and fire to the extreme. When the 2 concepts of the 2nd minor realm fused together, the power of water and fire was extremely tyrannical. The water-fire sword light burst out from the hidden star sword and collided with the earth-fire god fist. At the same time, Fang Qin closed his eyes slightly, and the mid-red class soul in his mind suddenly shot out. Daluo, Soul Killer Flame. Fang Qin didn't know how tyrannical the Daluo Soul Killer Flame had become after being modified by dry bones. He only knew that he was now a mid-1st rank soul cultivator. Xiao! Fang Qin's mid-red class soul instantly appeared in the sky and turned into a majestic flaming blade. This flaming blade, under the control of Fang Qin's unique technique, pierced into Hao Yang's mind in an extremely strange trajectory. The attack of the Daluo Soul Killer Flame caused Hao Yang's soul to tremble. Hao Yang let out a miserable cry, and his body fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Fang Qin held the hidden star sword in his hand. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Hao Yang. Without hesitation, he took the hidden star sword and pierced Hao Yang's head. Pucci! Hao Yang widened his eyes and looked at Fang Qin unwillingly. In the end, his life completely dissipated. Fang Qin put away the hidden star sword and looked at the dead Hao Yang with a smile on his face. Although a mid-1st rank soul cultivator could only deal with a martial artist in the middle 3rd stage of the Qi High realm, Fang Qin still managed to cause a lot of damage to Hao Yang. The Daluo Soul Killer Flame that was modified by Senior Dry Bones is too strong. Fang Qin thought to himself. The current Daluo Soul Killer Flame was at least twice as strong as before. This made Fang Qin very happy. After killing Hao Yang, Fang Qin picked up Hao Yang's interspatial ring and walked out of the canyon step by step. At this time, outside the canyon, many disciples of the Earthfire sect and the Celestial Star sect were waiting for Yuan Xian and Hao Yang. However, while they were anxiously waiting, Hao Yang and Yuan Xian didn't appear. Instead, the one who appeared in front of them was Fang Qin. And he didn't die. Seeing Fang Qin, the disciples of the Earthfire sect were all puzzled. Just now, within the canyon, there was a flame that soared into the sky. It was clearly the aura of the Earthfire God Fist, which meant that senior apprentice brother Hao Yang was fighting with someone. Now, this sword reverence sect disciple had appeared, but Hao Yang hadn't. Could it be? Thinking of this, the Earthfire sect disciple angrily asked, "Brat, where's senior apprentice brother Hao Yang?" It wasn't just the Earthfire sect disciples. Even the Celestial Star sect disciples were approaching Fang Qin. They glared at Fang Qin and coldly asked, "Brat, why are you the only one who came out?" Fang Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the Earthfire sect and Celestial Star sect disciples. He calmly said, "Because they're dead." As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, the Earthfire sect and Celestial Star sect disciples were enraged. They didn't believe him. "Brat, you're lying. Senior apprentice brother Yuan Xian's strength isn't something you can handle." "That's right. Senior apprentice brother Hao Yang and senior apprentice brother Yuan Xian teamed up. You're not their match." You're lying. Fang Qin slightly shook his head. There's no need for me to lie to dead people. As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, an aura soared into the sky. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What are you doing? A disciple coldly asked when he sensed that killing intent. Killing you, said Fang Qin. Attack together. Kill him. The Earth Fire Sect and Celestial Star Sect's disciples were enraged. Bang! Bang! In an instant, everyone was embroiled in a chaotic battle. 3 minutes later, Fang Qin put away the hidden star sword. His body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. It was the blood of the Earth Fire Sect and Celestial Star Sect disciples. Chapter 334. Although Fang Qin's current cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 5th Qi-Hai realm, he could easily defeat a late stage of the 8th Qi-Hai realm. After becoming a soul cultivator, even if he faced a peak stage of the 8th Qi-Hai realm, he would not be afraid. However, if he faced a 9th Qi-Hai realm warrior, Fang Qin would not be confident. I must increase my strength as soon as possible, Fang Qin said to himself. The disciples who entered the divine illusion space were all elite disciples of the sect. Some of them had reached the terrifying 9th Qi-Hai realm. Although he hadn't met any powerful disciples yet, he would eventually meet them in the future. Therefore, the most important thing for Fang Qin now was to increase his strength. After killing the disciples of the Earth Fire Sect and the Celestial Star Sect, Fang Qin left the mysterious canyon. After the bones disappeared, the canyon became an ordinary canyon. After leaving the canyon, Fang Qin met many Tai Shi bears as he passed through the forest. However, these Tai Shi bears were not as strong as Fang Qin. After easily killing a few Tai Shi bears, Fang Qin left the forest. Just as Fang Qin left the forest, there was a sudden change in his Dantian Qi Si. This made Fang Qin happy. Am I going to break through? Fang Qin's face was full of smiles. The change in his Dantian meant that he was about to break through the bottleneck. Before, Fang Qin's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 5th Qi-Hai realm. This breakthrough would definitely increase Fang Qin's cultivation. Let's find a place to break through first, Fang Qin said to himself. After that, Fang Qin found a direction and quickly moved forward. After a while, Fang Qin met some warriors on the plains. Among these warriors, there were disciples of the Reverence Sword Sect. Fang Qin found a disciple of the Reverence Sword Sect. After revealing his identity, the disciple was very surprised. Fang Qin, didn't you die on the mountain outside the old city? The disciple asked curiously. I was lucky to escape. Fang Qin grinned. I see. The disciple nodded slightly. No matter what, Fang Qin was the heaven sword son of the Reverence Sword Sect. If he died, it would be a loss for the Reverence Sword Sect. Seeing Fang Qin in perfect condition, the disciple was very happy. That's right, on the way here I met many disciples who were heading in one direction. Fang Qin asked. Just now, he had sensed that something was amiss. After walking on the plains for about an hour, he had met many disciples from various sections. Most of them had anxious looks on their faces as they rushed forward. This puzzled Fang Qin. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly saw a Sword Reverence Sect disciple. You don't know, asked the disciple. Fang Qin shook his head. The disciple explained, not long ago on the Crimson Afterglow Peak, a disciple discovered the skeleton of a demonic beast. It said that the skeleton of this demonic beast belonged to a beast king from ancient times. The skeleton of a beast king. Fang Qin cried out involuntarily. A beast king was definitely a demonic beast that stood at the peak of the demonic beast world. The skeleton of a beast king had actually been found on the Crimson Afterglow Peak. What kind of demonic beast skeleton was it? Asked Fang Qin. It was the skeleton of a rat demon. It said that there is something special in the skeleton of this beast king. It has been passed down since the ancient era. It's definitely extraordinary. Many disciples from the sect went there, explained the disciple. Just as Fong Chen was about to speak, the little mouse suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Its little paw was pointing in front of them, chirping incessantly. Its face was filled with anxiety. Are you saying you want to go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak? Fong Chen looked at the anxious little mouse. The little mouse nodded incessantly. Seeing the little mouse's anxious appearance, Fong Chen faintly felt that the skeleton of the Beast King that had appeared on the Crimson Afterglow Peak had something to do with the little mouse. No matter what, that Beast King was a rat demon. Perhaps the little mouse would be able to obtain its inheritance. Fong Chen didn't think too much about it. He directly nodded and prepared to go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak. How far is it from here to the Crimson Afterglow Peak? Asked Fong Chen. If we rush at full speed, we should be able to get there in 6 hours, said the disciple. Fong Chen thanked the disciple and then left with the little mouse, the skeleton of a Beast King. Fong Chen sighed as he hurried along. No matter what, he had to go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Perhaps the little mouse would be able to obtain the Beast King's inheritance. Just as Fong Chen left the plain, a large group of warriors suddenly appeared on the plain. The leader of the group looked around with a puzzled expression on his face. Senior apprentice brother, what is it? Asked a disciple. I sensed a special aura. The leading disciple's eyes flickered. What aura? Asked another disciple. I sensed this aura on the bodies of the dead Starfire sect disciples, said the leading disciple. Hearing that, all the disciples' expressions changed. The Starfire sect's disciples had scattered after entering the divine illusion space, but not long after, they had discovered their companions. But their companions had already been killed. This infuriated the Starfire sect's disciples. The head disciple of the Starfire sect, Shinkong, swore that he would definitely find the killer and take revenge for the deaths of the Starfire sect's disciples. However, while they were searching for the killer, they had also heard that they had discovered the skeleton of a Beast King on the Crimson Afterglow Peak. That made him very excited. First, they would go to the Crimson Afterglow Peak to fight for the Beast King skeleton. However, on the way here, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. When he arrived at the plains, he was even more certain that the murderer who killed their Starry Fire sect disciple had come here. He's heading in the direction of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Chase after him, said Shinkong. Following that, under Shinkong's lead, the Starfire sect's disciples quickly chased in the direction of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. After 6 hours, Fong Chen finally arrived in front of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. At this time, there were many martial artists standing in front of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Their gazes were filled with reverence as they looked at the Crimson Afterglow Peak. When Fong Chen arrived, he immediately sensed a wild aura that swept through the land. That is, Fong Chen raised his head to look at the sky. He was surprised to find that on the towering Crimson Afterglow Peak, there was a huge skeleton of a Beast King. This skeleton of a Beast King was a rat demon. Its claws were extended and its face was gloomy. Its body was emitting a terrifying aura. It is indeed a Beast King. After being dead for so many years, it can still emit such a tyrannical aura. Fong Chen was shocked. He was just standing at the foot of the Crimson Afterglow Peak and the aura was already so strong. If a weak martial artist stepped on the Crimson Afterglow Peak, they would not be able to withstand such a powerful aura. When the little mouse saw the skeleton of a Beast King on the Crimson Afterglow Peak, it chirped nonstop. Its face was filled with excitement. Fong Chen could feel the little mouse's excitement, but he signaled the little mouse not to be anxious. Since no one had climbed the Crimson Afterglow Peak, it meant that it would be very difficult to climb the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Since he had just arrived, he had to understand the situation first. Fong Chen looked around. Among the martial artists at the foot of the Crimson Afterglow Peak, there was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Chi Hai realm. The rest of the martial artists were at the late or peak of the 8th level of the Chi Hai realm. Just as Fong Chen was puzzled, a martial artist could not resist the temptation and stepped onto the crimson afterglow peak. The moment he stepped onto the crimson afterglow peak, a terrifying ray of light shot out from the Beast King's skeleton above the crimson afterglow peak, instantly entering the warrior's body. Pucci the martial artist fell onto the ground and lost all signs of life. Seeing this scene, many martial artists gasped. This Beast King had been dead for so many years, but it was still so strong. How can one climb the crimson afterglow peak? A disciple could not help but ask, "Senior brother Wang Shao, you are the strongest martial artist here. Do you know how to climb the crimson afterglow peak?" A disciple asked the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm martial artist. Wang Shao was an outstanding disciple of the Wang family of the Moon Continent. The Wang family was one of the most powerful forces in the Moon Continent and one of the 9 two-star sect in the Central Region. Although Wang Shao wasn't the strongest member of the Wang family's younger generation, his potential was still among the top of the Wang family's younger generation. The divine illusion dimension was very big. After entering the dimension, all the disciples of the sect were scattered. This time, the news of the Beast King being found on the crimson afterglow peak was only spread in a small circle. Many of the big sect did not know about it. Among the martial artists here, Wang Shao was the strongest and had the highest status. "That's right, senior brother Wang Shao. You are one of the strongest martial artists in the Wang family. You must know how to climb the crimson afterglow peak." Hearing a disciple's question, the other disciples also asked. Their gazes all gathered on Wang Shao. Fong Chen also looked at Wang Shao. He carefully examined Wang Shao and found that deep within his eyes there was a bloodthirsty, killing intent. If my guess is correct, the Beast King on the crimson afterglow peak is protecting it. Human martial artists are unable to enter the crimson afterglow peak. Only demonic beasts can enter, Wang Shao said with a smile. Hearing Wang Zhao's words, many martial artists frowned and asked, "Could it be that the Beast King's inheritance is something that we humans cannot obtain?" The Beast King was a strong martial artist. Although they had fallen, the inheritance they left behind would not be obtained by human martial artists. It must have been left behind for their descendants. A disciple said. Wang Shao nodded and said, "The Beast King's inheritance can only be obtained by demonic beasts." After saying that, a big white dog appeared beside Wang Shao. When the big white dog saw the skeleton of the Beast King on the crimson afterglow peak, its eyes were filled with passion. Woof! Woof! The big white dog looked at the skeleton of the Beast King and barked loudly. It seemed to be telling Wang Shao that it wanted to enter the crimson afterglow peak. "Go!" Wang Shao gently patted the big white dog's forehead and said. The snow-white dog ran towards the crimson afterglow peak. In the blink of an eye, it entered the crimson afterglow peak. Everyone realized that the Beast King didn't attack the dog after it entered the crimson afterglow peak. Immediately, the martial artists with spiritual beasts released their spiritual beasts and let them fight for the Beast King's inheritance. All kinds of spiritual beasts rushed into the crimson afterglow peak. Chapter 335. In the ancient Sword Continent, many experts would take in powerful demonic beasts or demonic beasts with unlimited potential as their spiritual pets. After having a spirit pet, the strength of the spirit pet would increase, and it could even help its master in critical moments. Therefore, when they knew that human warriors could not enter the crimson afterglow peak, they all let their spirit pets enter the crimson afterglow peak to fight for the Beast King's inheritance. The little mouse jumped onto the ground and quickly entered the crimson afterglow peak. Many spirit pets quickly ascended the crimson afterglow peak. Fong Chen squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Wang Shao, who was standing not far away, squinted his eyes and looked at his spirit pet snowy white dog with a confident smile on his face. Others might not know, but he knew that his spirit pet snowy white dog was not a normal dog-type demonic beast. It was a mutated dog-type demonic beast called the earth-shattering dog. When an earth-shattering dog reaches adulthood, it can reach the Chi-High realm. But this big white dog, with the help of the Wong family's resources, has already reached the 7th level of the Chi-High realm. Among all the soul pets, it is the strongest. Although the large snow-white dog looked very lazy, Wang Xiao knew that when the large snow-white dog fought, even some martialists would be terrified. I wonder how strong the snowy white dog will be after receiving the Beast King's inheritance. Wang Xiao thought to himself. The Beast King was a demonic beast that stood at the top of the demonic beast world. Their strength was too strong. Even after being dead for so many years, the Beast King of the Crimson Afterglow Peak was still able to leave behind such a technique. Just as Wang Xiao was deep in thought, a furious roar suddenly entered everyone's ears. Many cultivators looked behind them one after another. At this moment, the disciples of the Starfire sect were led by Xing Xing to the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Xing Xing's gaze locked onto Fang Qin. "Kid, I finally met you." Xing Xing roared angrily. There were very few warriors who had seen Fang Qin, so no one recognized him. They only thought of Fang Qin as a normal sect warrior. At this moment, the disciples of the Starfire sect were furious. They all guessed that this kid had offended the Starfire sect. And when Fang Qin saw the many disciples of the Starfire sect, he frowned but did not say anything. "Brat, you killed my Starfire sect's disciple." "I, Starry Sky, will cut you into 8 pieces," Starry Sky said coldly. "I'm afraid you don't have that ability," Fang Qin said. Starry Sky was infuriated. He wanted to attack, but he was interrupted by a voice. "Gentlemen, please don't let your personal grudges affect my spirit pets competition for the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton." Starry Sky looked in Wang Xiao's direction. When he saw Wang Xiao, a smile appeared on his gloomy face. He said, "So it's young Master Wang Xiao. Young Master Wang Xiao, this man and I have an irreconcilable enmity. I must kill him with my own hands," Starry Sky said. Wang Xiao nodded and said, "Either we leave this place or we settle our grudges after the battle for the Beast King's inheritance is over. Since young Master Wang Xiao says so, I'll spare his dog life for now." Starry Sky chuckled. Clearly, Starry Sky was very afraid of Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was a member of the Wang family of the Moon Continent, while Starry Sky was only a disciple of the Starfire sect. The difference between the Wang family and the Starfire sect wasn't something Starry Sky could imagine. The Starfire sect wasn't the strongest among the one-star sects. Even compared to the Heavenly Star sect and the Earthfire sect, they were far from being comparable. So Starry Sky knew his own limits. He was willing to endure. Wang Xiao nodded when he heard that. In this place he was the strongest, and the power behind him was the strongest. No one dared to go against him. This kind of feeling was really good. Starry Sky no longer bothered Fang Qin. Fang Qin also ignored him. He raised his head and looked at the Crimson Afterglow Peak. At this time, many demonic beasts had already stepped onto the Crimson Afterglow Peak. They surrounded the Beast King's skeleton, quietly standing there, not daring to advance. What's in the Beast King's skeleton? Fang Qin was extremely puzzled, but he couldn't enter the Crimson Afterglow Peak, so he couldn't sense the chi of the Beast King's skeleton. The other cultivators were also quietly standing there. As time passed, the spiritual pets on the Crimson Afterglow Peak finally started to move. Following the action of one spirit pet, the other spirit pets also started to move. Suddenly, a roar was heard. Then, everyone saw that Wang Xiao's snow-white big dog was roaring towards the sky. It directly erupted with a powerful force and constantly attacked the spirit pets around it. What? Seeing the true strength of the big white dog, many cultivators were shocked. The strength of the big white dog was comparable to a 7th level Chi-High warrior. How can it be so strong? At this moment, everyone finally realized why Wang Xiao didn't care about the spiritual pets entering the Crimson Afterglow Peak. It was because he didn't care about these spiritual pets at all. Bang, 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 following a series of deafening sounds. The spiritual pets of the cultivators were all sent flying by the big white dog. In just a short while, more than half of the spiritual pets were thrown off the crimson Afterglow Peak by the big white dog and were heavily injured. After these spiritual pets were thrown off the crimson Afterglow Peak, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. They all retreated from the crimson Afterglow Peak and didn't dare to go against the big white dog. The big white dog's powerful attacks angered many spiritual pets. At some point, many spiritual pets actually joined forces to attack the big white dog. The owners of these spiritual pets looked at Wang Xiao carefully, afraid that he would be angry. But obviously, Wang Xiao didn't care at all. This is a fight between spiritual pets. I won't interfere, Wang Xiao said confidently. In his mind, there wasn't a single spiritual pet that could defeat the big white dog. The power of the big white dog attracted the attacks of many spiritual pets. Although these spiritual pets weren't a match for the big white dog alone, when they joined forces, they were still able to affect the big white dog to a certain extent. The big white dog was no longer as invincible as before. It was now in a tough battle. Everyone's attention was attracted by the big white dog. In a corner of the crimson Afterglow Peak, the little mouse's eyes were rolling around. Finally, it calmly approached the Beast King. Because it was too small, it was directly ignored by many spiritual pets. At this moment, it approached the Beast King's skeleton without any pressure. Below the crimson Afterglow Peak, only Fang Qin noticed this scene. A smile appeared on his face. Chirp, chirp, chirp after the little mouse approached the Beast King's skeleton. Its small claws directly touched the Beast King's skeleton. Suddenly, a majestic aura soared into the sky. Swoosh! Above the sky, a crimson glow appeared. Above this crimson glow, there were rolling clouds, and the sound of thunder resounded through the sky. What's going on? A disciple asked doubtfully. Suddenly, many warriors looked at the crimson glow that suddenly appeared in the sky. Even the spiritual pets that were fighting on the crimson Afterglow Peak stopped fighting. At this moment, changes were happening on the crimson Afterglow Peak. In front of the Beast King's skeleton, the little mouse stood quietly. Its small claws touched the Beast King's skeleton. Layers of purple halos appeared around its body. These purple halos actually penetrated the Beast King's skeleton. There's a shadow in front of the Beast King's skeleton. Suddenly, Wang Xiao noticed the little mouse in front of the Beast King's skeleton. It's a little mouse. Hearing this, a disciple looked over and instantly saw a little mouse. Damn it! Why is this little mouse so close to the Beast King's skeleton? Someone shouted angrily. At the same time, when everyone noticed the little mouse in front of the Beast King's skeleton, the big white dog also noticed it. It looked up to the sky and roared angrily. Roar! With a roar, the big white dog fiercely attacked the little mouse. Bang! However, just as the big white dog was about to touch the little mouse's body, a majestic aura suddenly surged out and directly hit the big white dog. Bang! The big white dog's body was directly sent flying and finally fell below the crimson Afterglow Peak. Little White. Seeing the big white dog being sent flying and its aura weakening, Wang Xiao's expression became completely gloomy. He called out worriedly. Wang Xiao ran over to the big white dog and patted it. He saw that the big white dog was heavily injured and its aura was weak. Damn it! Wang Xiao was infuriated. He had thought that the Beast King's inheritance would definitely be the big white dog's. But now, the big white dog had actually been sent flying by an invisible aura and was heavily injured. That little mouse, whose spirit pet is it? Wang Xiao angrily glared at the little mouse. Crash! Wang Xiao put away the big white dog and began to heal its injuries. At this time, the crimson Afterglow Peak's light grew even brighter. Following the blossoming of the crimson Afterglow Peak, countless spirit pets were sent flying. In the end, Only the little mouse was left on the crimson afterglow peak. At this time, the little mouse seemed to be fusing with the Beast King skeleton. A purple halo was circulating around the Beast King skeleton. Could it be that this Beast King is the little mouse's ancestor? Fang Chen muttered to himself in his heart. The little mouse had easily approached the Beast King skeleton. As for the other spirit pets, they had all been sent flying. That was enough to explain everything. The purple halo circulating around the Beast King skeleton was exactly the same as the little mouse's. Just what kind of race does the little mouse belong to? How is it related to the Beast King? Fang Chen was completely puzzled. When the only one left on the crimson afterglow peak was the little mouse, the crimson afterglow peak suddenly released its most resplendent light. In the end, that resplendent light instantly converged and entered the little mouse's body. At this time, the little mouse was receiving the Beast King's inheritance. Many martial artists' eyes turned scarlet. They had worked so hard to get here, but they hadn't even started fighting before they were eliminated. They refused to accept this. How about we all attack the crimson afterglow peak together and destroy the Beast King skeleton? Suggested a disciple. Young Master Wang Shao, what should we do now? Asked another disciple. Wait. Chapter 336. Although Wang Shao was furious, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't enter the crimson afterglow peak, so he could only wait for the damned mouse to come out and kill it. Therefore, he could only wait. Many of the warriors recalled their spirit pets. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at the little mouse in front of the Beast King skeleton. While they hated the little mouse, they were also envious of the little mouse. The Beast King skeleton was actually obtained by a little mouse. It was extremely depressing. While everyone was waiting, Fang Chen was also waiting. However, Fang Chen walked to the edge of the peak and sat down cross-legged. His body was surrounded by an extremely dense aura. Before coming to the crimson afterglow peak, Fang Chen felt that he was about to break through. When he arrived at the crimson afterglow peak, Fang Chen's Qi was constantly churning. While waiting for the little mouse, he decided to break through. Crash! At this moment, in Fang Chen's Qi, the liquefied spirit Qi was constantly churning. Waves of dense spirit Qi were constantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. As time passed, Fang Chen's Qi was constantly expanding. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chen felt that the spirit Qi in his Qi had been exhausted. At this moment, he needed to replenish his spirit Qi. Therefore, Fang Chen took out the upper rank spirit stones without hesitation. Compared to the middle rank spirit stones, the upper rank spirit stones contained more spirit Qi. Fang Chen wildly absorbed the upper rank spirit stones. When Fang Chen had absorbed a total of 10,000 upper rank spirit stones, the spirit Qi in his Qi was finally full again. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his Qi was shaking violently. Following that, his Qi was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Qi is expanding. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy as he thought to himself. Time passed by bit. After about 2 hours, Fang Chen's Qi finally stopped expanding. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly realized that his cultivation had gone from the mid-stage of the 5th Qi realm to the late stage of the 5th Qi realm, and had reached the peak of the 5th Qi realm. Peak of the 5th level of Qi realm. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. After reaching the peak of the 5th level of the Qi realm, even a warrior at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi realm would not be able to defeat him. Even if he were to face a warrior at the beginning of the 9th level of the Qi realm, Fang Chen would still dare to fight him. Good preparation. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and knew that this was all because of his solid foundation. That was why he was able to break through to the peak of the 5th level of the Qi realm. While Fang Chen opened his eyes and retracted his aura, he then looked at the crimson afterglow peak. Fang Chen looked at the crimson afterglow peak. At this moment, on the crimson afterglow peak, the skeleton of the Beast King was slowly dissipating. Around the body of the little mouse, the purple light was getting thicker and thicker. As time passed, when the skeleton of the Beast King had completely dissipated, the purple light around the body of the little mouse disappeared. In the next moment, a blinding light exploded from the body of the little mouse. Then, the entire crimson afterglow peak shook. Boom! A deafening sound was heard, and a wild aura swept through the entire crimson afterglow peak. It was as if a faint voice was floating in the air. As the skeleton of the Beast King was dissipating, a wild aura entered the body of the little mouse, causing the aura around the little mouse to increase dramatically. Hiss, hiss, hiss! After the skeleton of the Beast King had dissipated, the crimson afterglow peak returned to normal. In the sky, another ray of crimson afterglow appeared, but this ray of crimson afterglow disappeared in a flash. While at this moment, the crowd realized that there was a ripple in the air in front of the crimson afterglow peak. Then, a terrifying light shot out from the crowd's eyes. The crimson afterglow peak has returned to normal. Someone shouted. Immediately, countless warriors rushed up the crimson afterglow peak. Seeing this, Fong Chen stepped onto the crimson afterglow peak and quickly rushed to the top of the mountain. Seeing this, the little mouse jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder. First level of Qi Hai. At this moment, the aura emitted from the body of the little mouse made Fong Chen realize that the little mouse had actually reached the first level of Qi Hai. Kid, this spirit pet is actually yours. That's great, hand it over. A warrior shouted angrily. Kid, hand over your spirit pet and we will let you live. That's right, if you don't hand over your spirit pet, you will definitely die. Many warriors surrounded Fong Chen and said angrily. Even Wang Zhao's eyes flickered as he stared at Fong Chen. No, to be exact, he was staring at the little mouse on Fong Chen's shoulder. Being able to obtain the inheritance of the skeleton of the Beast King meant that this little mouse had the potential to become a new Beast King in the future. Thinking of this, the crowd was extremely excited. If my spirit pet obtains the inheritance, then I will have to hand it over. What if the one who obtains the inheritance is not my spirit pet, but yours? Fong Chen sneered. Kid, your time has come. At this moment, the starry sky of the starfire sect let out a roar. With a leap, he appeared before Fong Chen and struck out without hesitation. Xing Xing had been waiting for the end of the fight for the skeleton of the Beast King. Once it was over, he would kill Fong Chen. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally would not hold back and attacked like lightning. Rumble Xing Xing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Qi Hai realm. He was only one step away from the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm. He thought that killing Fong Chen would be easy. But when Fong Chen used his powerful attack, he regretted it. Swoosh, the sword of water and fire shattered Xing Xing's attack with absolute strength and pierced into Xing Xing's body. Bang! Xing Xing's body fell to the ground unwillingly and lost all signs of life. The entire crimson afterglow peak was in an uproar. Countless warriors were shocked. One sword strike killed Xing Xing, who was at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi Hai realm. How strong was the person in front of them? How is this possible? Some warriors cried out in surprise. Fong Chen's strength was out of their expectations. Too strong. One sword strike killed Xing Xing. The latter did not even have the chance to fight back. His strength is at least at the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm. On the crimson afterglow peak, except for Wang Zhao, no one is his match. Too scary. Luckily, I did not make a move, or else I would be the one dead. Many of the warriors were scared. If Xing Xing did not make a move, they would be the ones dead. Many of the warriors present were not as strong as Xing Xing. Some of them were even as strong as Xing Xing. Their faces were pale as they retreated. In the end, all of the warriors looked at Wang Zhao, waiting for him to speak. Right now, on the entire crimson afterglow peak, no one except Wang Zhao dared to make a move against Fong Chen. Kid, your strength is out of my expectations, Wang Shao said coldly. So what? Fang Qin did not give Wang Shao any face and said, When I, Wang Shao, make a move, I never leave anyone alive. Wang Shao continued. And then Fang Qin asked, seeing Fang Qin so stubborn. Wang Zhao's face became gloomy. He said coldly, Are you sure you want to force me to make a move? Fang Qin looked at Wang Shao and grinned. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If it was before, he might not be a match for Wang Shao. But now that he had reached the peak of the 5th level of the Qi realm, he was not afraid of Wang Shao. Wang Shao squinted his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp blade appeared. Then a wild aura appeared around him. The Wang family of the Moon Continent was a family of blades. It was said that within the Wang family, there was a king blade art that was extremely powerful. The Wang family relied on this king blade art to become a 2-star sect. When the crowd saw Wang Shao make a move, their eyes widened. They wanted to see the legendary king blade art. But what they did not know was that the king blade art of the Wang family was not something an ordinary person could practice. Even Wang Shao did not have the qualifications to practice the king blade art. But even so, Wang Shao still believed that he could defeat Fang Qin. Wang Shao flicked his wrist, and a cold light shot out from his blade towards Fang Qin. Bang! The light from the blade and the light from the sword collided violently and exploded. This scene caused Wang Zhao's eyes to flicker. He did not continue to attack and instead stared at Fang Qin. From the previous exchange, Wang Shao could feel that Fang Qin's strength was not weaker than his. Who is he? Why is he so strong? Wang Shao thought to himself. Since Wang Shao did not attack, Fang Qin naturally did not want to attack. Although Wang Zhao's strength could not be considered too strong, if they fought, both sides would suffer. Wang Shao also seemed to have thought of this point. His eyes turned and he suddenly withdrew his aura. He then said, This brother's strength is truly admirable. But your spirit pet has obtained the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton. If you do not give everyone an explanation, I'm afraid that you will not be able to leave here. Wang Shao said, How about this? How about this? Fang Qin asked, Since this is a fight between spirit beasts, then let the spirit beasts settle it themselves. Wang Shao said with a smile, The spirit beasts settle it themselves. Fang Qin frowned and said, Chapter 337. Hearing Wang Zhao's words, many of the warriors' eyes lit up. That's right, a battle between spiritual pets should be settled by the spiritual pets themselves. Your spiritual pet has received the inheritance. If it can defeat all of our spiritual pets, then it can leave safely. Even if you are strong, if all of us work together to kill you, you won't be able to escape. Since Wang Shao said this, it meant that he didn't have the confidence to defeat Fang Qin. Many of the warriors quickly understood Wang Zhao's intentions. Moreover, they clearly knew that although Fang Qin's spiritual pet, Little Mouse, had received the inheritance of the Beast King skeleton, it was only at the 1st level of the Qi realm. Many of the warriors present had spiritual pets that were above the 1st level of the Qi realm. Although they were not as strong as Fang Qin, their spiritual pets were much stronger than Fang Qin. Fang Qin heard this and frowned. He didn't want to agree to Wang Zhao's request because Little Mouse's strength was definitely not as strong as his snow-white dog. Kid, you better think carefully. If you don't agree, I'm afraid that everyone will be unhappy. You should know the consequences. Wang Shao said coldly. Fang Qin was about to speak when the little mouse on his shoulder started to chatter. It seemed to be telling Fang Qin to agree to Wang Zhao's request. Fang Qin was a little worried about the little mouse, but when he saw the smile in Little Mouse's eyes, he relaxed. After spending so much time with the little mouse, Fang Qin naturally understood the little mouse very well. The latter was not one to be taken advantage of, since it agreed on its own accord then it must have a way to deal with it. I hope my guess is correct. Fong Qin thought to himself. He then looked at Wang Xiao and said, "What do you have to prove your words?" "I am from the Wang clan of the Moon Continent," Wang Xiao said word by word. The Wang clan of the Moon Continent. These 5 words were enough to prove what Wang Xiao was saying. Fong Qin looked at Wang Xiao. Finally, he nodded and said, "All right, I want to believe you." As soon as Fong Qin's voice fell, a martial artist jumped out and grinned. "Let my spirit pet take the lead." This martial artist's spirit pet was a saber-toothed tiger. Above its head, there was a faint king character, representing that this saber-toothed tiger was the king of tigers. "Boy, let your spirit pet come down." The burly man grinned. His spirit pet was at the 3rd level of the Qi High realm, but Fong Chen's little mouse was only at the 1st level of the Qi High realm. He was very confident. Swoosh, little mouse jumped onto the ground. The saber-toothed tiger roared at the little mouse, but the little mouse didn't care at all. There was a slight smile on its face. Roar following the saber-toothed tiger's roar. Its aura exploded and a powerful attack appeared beside the little mouse. Fong Qin stared at the little mouse. When the saber-toothed tiger's attack was about to reach the little mouse, the latter's eyes flashed and its body emitted a layer of purple light. At the same time, no one could clearly see how the little mouse attacked. Bang! With a loud sound, the saber-toothed tiger's body fell heavily onto the ground. It was heavily injured, and its eyes were filled with fear as it looked at the little mouse. At this moment, the purple light around the little mouse disappeared. It stood calmly on the ground as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Many martial artists couldn't understand. The little mouse's cultivation was obviously not as strong as the saber-toothed tiger. So how could it easily defeat it? "Let my spirit pet come." Some martial artists couldn't accept it. They thought that the little mouse had used a trick and immediately let out their spirit pet. This time, little mouse's spirit pet was a cheetah at the 5th level of the Qi High realm. Its body was much bigger than the little mouse. Roar! The cheetah roared at the little mouse, but the latter stood there calmly without any fear on its face. This made the cheetah furious, as it thought that the little mouse was humiliating it. Xiao the cheetah opened its claws, and a vast amount of energy gathered on its claws. It attacked the little mouse. Like magic, the little mouse once again shocked the martial artists. They still couldn't see how the little mouse attacked. But the cheetah fell onto the ground like the saber-toothed tiger, its eyes filled with fear. How is this possible? Even Wang Xiao was puzzled. He didn't understand how the little mouse defeated the cheetah. Until now, the martial artists finally realized that the little mouse's strength wasn't as weak as it looked. The martial artists who were yelling before all backed off, not daring to face Fong Qin. After that, there were still some martial artists who didn't believe it and let their spirit pets fight with the little mouse. But the result was the same. Their spirit pets couldn't even touch the little mouse's body before they were sent flying. Every spirit pet that was defeated had fear in their eyes. After defeating more than 10 spirit pets, the little mouse stood on one leg with its claws behind its back. It stood there quietly like a human, its face filled with disdain. Seeing this scene, the crowd was speechless. This little mouse was too abnormal. Could it be because of the inheritance of the Beast King's skeleton? At the same time, many martial artists were thinking. The little mouse was only at the 1st level of the Qi High realm. How could it defeat spirit pets at the 5th or 6th level of the Qi High realm so easily? The crowd couldn't understand. After the spirit pets were defeated one after another, Wang Xiao finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out the snow-white dog. At this moment, the snow-white dog's injuries were completely healed. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. The Wang family of the Moon Continent was too strong. The snow-white dog was able to recover so quickly because of Wang Xiao's large amount of resources. Wang Xiao briefly communicated with the snow-white dog. The snow-white dog nodded its head and glared at the little mouse. Roar! The snow-white dog roared at the little mouse. It wanted to tear the little mouse apart. Even when the little mouse saw the snow-white dog, it was still as calm and composed as before. It wasn't afraid at all. With a roar, the snow-white dog released a majestic aura and attacked the little mouse fiercely. This time, everyone finally saw the little mouse's body move. Just as the snow-white dog was about to touch the little mouse tapped the ground with the tip of its foot and directly jumped on top of the snow-white dog's head in a strange trajectory. Roar! Seeing this, the snow-white dog roared angrily. At the same time, its body shook and it stretched out its claws in an attempt to capture the little mouse. However, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't touch the little mouse. This made the snow-white dog extremely angry. Time passed by slowly. The crowd was completely numb. Was this still a battle? This was simply a joke. The little mouse didn't fight the snow-white dog head-on. Instead, it kept teasing the snow-white dog. Its small body kept jumping on top of the snow-white dog's head. The snow-white dog couldn't do anything about it. Finally, after a round of teasing, the little mouse felt bored. Its eyes flickered and it stretched out its claws. At the same time, a purple halo appeared and it grabbed the snow-white dog's body. Roar! The snow-white dog let out a miserable cry and slashed the little mouse away. Its body kept retreating, and it stared at the little mouse vigilantly. At this moment, the snow-white dog didn't dare to take the initiative to attack the little mouse. The latter's small body stood quietly on top of the crimson afterglow peak. No one would have thought that the final result would be like this. Even the snow-white dog can't defeat the little mouse. All the warriors were dumbfounded. As for Wang Shao, his expression kept changing as he stared at the little mouse. He couldn't believe what had happened. It actually lost. Wang Shao said inwardly. The little mouse jumped onto Feng Chen's shoulder. The latter affectionately stroked the little mouse and then looked at the crowd. Can I leave? Hearing Feng Chen's words, everyone looked at Wang Shao. My Wang family's words naturally count, Wang Shao said solemnly. Feng Chen nodded and left with the little mouse. Looking at Feng Chen's departing figure, many warriors looked at the little mouse with burning eyes. One of them asked, Brother Wang Shao, are we just going to let him go like this? His spirit pet is clearly so powerful because it obtained the Beast King's inheritance. That's right. After obtaining the Beast King's inheritance, it might really grow into a new Beast King in the future. Chapter 338. The little mouse's strength had completely exceeded Feng Chen's expectations. At the start, Feng Chen hadn't placed his hopes on the little mouse, but the result was truly a pleasant surprise. While everyone was still in shock, Feng Chen hurriedly left the crimson afterglow peak. Although Feng Chen knew that Wang Shao and the others wouldn't let this matter rest, there was nothing he could do. Wang Shao was a member of the Moon Continent's Wang family. Feng Chen didn't want to provoke a tyrant like the Wang family. If he angered the Wang family, they would hunt him down in the divine illusion space. At that time, he would regret it. Of course, there was another reason. Even if he could defeat Wang Shao, if Wang Shao joined forces with the others, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. In the end, Wang Shao and the others decided to let their spirit pets deal with it themselves. The little mouse astonishingly defeated Wang Zhao's snow-white dog. After a while, Feng Chen left the crimson afterglow peak. At this time, he wasn't worried that Wang Shao would be able to catch up. After walking for a long time, Feng Chen finally stopped. He turned his head and looked at the little mouse on his shoulder. How can you be so strong? Feng Chen was puzzled. After the little mouse received the Beast King's inheritance, the aura it emitted was clearly at the first stage of the Qi-Hai realm. How could it easily defeat a snow-white dog at the 7th stage of the Qi-Hai realm? This made Feng Chen puzzled. Thus, Feng Chen had to ask. Hearing this, the little mouse jumped from Feng Chen's shoulder to the ground. It waved its little paws at Feng Chen and chirped nonstop. What? You said you were hiding your strength? Fang Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Seeing Fang Chen's gaze, the little mouse jumped slightly. Immediately after, its body emitted a wild aura. This wild aura instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Fang Chen was shocked. This qi was obviously at the 9th level of the qi high realm. How could the little mouse release such a strong qi? After a long time, Fang Chen finally accepted this fact. After the little mouse received the inheritance of the Beast King skeleton, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. It had reached the 9th level of the qi high realm. No wonder even the big, white dog couldn't defeat you. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. All of this was done on purpose by the little mouse. After it received the inheritance, it purposely let out the presence of a qi high warrior, tricking Wang Xiao and the others into proposing a soul pet battle. Everyone knew what happened after that. Even Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh at Little Mouse's high IQ. You're saying that after receiving the inheritance, your strength increased by leaps and bounds? Fang Chen looked at Little Mouse and asked. Little Mouse nodded and gestured to Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen couldn't help but ask, that Beast King skeleton was a rat monster. Does it have anything to do with you? At this moment, Fang Chen thought of the time when Little Mouse received the inheritance. On top of the Beast King skeleton, there was a purple glow. It was exactly the same as the little mouse's. The little mouse shook its head slightly and then nodded. This made Fang Chen very confused. Chirp, 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 the little mouse gestured to Fang Chen. After a while, Fang Chen understood. From the little mouse's expression, this rat monster king was somewhat related to the little mouse, but they were not of the same race. After Little Mouse received the Beast King's inheritance, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. After understanding all of this, Fang Chen nodded. His face was full of satisfaction. This could be considered as an opportunity for Little Mouse. In the blink of an eye, Little Mouse's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the qi high realm. Fang Chen was looking forward to seeing what would happen when Little Mouse reached the condensing reality realm. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a black token suddenly appeared in Little Mouse's little paw. This token was covered in rust and looked like a piece of scrap metal. Little Mouse handed this black, rusty token to Fang Chen. After Fang Chen received the token, he carefully examined it, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt that it was an old token. What is this? Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse gestured. This token was obtained from the Beast King. It did not know what it was. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. If it was obtained from the Beast King, then it must be something extraordinary. After that, Fang Chen began to inject spirit qi into the rusty token. Waves of pure spirit qi directly entered the rusty token. Rumble, rumble, rumble when the rusty token had enough spirit qi. Suddenly, a majestic aura was emitted from the token. In the next moment, the rust on the surface of the token began to slowly fall off. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face was full of surprise. Hiss, 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 hiss when all the rust on the token fell off. It emitted a crimson glow. This crimson glow was exactly the same as the crimson glow above the crimson glow peak. At this moment, a message appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Red. Fang Chen saw that the front of the black token had a red mark, while the back had a drawing of a Beast King. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. However, when Fang Chen saw the message in his mind, he was shocked. This is the Scarlet Iron Token. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily as he looked at the Scarlet Steel Order. According to the message, this Scarlet Iron Token was the Beast King's token when it was still alive. The Scarlet Cloud Beast King was the Beast King skeleton on the red glow peak. Its name was the Scarlet Cloud Beast King when it was still alive. The Crimson Cloud Beast King was a powerful Beast King from the world of demonic beasts. For some unknown reason, it had wandered into the divine illusion space and died there. According to the Scarlet Iron Token, Those who possessed this scarlet iron token could command some of the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants in the divine illusion space. The Scarlet Iron token can actually command the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants. Fong Qin was extremely excited. However, at the very end, he saw the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's final words. Descendants! I don't know how many descendants I have left in the divine illusion space after countless years. Since you possess the Scarlet Iron token, that means your spirit pets must have obtained my inheritance. If you can find my descendants, you can take out the Scarlet Iron token to show your identity. When they see the Scarlet Iron token, they will listen to you. Of course, if my descendants are about to be exterminated, or if they are in danger of being exterminated, I hope you can help. Seeing this, Fong Qin was shocked. No wonder the Scarlet Cloud Beast King had left behind the Scarlet Iron token. It was so that his descendants could find his descendants. The Scarlet Cloud Beast King was an overlord in the beast world. It was extremely powerful, but in the end it had ended up like this. It didn't even know the current situation of its descendants in the divine illusion space. Take it first. We'll talk about it after we find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants, said Fong Qin. Fong Qin vaguely sensed that the Scarlet Iron token wasn't as simple as it seemed. If he had the chance, he would go and find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants. Fong Qin put the Scarlet Iron token into his interspatial ring. At this moment, the little mouse raised its paw and gestured at Fong Qin. You want me to find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants. Fong Qin looked at the little mouse. Hearing this, little mouse nodded continuously. Fong Qin gently rubbed the little mouse's head and said, How about we look for opportunities while looking for the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants? Fong Qin also didn't understand why the little mouse wanted him to find the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendants. Perhaps it was because they were both members of the mouse race, but Fong Qin didn't think too much about it. In the end, Fong Qin led the little mouse in a direction and continued forward. It had been almost a month since they had entered the divine illusion space. Whether it was Fong Qin or the little mouse, they had both gained a lot. This made Fong Qin even more certain that the divine illusion space definitely contained some sort of unimaginable inheritance. No wonder everyone wanted to enter the divine illusion space. Some people even believed that entering the divine illusion space would allow them to soar to the heavens. Thinking of this, Fong Qin couldn't help but smile. There were many opportunities in the divine illusion space, but you also needed strength. If you didn't have enough strength, then even if you obtained an inheritance, you wouldn't be able to keep it. Let's go, said Fong Qin. Then he pushed off the ground and quickly disappeared from the plains. At this moment, somewhere in the plains, a man covered in blood was fleeing rapidly. Behind him, a ferocious martialist was chasing after him. Brett, you can't escape, roared the cultivator furiously as he looked at the blood-covered cultivator in front of him. Then he pushed off the ground and chased after him. Am I really going to die here? Qin Zhen's mind was a bit chaotic. He didn't know how long he had been running for. But in any case, he couldn't hold on any longer. I wonder how Wenyu and Situ Po are doing, muttered Qin Zhen as he fled. Bang! Finally, after fleeing for a while, Qin Zhen couldn't hold on any longer. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his aura withered. Humph, you're still running. Let's see how long you can keep running. The cultivator stopped when he saw Qin Zhen fall. He pointed his spear at Qin Zhen. Dying is also good. Everything will be over. At this moment, Qin Zhen was lying on the ground with blood all over his body. He could barely open his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Die. The cultivator suddenly pulled back his spear and stabbed it at Qin Zhen. As long as the spear stabbed down, Qin Zhen would definitely die. Bang! Just when Qin Zhen thought that he was about to die, a heavy sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the martial artist who was chasing him was actually sent flying backwards. His long spear was directly broken into 2 pieces. This This sudden scene caused Qin Zhen, who was about to die, to widen his eyes. He tried his best to look at the scene in front of him and finally saw a familiar figure. "Looks like I won't die." Qin Zhen smiled brightly the moment he saw Feng Qin. "Kacha!" The spear was broken by Feng Qin. The cultivator chasing Qin Zhen was also sent flying by Feng Qin's fist. "Brat, who are you? How dare you stop me?" The cultivator quickly stood up and glared at Feng Qin. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. Feng Qin had just finished speaking when the hidden star sword suddenly shot out. With a poochy sound, the cultivator fell to the ground, forever losing his life. After doing all this, Feng Qin turned to look at Qin Zhen. Chapter 339. Skywada Plain When You. Feng Qin heard Qin Zhen's intermittent voice and his expression changed. He realized that Wen Yu and the others were in danger. Seeing that Qin Zhen had fainted, Feng Qin carried Qin Zhen and found a safer place. He asked the little mouse to stay and take care of Qin Zhen while he ran towards the Skywada Plain. Wen Yu and the other two had followed him to the central region. When they were in the western region, they were willing to follow him because they lost to him. After all, they came from the same place. Seeing that they were in trouble, how could Feng Qin not help? Feng Qin ran towards the Skywada Plain with his fastest speed. He was still 2 hours away from the Skywada Plain. "Wen Yu, you must hold on." Feng Qin shouted in his heart. The person who was chasing Qin Zhen was a 7th-level Qi-High warrior, a disciple of the Wind Island. The Wind Island was an ordinary one-star sect. The strongest of the younger generation in the sect was only at the early 9th level of the Qi-High realm. As for the other disciples, they were all at the 8th or 7th level of the Qi-High realm. Somewhere in the Sky-Water Plain, a group of people were besieging 2 martial artists. Logically speaking, with the strength of the Wind Island disciples, it was easy to kill Wen Yu and Situ Pa. However, why couldn't they kill them after such a long time? At this time in the Skywada Plains, there was a very large swamp. This swamp was very wide, and the surrounding swamp had a large number of poisonous vines. As long as a martial artist approached, these poisonous vines would take the initiative to attack the martial artist. In the middle of the swamp, there was a big rock. No one knew how Wen Yu and Situ Pa escaped, but they managed to reach the big rock safely. Around them, there were many poisonous vines. Because of these poisonous vines, the Wind Island disciples were unable to attack them. At this moment, outside of the swamp, the Wind Island disciples were attacking wave after wave. But without exception, they all failed. Some of the Wind Island disciples were even killed by the poisonous vines. Seeing that a long time had passed, the chief disciple of the Wind Island, Feng Xian, did not want to waste any more time. He wanted to force his way through the swamp. "Wen Yu, you are all dead," Feng Xian said angrily. Then Feng Xian explained the situation to the Wind Island disciples. Immediately, the disciples of the Wind Island started to attack. Swoosh, the poisonous vines in the swamp continued to release strong poison, preventing the Wind Island disciples from advancing. When all the poisonous vines were attracted by the disciples of Wind Island, Feng Xian suddenly leaped and dodged a poisonous vine. Then he gently touched the swamp with the tip of his foot and leaped again with the help of the swamp. Just like that, Feng Xian managed to avoid the attack of the poisonous vines and got closer and closer to the big rock in the middle of the swamp. When they saw this scene, Wen Yu and Situ Po's expressions changed greatly. Even though the two of them were seriously injured, they were still unwilling to submit. "Kill!" Following Wen Yu's angry roar, the two of them used all their strength and attacked ferociously, trying to stop Feng Xian from advancing. "With just the two of you, do you think you can stop me?" Feng Xian leapt into the air. His body flickered, and he neared Wen Yu and Situ Pa. At this moment, their attacks arrived. Feng Xian cleverly dodged their attacks and appeared on top of a large rock. "Do you still want to struggle?" Feng Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the injured Wen Yu and Situ Pa. Right now, one of Wen Yu's arms had already been chopped off by Feng Xian during the battle. As for Situ Pa, one of his legs had been chopped off. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were at the 7th level of the Qi Hai realm, they wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. I wonder how Qin Zhen is doing. In the chaotic battle, Qin Zhen had escaped, but some of the Wind Island disciples had chased after him. The two of them knew that they wouldn't be able to survive, so they gave up. Feng Xian, you bastard! When you looked at Feng Xian angrily and said coldly, when they had just entered the divine illusion space, when you and the other two had coincidentally bumped into each other. The three of them continued to explore and finally found a strange place. Just as they were about to go all out, they suddenly encountered the disciples of the Wind Island. Then, they were chased by the Wind Island disciples. Feng Xian only had one reason for chasing them, and that was to prevent the news from spreading. With your strength, you want to fight with me for the inheritance? You're courting death. Feng Xian squinted his eyes and looked at Wen Yu and Situ Pa. You will receive retribution. Situ Pa sat on the rock and said angrily, I never believe in retribution. Feng Xian grinned and said. He slowly raised his hand and prepared to kill Wen Yu and Situ Pa. However, at this moment, on the Skywater plain outside of the swamp, miserable cries suddenly rang out. Feng Xian turned his head and looked. He only saw a long sword and a 100-li ice seal. Who is it? Seeing the Wind Island disciples fall one by one, Feng Xian roared furiously. Whoosh! Feng Chen was very fast in killing the ordinary disciples. Moreover, he used the 100-li ice seal with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, all the Wind Island disciples were killed. After doing all this, Feng Chen pushed off the ground and rushed towards the rock in the middle of the swamp. Seeing this, Feng Xian squinted his eyes and said with a smile, You don't have the chance to save them. Feng Xian clenched his fist and punched towards Wen Yu and Situ Pa. He was confident that before he killed Wen Yu and Situ Pa, this cultivator wouldn't be able to reach here. Whoosh! However, just as Feng Xian's fist was about to come into contact with the two of them, he suddenly felt a piercing chill. Then he was actually sealed in ice. After Feng Chen used the 100-li ice seal, even the poisonous vines in the swamp were frozen. Feng Chen took advantage of this gap and rushed to the rock. At this moment, Feng Xian, who was at the early 9th level of the Qi Hai realm, finally broke the ice and regained his freedom. The first thing he did after regaining his freedom was to attack Wen Yu and Situ Pa again. However, Feng Chen wouldn't give him such a chance. Xiu the Hidden Star sword suddenly brandished, and the water and fire sword light instantly pierced into Feng Xian's body. Feng Xian screamed and fell into the swamp. Are you guys all right? Feng Chen looked at Wen Yu and Situ Pa with a broken arm, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Brother Feng, you saved us again. Wen Yu looked at Feng Chen and grinned. At this moment, a miserable cry came from the swamp. Feng Xian, who looked like a clay figurine, suddenly shot out and stood on the Skywater plain. Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you dare to stop me, Feng Xian, you will definitely die. Feng Xian roared furiously. He was caught off guard and was stabbed by Feng Chen's sword. Luckily, he dodged in time and didn't suffer any fatal injuries. Please wait for a moment, Feng Chen said softly before turning to look at Feng Xian. Disciple of the Wind Island. Feng Chen said, Brat, you know that I am the chief disciple of the Wind Island, Feng Xian, and you still dare to attack me? Are you tired of living? Is the Wind Island very powerful? Feng Chen asked back, If I say that I am a disciple of the Reverend Sword Sect, will you kneel down and lick my boots? Hearing Feng Chen's words, Feng Xian became even more furious. He thought that Feng Chen was mocking him. Brat, I will let you die without a grave. Feng Xian roared furiously. Fong Qin flicked his wrist and used the 100-meter ice seal again. The poisonous vines were frozen, and he easily appeared on the Skywater plain. Even if you don't kill me, I will not let you go. After seeing Wenyu and Situ Po's injuries, Fong Qin made a decision, and that was to kill Feng Xian. Feng Xian's cultivation was only at the early Qi High realm, but compared to Wang Xiao from the Wang family, he was not worth mentioning. Wang Xiao was only at the early Qi High realm, but he was much stronger than Feng Xian. This was the difference between a big power and a small power. Facing Feng Xian, Fong Qin was not afraid at all. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, Fong Qin used the 7th level of the fire and water sword art. A majestic fire and water sword light pierced towards Feng Xian. You are courting death. Feng Xian roared and clenched his fist. A strong wind concept appeared around him and merged into his fist. He punched out, and immediately, hundreds of fist shadows appeared in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Under the control of the hidden star sword, the fire and water sword light continuously collided with the fist shadows, creating a loud explosion. Just as Feng Xian was using all his strength to resist Fong Chen's fire and water sword art, Fong Qin suddenly used the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. Although the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame was only at the 1st level, Fong Qin had become more proficient in controlling the soul after becoming a soul cultivator. Swoosh in the sky, a flame formed. Caught off guard, it drilled into Feng Xian's mind. Feng Xian immediately let out a miserable cry. He tried to use his soul to refine the flame. It was also at this moment that Fong Qin once again executed the water and fire sword technique. However, at this moment, the golden heart in Fong Chen's body started to beat rapidly. In his mind, an extremely rich qi of water and fire emerged. Fong Qin felt this, and his face was filled with excitement. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art was at the transformative boundary. Just a moment ago, Fong Qin had successfully comprehended the 7th level of the fire and water sword art at the transformative boundary. Swoosh! Fong Qin used the 7th level of the fire and water sword art at the transformative boundary, and the hidden star sword pierced into Feng Xian's body. Uft! Feng Xian, who was using all his strength to resist the soul attack, had no time to defend himself against Fong Chen's fire and water sword art. When the hidden star sword pierced Feng Xian's body, Feng Xian's face was filled with unwillingness. Bang! Fong Qin pulled out the hidden star sword, and Feng Xian's body slowly fell to the ground. I can't accept this. Feng Xian's voice was hoarse as he said this before he lost all signs of life. Chapter 340. At this moment, Wenyu and Situ Po were extremely grateful to Fong Qin. If it wasn't for Fong Chen's timely arrival, they would have already died at the hands of Feng Xian. However, while they were grateful, they were also shocked. Fong Chen's cultivation was too strong. He had only been in the central region for a short period of time, but he was already able to reach such a level. Feng Xian was the chief disciple of the Wind Island. His cultivation had reached the early 9th level of the Qi High realm. However, when facing Fong Qin, he didn't even have the chance to retaliate and was killed. This kind of strength was considered very strong in the entire divine illusion space. Brother Fong, thank you. Wenyu nodded towards Fong Qin and said, Brother Fong, why are you here? Situ Pa asked curiously. I met Qin Zhen. Fong Qin said. After resting for a short while, Fong Qin gave Situ Pa and Wenyu some healing pills, allowing their injuries to be temporarily stabilized. Finally, Fong Qin brought the two of them to find Qin Zhen. After 2 hours, Fong Qin found Qin Zhen. At this moment, Qin Zhen had already woken up from his coma. His complexion had also improved a little. When he saw Wenyu and Situ Pa, his face was filled with excitement. Why were you chased by the disciples of the Wind Island? Only now did Fong Qin think of something and asked. Wenyu slightly shook her head and said, Brother Fong, the 3 of us accidentally found a strange place. This strange place is very special. We guessed that there must be an inheritance treasure here. At the same time we found it, the disciples of the Wind Island also found it. They wanted to kill us. Luckily, the three of us had some life-saving methods. We were in a deadlock in the Skywater Plains. Situpa said. Strange place? Fong Chen's heart trembled. He was extremely puzzled. In the divine illusion space, a place that could be called a strange place must be extraordinary. That's right. This strange place is located in a valley not far from the Skywater Plains. We only glanced at it from outside the valley. It was all gray inside, and we couldn't see anything clearly. Qin Zhen said. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly thought about it. Brother Fong, now that the three of us have suffered such heavy injuries, we can no longer explore this strange place. We'll tell you the location. Go take a look. Who knows, you might be able to gain something. When you said, Fong Chen nodded his head. When he entered the divine illusion space, Fong Chen naturally wouldn't miss. In the end, after chatting with the three people for a while, Fong Chen took the little mouse and left. This place was quite secluded and was quite safe. Fong Chen settled the three people down and had them recover here. According to Wenyu, Fong Chen once more arrived at the Skywater Plains. After arriving at the Skywater Plains, Fong Chen raised his eyes and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that at the end of the Skywater Plains, there was an extremely hidden valley. If it wasn't for Wenyu and the other two informing him beforehand, Fong Chen would have absolutely no way to find this valley. Let's go take a look, said Fong Chen. Then he flew into the valley. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since the divine illusion space had opened. During this month, the divine illusion space was incomparably lively. In the outside world, the entire central region seemed to have sunk into silence. The various large sects were all very quiet. They were all waiting for the moment when the divine illusion space would close. Jianzhou City, Sword Reverence Peak, Sword Reverence Sect. Tian Jinzi stood on the main peak, looking at the entire Jianzhou City. His face was calm. After a long while, he shook his head. Senior apprentice brother, what is it? Jian Wufeng asked from behind him. Recently, I've been feeling uneasy, said Tian Jinzi. Why? Jian Wufeng was startled. I keep feeling that there's a sense of danger enveloping our entire Sword Reverence sect, said Tian Jinzi. Hearing that, Jian Wufeng was even more startled. Tian Jinzi was a condensing reality expert. For him to feel this sense of danger, just how terrifying was that? Senior apprentice brother, what should we do? Asked Jian Wufeng urgently. Wait, said Tian Jinzi. Just as Tian Jinzi finished speaking, a boundless aura suddenly appeared in the sky above Jianzhou City. What? Sensing that boundless aura, Jian Wufeng's expression changed. He directly rang the Sword Reverence sect's bell. The Sword Reverence sect's bell was only rung when the sect was facing a great threat. Now that it was rung, the Sword Reverence sect's disciples all entered a state of alert. Rumble! The moment those auras appeared, a martial artist covered in a black aura suddenly appeared within the Sword Reverence sect. He looked at Tian Jinzi. Tian Jinzi, I'm afraid there's no need for your Sword Reverence sect to exist anymore, said the black figure coldly. Feeling the black figure's aura, Tian Jinzi frowned slightly. How did my Sword Reverence sect offend you? You don't need to know. Today, the Sword Reverence sect will be erased from the Golden Crown country. Just as the black figure finished speaking, a condensing reality expert's aura suddenly exploded out. That wild aura was filled with boundless killing intent as he charged towards Tian Jinzi. Just as Tian Jinzi was about to make his move, 5 figures suddenly appeared behind the black shadow. The moment these 5 figures appeared, Tian Jinzi's pupils shrank and a pained expression appeared on his face. Martial Marquis. These 5 people were all experts on the Martial Marquis list. Tian Jinzi even recognized a few of them. Why are you attacking my Sword Reverence sect? asked Tian Jinzi coldly. Tian Jinzi, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. The 5 martial marquises attacked one after another. When the martial marquises attacked, the entire sword reverence sect fell into chaos. Tian Jinzi wanted to stop the 5 martial marquises, but with the black figure present, he couldn't be distracted. Rumble! A bitter battle broke out in the sword reverence sect. Countless buildings collapsed, and all the cultivators let out miserable cries. No. Screams of agony spread throughout the entire Sword State City, shocking countless warriors in Sword State City. Tian Jinzi was infuriated when he saw the sword reverence sect covered in blood. He suddenly roared, and a wild aura erupted from his body. In the next instant, the ground of the sword reverence sect began to tremble. Buzz! The trembling grew stronger, and finally, the ground of the sword reverence sect split apart. A huge sword appeared from the ground, floating in the air. Seeing the huge sword appear, Tian Jinzi gripped the huge sword tightly and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the huge sword. Next, the huge sword exuded a wild aura. So this is your sword reverence, sect's foundation. The black figure was startled when he saw the huge sword. Every 2-star sect had its own foundation. That was why most experts didn't want to provoke a 2-star sect. And the sword reverence sect's foundation was this huge sword. Tian Jinzi saw that the sword reverence sect was about to be destroyed, and he didn't hesitate to use this huge sword. Swish! When the huge sword appeared, its sword intent seemed to break through the clouds, causing the 5 martial marquises to stop their attacks. A trifling huge sword isn't enough to stop me. The black figure had only just finished speaking when a wild aura erupted from it, directly attacking Tian Jinzi. The 5 martial marquises once more began their slaughter. Swish! Jian Wufeng wanted to stop the 5 martial marquises, but he was killed by one of them. Trash! The 5 martial marquises were constantly reaping the lives of the sword reverence sect's disciples. In just a moment, the entire sword reverence sect was in ruins. Other than Tian Jinzi, who was fighting the black figure in the air, the sword reverence sect was completely destroyed. Rumble! After destroying the sword reverence sect, the 5 martial marquises jumped into the air and appeared beside Tian Jinzi, joining the battle. Shush! Tian Jinzi held the huge sword in his hand, his heart pained. He roared towards the sky and swung the huge sword in his hand. Suddenly, a majestic sword light appeared in front of the 5 martial marquises. Naturally, the 5 martial marquises didn't dare to take the huge sword head-on. Their bodies retreated continuously. At the same time, the black figure displayed a heaven-defying skill and punched Tian Jinzi's body. Boom! Tian Jinzi's body was directly smashed into the ground, and the huge sword in his hand was ruthlessly stabbed into the ruins of the sword reverence sect. Boom! When the huge sword was stabbed into the ruins of the sword reverence sect, a terrifying aura shrouded the entire sword reverence sect. Tian Jinzi crawled out from the ground and looked at the ruins of the sword reverence sect, his heart aching. Where there's life, there's hope. Tian Jinzi's body flashed, and he immediately escaped. Seeing that Tian Jinzi was escaping, the black figure led the 5 martial marquises to chase after him. In the blink of an eye, the former 2-star sect was turned into ruins. The entire reverence sword peak was a mess, and blood flowed like a river. On the reverence sword peak, a huge sword was stabbed into the ground. This huge sword was surrounded by a sky-ripping sword intent, protecting the sword reverence sect. No one was able to get close to the reverence sword peak. All the martial artists in the Sword State City were shocked as they watched from afar. 3 days later, a huge piece of news spread throughout the Golden Crown country. The 2-star sect was completely destroyed. All the disciples were killed, and the sect leader, Tian Jinzi, escaped with heavy injuries. No one knew where he went. When this news came out, it shook the entire Golden Crown country. That was a 2-star sect, yet it was actually destroyed by someone. Everyone knew that it was a black shadow who brought 5 martial marquises. Some people recognized the 5 martial marquises, but they didn't know who the black figure was. Feng Chen, who was in the divine illusion space, didn't know that the sword reverence sect had been destroyed. He was approaching the valley. Before arriving at the valley, Feng Chen discovered that there was a very powerful formation around the valley. It was hazy inside, and he couldn't see anything. "What a strange formation," said Feng Chen. Just as Feng Chen finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed within the formation. However, it disappeared in a flash. However, Feng Chen's gaze happened to catch sight of this shadow. His pupils shrank, and his face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 341. Feng Chen had originally intended to carefully observe the mysterious array formation before entering. However, when he saw that familiar figure, he resolutely entered the array formation. How is this possible? Feng Chen's eyes were filled with shock. His heart was in turmoil. The scene before him was too strange. Why is he here? Although that figure had disappeared in a flash, Feng Chen had caught a glimpse of that figure's face. He was certain that he had not recognized the wrong person. Swoosh! Feng Chen entered the array formation. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept over him. Within the array formation, a dusky aura was everywhere, making Feng Chen unable to understand the situation around him. This is an illusory array. Feng Chen frowned slightly. Soon after, he calmed himself down and surveyed his surroundings. After entering the illusory array, Feng Chen discovered how terrifying this illusory array was. Huff! Huff! Inside the illusory array, gusts of chilly wind blew past, causing Feng Chen to frown. Suddenly, Feng Chen sensed a wild, chilly wind blowing towards him from afar. Crash! Feng Chen activated his 3-star Dao body, and his physical defense was instantly raised to the extreme. When the chilly wind blew past his body, he felt pain all over his body. This illusory array is too strange. Feng Chen thought to himself. This illusory array was not just a simple illusory array. There were also some offensive array formations mixed within the illusory array. Huff! Huff! The wild, chilly wind constantly blew past Feng Chen's body. Fortunately, Feng Chen's physical body had reached the 3-star Dao body, so he was barely able to withstand the attack of the chilly wind. At this moment, what puzzled Feng Chen even more was how he was able to withstand the attack of the chilly wind. No matter what, let's find the array base first. Feng Chen pondered for a moment before saying. Although Feng Chen didn't know much about arrays, he had come into contact with them in the past. The most important parts of an array were the array base and the control center. Once the array base was destroyed, a loophole would appear in the array. If the control center was destroyed, the array would instantly shatter. Because of the familiar figure he had just seen, Feng Chen entered the illusory array. After some analysis by Feng Chen, he was ready to search for the array base. Just as Feng Chen was searching for the formation base, the little mouse suddenly jumped out of his shoulder with a whoosh and entered the gray fog. Feng Chen wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Feng Chen was a little worried about the little mouse, but he knew that the little mouse would not enter the gray fog for no reason. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. During this time, Feng Chen had not found the array base. This illusory array was much more powerful than he had imagined. The array base was too difficult to find. However, at a certain moment, Feng Chen received an unexpected reward. The little mouse suddenly appeared. After the little mouse appeared, it chirped at Feng Chen and gestured with its little paws, indicating that Feng Chen should follow it. Although Feng Chen was puzzled, he still followed the little mouse. He didn't know where the little mouse was taking him, so he kept moving forward. After the little mouse led Feng Chen forward for about 3 minutes, it suddenly stopped. The little mouse turned to look at Fang Qin and chirped while pointing at the ground. "You're saying that there's a corner of the array base here?" Fang Qin looked at the little mouse and said with a face full of shock. The little mouse heard this and quickly nodded. Looking at the smile on the little mouse's face, Fang Qin decided to believe in the little mouse. He then took out the hidden star sword and activated the 7th level of the water and fire sword technique to attack the place where the little mouse was pointing. Boom! Just as Fang Qin's hidden star sword fiercely attacked the ground, the entire illusory array suddenly trembled. In the next moment, in the illusory array, the gray fog around Fang Qin instantly dissipated, and Fang Qin's surroundings actually became bright. Fang Qin's face was full of joy. It's really a corner of the array base. Fang Qin was very excited. He didn't think that the little mouse would be able to easily find the location of the array base. Now it would be even easier for him to break the illusory array. Fang Qin urged his 3-star Tao body to resist the cold wind while relying on the little mouse's guidance to destroy the array base. After about an hour, Fang Qin had already destroyed 5 array bases. With Fang Qin as the center, everything within a few hundred meters was clear. The more he destroyed the array bases, the more Fang Qin discovered that the mysterious valley had already appeared in front of him. However, just as the little mouse was leading Fang Qin to destroy the 6th array base, a figure suddenly appeared and attacked Fang Qin without any explanation. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, Fang Qin was hit by the figure and his body was constantly pushed back. But when he stabilized his body, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Xiahou Wu!" Fang Qin involuntarily cried out. He didn't dare imagine that the person attacking him was Xiahou Wu. Just now, Fang Qin had seen Xiahou Wu's figure flash by outside the valley and had entered the illusory array. But what he hadn't expected was that Xiahou Wu would take the initiative to attack him. Swish! The sword in Xiahou Wu's hand shot out a cold light. In the next instant, Xiahou Wu unleashed a fierce attack, constantly attacking Fang Qin. "Xiahou Wu, I am Fang Qin!" shouted Fang Qin as he used the hidden star sword to block Xiahou Wu's attacks. Xiahou Wu acted as if he hadn't heard Fang Qin's words. He was like a walking corpse, constantly attacking Fang Qin. Furthermore, his attacks were extremely tyrannical. Even Fang Qin was unable to block them for a long time. Bang! During one of their attacks, Fang Qin used the 7th level of the transformative flame water sword art to defeat Xiahou Wu. Then he roared, "Xiahou Wu, what happened to you?" When Fang Qin had seen Xiahou Wu's figure flash by outside the illusory array, he had been extremely shocked. At that time, he had personally seen Greed and Hua would join hands to force Xiahou Wu down the cliff. He had thought that Xiahou Wu was definitely dead, but he hadn't expected Xiahou Wu to appear in this illusory array. And most importantly, Xiahou Wu didn't seem to remember him at all. Could it be that he's being controlled? Fang Qin suddenly thought of this. Then he carefully observed Xiahou Wu. Fang Qin was shocked to find that the corner of Xiahou Wu's eyes was filled with the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. This is the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Qin involuntarily cried out. Could it be that Xiahou Wu is being controlled by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? When he had discovered the aura of the Yellow Spring sect on Xiahou Wu's body, Fang Qin had instantly determined that this illusory array had something to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Although Fang Qin was very suspicious, the most important thing right now was to control Xiahou Wu. After all, Xiahou Wu and Fang Qin were both disciples of the Reverend Sword sect. Fang Qin couldn't bear to kill him. Xiao beams of cold light collided in the sky one after another, producing deafening noises. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin and Xiahou Wu had been fighting for 15 minutes. The more they fought, the more shocked Fang Qin became. What had Xiahou Wu experienced at the bottom of the cliff? Why had his battle strength become so strong? If Fang Qin's guess was correct, Xiahou Wu's cultivation level had also stepped into the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. His strength was on par with Fang Chen's. After a fierce battle, the star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand gradually gained the upper hand. In one of the clashes, Fang Chen's star-concealing sword defeated Xiahou Wu. Now, suddenly, Fang Chen roared. The red level soul in his mind instantly exploded, floating in the sky and turning into a flame. Great Luo soul, killing flame. Fang Chen used the time when Xiahou Wu retreated to display the great Luo soul killing flame. Immediately, the flame drilled into Xiahou Wu's mind and attacked his soul. Ah! Xiahou Wu let out a miserable cry. He was trying his best to resist Fang Chen's soul attack. At this moment, Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity to appear in front of Xiahou Wu with the star, concealing sword in his hand. Xiahou Wu wanted to attack Fang Chen, but Fang Chen's sword pierced his arm, causing blood to flow out. Bang! In the next instant, Fang Chen clenched his fist and fiercely punched Xiahou Wu's head, causing him to instantly faint. After Xiahou Wu fainted, Fang Chen put away the star-concealing sword and carefully inspected Xiahou Wu's body. If he didn't inspect, he wouldn't know. But once he did, he was shocked. Within Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si, there was a pure Yellow Springs sect aura. This aura was extremely evil, as if it was controlling Xiahou Wu. Could it be this pure Yellow Springs sect aura? Fang Chen was puzzled. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen decided to use his own boundless spirit qi to refine the pure Yellow Springs sect aura within Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si. Hiss! Fang Chen's hands pressed against Xiahou Wu's body. A wild attractive force gradually entered Xiahou Wu's body. An hour later, the pure Yellow Springs sect aura within Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si disappeared. At this time, a ball of light appeared above Fang Chen's palm. This ball of light was the pure Yellow Springs sect aura that had been absorbed from Xiahou Wu's Dantian Qi Si. Just as Fang Chen was pondering how to refine this aura, the little mouse suddenly jumped onto Fang Chen's palm and swallowed the ball of light. After swallowing the ball of light, a layer of purple light appeared on the little mouse's body, but it disappeared in a flash. Then the little mouse rubbed its stomach as if it was enjoying itself. Finally, it raised its head and beamed at Fang Chen. The little mouse stood on Fang Chen's palm, its little paws spread out as if it had nothing to do with itself. The pure Yellow Springs sect aura was extremely vicious. Fang Chen didn't dare to act on his own, so he was pondering how to refine this Yellow Springs sect aura. However, the little mouse's casual action had solved a huge problem for Fang Chen. Fang Chen stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. Chapter 342. The difficult problem had been easily solved by the little mouse. Fang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even now, he still didn't know what race the little mouse was. Back then, he had just casually bought it. He really hadn't expected to find such a treasure. Now, Fang Chen had discovered many of the little mouse's abilities. The first was that it could eat. No matter what it was, it could swallow it. The second was that its teeth were unimaginably hard. Even if it was a meteorite, it could easily bite through it. The third was that its cultivation speed was like a rocket. It was something Fang Chen couldn't compare to. Furthermore, ever since it had obtained the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's inheritance, the little mouse had changed a lot. Fang Chen was even thinking that once he left the divine illusion space, he would definitely have to properly understand the little mouse. After the little mouse finished swallowing the pure aura of the Yellow Springs sect, with a swoosh, it jumped onto Xiahou Wu's face. With a poof, it farted. Not bad, you didn't see wrong. It was just a fart. After the little mouse finished farting, it mischievously jumped back onto Fang Chen's shoulder. What made Fang Chen even more shocked was that the little mouse's fart had actually caused the unconscious Fang Chen to wake up. Cough, cough, Xiahou Wu, who still hadn't opened his eyes, suddenly coughed several times. Then he opened his eyes, his hands constantly fanning in front of his head. What is that smell? It stinks, muttered Xiaohu. Fang Chen's eyes widened. Looking at Xiaohu, he laughed heartily. Suddenly, Xiaohu turned to look at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The instant he saw Fang Chen, Xiaohu felt an urge to kill him, but he forcibly suppressed it. Xiaohu, are you all right? Fang Chen saw that something was wrong with Xiaohu and asked, Fang Chen. Xiaohu's voice was hoarse as he looked at Fang Chen. His body was emitting a wild, killing intent. Why are you here? I heard that there was a mysterious valley here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect you to be in an illusion, so I came in, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Xiaohu sank into silence. After a long while, Xiaohu stared at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, thank you. Xiaohu knew that Fang Chen had come in because he saw that he was inside the illusory array. He was very moved in his heart. Xiaohu, what's wrong with you? Seeing that something was wrong with Xiaohu, Fang Chen asked. Xiaohu shook his head and said, Fang Chen, you should not have come here. I'm afraid that I will not be able to control the evil qi in my body and will attack you. Hearing Xiaohu's words, Fang Chen was even more puzzled. After you fell off the cliff, what did you experience? Hearing this, Xiaohu looked at Fang Chen with some confusion. That day, I just happened to be passing by, but I was a bit late. By the time I saw you, you had already been forced down the cliff by greed and huxia. Fang Chen explained. Xiaohu nodded, sinking into his memories. I originally thought that after falling off the cliff, I would definitely die. But what I didn't expect was that not only did I not die, I even accidentally absorbed the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Xiaohu slowly said, The blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen involuntarily cried out. A protector of the Yellow Spring sect was a true condensation expert at his peak. His blood essence was definitely incomparably domineering. That's right, the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect is extremely domineering. After I absorbed it, I felt like I couldn't control myself. My body was filled with endless killing intent. Finally, I was inadvertently disturbed by the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect, causing me to randomly attack others. However, because of this, I was able to safely leave the cliff. Under the guidance of the blood essence of a protector of the Yellow Spring sect, I came here and entered the illusion array. After I entered the illusion array, I was completely blinded by the blood essence and lost myself. At that time, there was only one thought in my mind, and that was to kill all the cultivators who tried to break the illusion array. Fang Chen finally understood the twists and turns of Xiaohu's story. Looking at the grave and stern Xiaohu, Fang Chen didn't dare to imagine just how much pain Xiaohu had to endure. Fang Chen, thank you. Xiaohu nodded to Fang Chen. His voice was hoarse as he said, I know. You helped me absorb the blood essence of a protector in my qi. Because of this, I was able to completely awaken. Xiaohu, there's no need for this between us, said Fang Chen. However, although the protector's blood essence in my qi has been refined by you, the killing intent within the protector's blood essence has already seeped into my blood. The current me is filled with ruthlessness. My head is filled with killing intent. Sometimes I am simply unable to control it, said Xiaohu. Fang Chen nodded. He understood Xiaohu's current situation very well. If Xiaohu's mind wasn't firm enough, he would definitely once more be blinded by the Yellow Spring sect's aura. At that time, he would truly become a killing machine. Xiaohu, you have to hold on, said Fang Chen. Take me away from here. A sinister expression suddenly appeared on Xiaohu's face as he crazily shouted, Xiaohu, what's wrong? Fang Chen hastily asked upon seeing this. Under this illusion array, there is a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. He is struggling at death's door to heal himself. As long as I am in this illusion array, I will be able to sense his aura. After a long time, I will lose my mind. Xiahou Wu said each word with great difficulty. Fang Chen sensed Xiahou Wu's pain and immediately said, "You and I will work together to break the foundation of this illusion formation. Then we'll leave this place." As soon as Fang Chen said this, the little mouse understood tacitly. It madly ran, bringing Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen to find the foundation of the formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh with Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu working together. Destroying the foundation of the formation was far too easy. In just 3 minutes, they had destroyed 5 foundations. "Continue," said Fang Chen. The little mouse was extremely familiar with illusion formations. It didn't take long for them to find all the foundations. At this time, Xiahou Wu was already on the verge of going crazy. He did his best to hold onto his last bit of reason as he worked together with Fang Chen to destroy the foundation of the formation. Boom! When the final foundation was destroyed by the two of them, the dusky aura in the valley completely dissipated. In the center of the illusion formation, a small altar appeared. This altar was the control center of the illusion formation. The current Xiahou Wu seemed to have gone crazy. The closer he got to the control center, the more he couldn't bear it. "Fang Chen!" shouted Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen saw this and said, "Xiahou Wu, don't get close." Xiahou Wu shook his head. "When we destroy the control center, the surviving member of the Yellow Spring sect will definitely appear. The two of us will work together to deal with him." Xiahou Wu's expression was sinister as he did his best to hold onto his last bit of reason. Fang Chen nodded and quickly appeared in front of the control center. In an instant, a dense aura of the Yellow Spring sect wrapped around Fang Chen. "Humph, you want to confuse me?" Fang Chen coldly snorted and the hidden star sword fiercely danced. At the same time, Xiahou Wu also exploded with an extremely powerful attack. Rumble! With a fierce explosion, the small altar was instantly destroyed by the two of them. The instant the altar was destroyed, an illusory figure appeared in front of the two of them. "Damned human! You dare disturb my recuperation?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at this Yellow Spring sect survivor. He didn't say anything. "Brat, as my servant, you actually dare to collude with a human?" Seeing Xiahou Wu, the Yellow Spring sect survivor's expression changed. "He's my good friend," said Fang Chen gravely. When this illusory figure saw Xiahou Wu, the latter let out a miserable shriek. Within his blood, a murderous aura was unceasingly surging. "Fang Chen, hurry and attack!" Xiahou Wu was afraid he wouldn't be able to endure. Once he lost his reason, he wouldn't even recognize Fang Chen. At that time, he would definitely be at the mercy of the Yellow Spring sect survivor. 7th level of the Water and Fire Sword art. The 7th level of the Water and Fire Sword art was instantly unleashed. Boundless sword intent enveloped the illusory figure. "Damned human!" "Kacha!" When Fang Chen's hidden star sword struck the illusory figure instantly dissipated. "Yes, an illusion." When Fang Chen saw this, his expression changed slightly. "He's underground and is heavily injured. This is a chance." Xiahou Wu shouted crazily. Fang Chen nodded. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and suddenly slashed at the ground. Suddenly, a sword light flashed and a crack appeared on the ground. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to enter the crack. Chapter 343. The reason why Fang Chen dared to charge into the crack in the ground was because he had carefully analyzed the situation. The remaining member of the Yellow Springs sect hidden under the illusion array was definitely heavily injured and unable to move. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy the array so recklessly. Now he had joined forces with Xiahou Wu and even destroyed the control of the array. The fact that this hidden Yellow Spring sect survivor still hadn't appeared meant that he was too heavily injured. After sensing Xiahou Wu's situation, Fang Chen directly drilled into the ground. After Fang Chen drilled into the crack, Xiahou Wu endured his headache and also drilled into the ground. Wall below the crack was an extremely large palace. It looked like a tomb. At the very front of the palace was a skinny figure. This figure exuded the terrifying aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Yellow Spring sect survivor! Fang Chen's eyes flashed when he saw this Yellow Spring sect survivor. Just as the two of them entered the underground palace, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a blinding light shot out. At the same time, Xiahou finally couldn't endure the bloodthirst in his blood. With a furious roar, he clenched his fists and fiercely punched the wall beside him. Fang Chen, quickly kill him. I can't control it. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet as he roared furiously. Seeing this, Fang Chen grasped the hidden star sword and took a step forward, appearing directly in front of the Yellow Spring sect survivor. With a crack, the sword pierced through the Yellow Spring sect survivor's head. The Yellow Spring sect won't let you go. The surviving member of the Yellow Springs sect uttered these words hysterically before dying. The instant the Yellow Spring sect survivor died, Xiahou Wu returned to normal. The bloodthirsty, killing intent in his blood was also under control. Fang Chen, thank you. Xiahou Wu clasped his hands towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. He looked around him and frowned. It seems that this is not the only survivor of the Yellow Spring sect in the divine illusion space. After that intense battle, many of the survivors of the Yellow Springs sect hid in the divine illusion space to recover. Xiahou Wu said, others might not be able to find the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect, but I can. I can sense the aura of the Yellow Springs sect within 100 kilometers of me. However, but what? Fang Chen asked. Have you thought about it? What if we find a Yellow Springs sect survivor that's stronger than the two of us? Xiahou Wu asked fearfully. Fang Chen was startled and fell into silence. They didn't know how many members of the Yellow Springs sect were hiding in the divine illusion space. If they ran into the captain and the hallmaster, it would be fine. But if they ran into the enforcers who had recovered from their injuries, they wouldn't be able to stop them. However, there's no need to be so pessimistic. According to my guess, those powerful enforcers had even more severe injuries back then. Some were even on the verge of death. They won't be able to recover in a short time. Xiahou Wu nodded. Looking around, Fang Chen prepared to leave with Xiahou Wu. But at this time, Xiahou Wu waved his hand to indicate for Fang Chen to stop. He then walked straight to where the Yellow Springs sect survivors had been. Bang! Xiahou Wu activated all the power in his body and gathered it on his fist. Then, he fiercely punched the wall in front of him. Crack! The wall was unable to endure Xiahou Wu's full-strength attack and loudly shattered. After the wall shattered, Xiahou Wu discovered that there were some thumb-sized yellow stones within the wall. When he saw these yellow stones, a faint smile appeared on Xiahou Wu's face. This is a spirit embryo. Xiahou Wu's actions were very strange. Fang Chen turned his head to look at the wall that Xiahou Wu had destroyed. When he turned around, his gaze instantly turned wooden. That was because he saw that there were many thumb-sized yellow stones within the wall. These stones contained boundless spiritual qi. Correct. The reason the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect are recovering here is because of these spirit embryos, said Xiahou Wu. Spirit embryos were legendary treasures. It was said that when a martial artist absorbed a spirit embryo, they would be able to refine their own spiritual qi and make it even purer. Fang Chen naturally knew what pure spiritual qi represented. In the same realm, if your spiritual qi was purer than your opponent's, then your strength would be much greater. Although a spirit embryo was unable to increase a martial artist's cultivation base, it was able to purify spiritual qi. There are spirit embryos within this wall. Fang Chen revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and said with a smile, Crash! Xiahou Wu completely destroyed the wall. Instantly, a large amount of spirit embryos appeared in front of the two of them. The entire palace was filled with dense spiritual qi. Many of the spirit embryos here have been absorbed by the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. There are only a few left, said Xiahou Wu. After a simple count, there were a total of 50 spirit embryos within the wall. Looking at these 50 thumb-sized yellow stones, Fang Qin sighed. Let's split them, said Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu and Fang Qin split the spirit embryos equally. Let's refine them here, said Fang Qin. After obtaining 25 spirit embryos, Fang Qin sat down cross-legged and began to refine them. Slightly closing his eyes, Fang Qin placed a thumb-sized spirit embryo into his mouth. The spirit embryo immediately flowed down his throat and entered his Dantian Qi Si. When the spirit embryo entered his Dantian Qi Si, the liquefied spiritual qi within his Dantian Qi Si began to wildly revolve. At this moment, the spirit embryo was constantly emitting a wild spiritual qi. This spiritual qi quickly merged with the liquefied spiritual qi. 3 minutes later, the first spirit embryo was completely refined. Fang Qin discovered that the liquefied spiritual qi within his Dantian Qi Si seemed to be a little pure, but it was not too obvious. Continue. Fang Qin continued to refine the spirit embryos. Compared to Fang Qin, Xiahou Wu's refining speed was much faster. In an hour, Xiahou Wu had completely refined 25 spirit embryos. At this time, the aura around his body had become much stronger. In his Dantian Qi Si, the liquefied spiritual qi had become incomparably pure. This caused his strength to rise once again. If there are enough spirit embryos, my strength can still increase, Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. After Xiahou Wu finished refining the spirit embryos, he turned his head to look at Fang Qin. He discovered that Fang Qin was still refining. His refining speed was a little slow. Xiahou Wu waited for 6 hours before Fang Qin finished refining all the spirit embryos. While at the moment Fang Qin opened his eyes, he discovered that the liquefied spiritual qi within his Dantian Qi Si had become incomparably pure. As expected of spirit embryos, the spiritual qi has been purified to such an extent. Fang Qin was extremely excited. After absorbing so many spirit embryos, Fang Qin's spiritual qi had become incomparably pure. Fang Qin was very confident that if he had more spirit embryos, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. If he could break through to the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, Fang Qin's strength would be able to easily crush an early-stage Qi High Realm martial artist. He would even be able to face a mid-stage Qi High Realm martial artist without fear. Unfortunately, there were no more spirit embryos. Let's go, let's leave this place, Fang Qin said. Xiahou Wu nodded. The two of them left the palace and appeared in the middle of the valley. Only now did Fang Qin have the time to observe the valley. Previously, there was an illusory formation, and the valley was filled with a gray aura. He could not see anything clearly. Looking at it now, the valley was filled with beautiful scenery. It was a pity that there was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect hidden here. Fang Qin looked around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Xiahou Wu squinted his eyes and stopped in his tracks. I feel the presence of the Yellow Spring sect, Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. Hearing this, Fang Qin was shocked. He immediately asked, Are there other remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? Although he hid it well, I still felt a trace of his presence, Xiahou Wu said coldly. Then Xiahou Wu closed his eyes and carefully sensed the weak aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Qin followed behind Xiahou Wu. Unknowingly, the two of them had entered the depths of the valley. Fang Qin discovered that this was the edge of the illusory formation from before. It's here. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. Following Xiahou Wu's gaze, Fang Qin discovered that the place Xiahou Wu was pointing at was only a stone. There was nothing else. Under the stone, Xiahou Wu said. Crash! The hidden star sword was unsheathed, and the 7th level of the water and fire sword art was displayed. In an instant, the sword struck the stone. With a cracking sound, the stone shattered. After the stone shattered, Fang Qin discovered that there was a hidden cave under the stone. If it were not for Xiahou Wu, he would not have been able to discover this cave. The two of them entered the cave and discovered two figures. What surprised them was that these two figures were exactly the same. It was just that one of them had a weaker presence. "This is the reconstruction of a true body," Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. Because he had absorbed the blood essence of the Yellow Spring sect's protector, he had a certain understanding of the Yellow Spring sect. Therefore, he discovered the situation in the cave at first glance. Reconstruction of a true body. Fang Qin was puzzled. Within the Yellow Spring sect, there is an extremely tyrannical cultivation technique. This cultivation technique can allow a cultivator to reconstruct their true body. Once they reconstruct their true body, it will be exactly the same as them. Most importantly, the original body will be injured, but after the reconstruction, the true body will be fine, explained Xiahou Wu. Fang Qin was startled. If this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was allowed to reconstruct his true body, the consequences would be unthinkable. As he spoke, Fang Qin prepared to attack. "Attack the true body first," said Xiahou Wu. The hidden star sword in Fang Qin's hand suddenly pierced towards one of the figures. With a poochie sound, the hidden star sword pierced into the figure's body. "Ah!" A miserable cry came from the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. His eyes slowly opened, and he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. No, just as the reconstruction of his true body was about to succeed, he was discovered by a human. The moment he reconstructed his true body was when he was at his weakest. No, this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was filled with unwillingness. Crack! Fang Qin pulled out the hidden star sword, and the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect died. Chapter 344. Fang Qin and Xiahou Wu left the mountain valley and appeared on the plains. Fang Qin was thinking that if Qin Zhen and the others had charged into the illusion formation, they would have been killed by Xiahou Wu. The current Xiahou Wu was still able to control the killing intent in his blood, but Fang Qin was still a bit worried. In the future, when Xiahou Wu cultivated, he would definitely mix in a bit of the Yellow Spring sect's aura. If that happened, he would definitely go crazy. "Xiahou Wu, you have to be a bit more careful when you cultivate," Fang Qin said as they walked on the plains. Xiahou Wu nodded but didn't say anything. Fang Qin and Xiahou Wu left the plains and returned to the place where Qin Zhen and the others had been healing. "Fang Qin, you've returned." Seeing Fang Qin return, Qin Zhen's face was filled with an excited smile. Of the three of them, only Qin Zhen's injuries weren't too serious. The other two's injuries were more serious. "How are you?" Fang Qin asked. "I'm already much better. It's just that Wenyu and Situ," Qin Zhen said halfway and then stopped. Fang Qin entered the cave and saw Wenyu and Situ Pa were cultivating. Wenyu had lost an arm and Situ Pa had lost a leg. That was a huge blow to the two of them, and because of that their cultivation bases had dropped a great deal. But after Wenyu and Situ Pa had a mental struggle, they decided to continue cultivating. They didn't want to give up. Seeing Fang Qin enter, Wenyu and Situ Pa stopped cultivating and opened their eyes to look at Fang Qin. "Fang Qin." The two of them greeted Fang Qin. "Although you've lost an arm and a leg, there's still a chance. Don't give up so easily," Fang Qin said. "We know. Wenyu said, you should stay here for this period of time. It's a bit safer," Fang Qin said. "And this place is actually quite safe. But 2 hours ago, we were almost discovered by 2 martial artists," Situ Pa said. 2 martial artists? Fang Qin was puzzled. These 2 martial artists called each other Greedy Wolf and Extinguishing Fire. We don't know them either. They seem to be very sensitive to fresh blood. Fortunately, they just casually checked and left, when you said, "Where did they go?" Fong Qin asked hurriedly when he heard about Tan Lang and extinguishing fire. They're heading north. They've only left for 2 hours, Wen Yu said. Fong Qin nodded. His deep eyes shone with a frightening light as he warned the three of them not to wander around. Finally, he quickly left with Xiahou Wu. Xiahou, do you know who Tan Lang and extinguishing fire are? Fong Qin asked. Xiahou Wu did not understand. Fong Qin explained they were the 2 assassins that forced you to the edge of the cliff. On the mountain peak outside the dilapidated city, I was frozen into an ice sculpture. These 2 people had tried to kill me, but they thought I was dead, allowing me to escape. When Xiahou Wu had encountered Fong Qin, he had asked Fong Qin how he had managed to escape death. Fong Qin had given him a simple explanation. Now, hearing that Tan Lang and extinguishing fire were the 2 martial artists that had forced him to the edge of the cliff, Xiahou Wu was infuriated. Kill. Back then, Xiahou Wu's strength had been very low. He hadn't been a match for the 2 of them, but now his strength had increased greatly. He definitely had the qualifications to challenge the 2 of them. Of course, this was all thanks to the 2 of them. They've only left for 2 hours. They can't have gone far. Let's chase. Fong Qin and Xiahou Wu quickly chased after them. At this time, Tan Lang and extinguishing fire were slowly walking on a plain. Tan Lang, we've already been in the divine illusion space for over a month, but our cultivation bases haven't increased. Isn't it said that the divine illusion space is filled with inheritances? Why can't we obtain any? Extinguishing fire was a bit dissatisfied. You should be content. In this month, we've killed countless martial artists. There are also many priceless treasures in their spatial rings, said Tan Lang. But regretfully, in this month, we've only killed a total of 5 disciples from the Sword Reverend sect. Tan Lang shook his head. In the past month or so, as long as Tan Lang and Hua Hua encountered any martial artists who had abandoned their families or were weak martial artists, they would kill them. Because of this, they had obtained a large amount of priceless treasures. These priceless treasures had all come from the martial artists who had entered the divine illusion space. And because of these priceless treasures, their strength had increased quite a bit. Although their cultivation bases hadn't increased, they were still much stronger than before they had entered the divine illusion space. Because they hadn't obtained any inheritances, Tan Lang and extinguishing fire were extremely dissatisfied. I've heard that there are special trading points in the divine illusion space, suddenly asked extinguishing fire. Tan Lang nodded. The divine illusion space will be open for half a year. It's a very long time. Some martial artists obtain priceless treasures or elixirs that they can't use and want to sell them. Thus, the trading points gradually took shape. Originally, there weren't any trading points in the divine illusion space. But as time passed, the demand between martial artists increased, and the trading points gradually took shape. There were many martial artists setting up stalls in the trading points. Of course, they were all simple stalls. They would display the things they didn't need and then indicate what they wanted to exchange for. After all, there were many martial artists who had entered the divine illusion space. They would always obtain things that they didn't want. Thus, the trading points were very popular. However, the powerful martial artists wouldn't waste their time at the trading points. They were all looking for hidden inheritances. Even so, there were many martial artists from different sects at the trading points. Of course, there were also some martial artists who took advantage of the opening of the divine illusion space to come to the trading points to earn spirit stones. They would think of ways to obtain priceless treasures or steal other people's spatial rings and sell them at the trading points. When Hua Xie mentioned the trading points, Tan Lang was also a bit tempted. We've stolen so many spatial rings. There are many things we can't use inside. Why don't we go to the trading points and sell them for spirit stones and then buy what we need? Tan Lang's eyes brightened. All right, said Hua Xie. However, just as the 2 of them were speaking, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Those 2 figures were extremely fast and appeared in front of Tan Lang and Huxia in just a moment. It looks like we'll be able to slaughter 2 fat lambs before we go to the trading points. Tanlang sinisterly smiled when he saw the 2 of them charge over. When Tanlang and Huxia saw Fangchen and Xiaowu, they directly stopped and waited for the 2 fat lambs to arrive. Whoosh! Fangchen and Xiaowu arrived in front of Tanlang and Huxia. Fangchen hadn't changed his appearance. Tanlang and Huxia instantly recognized Fangchen. Their eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Weren't you frozen to death? Tanlang and Huxia cried out. Their mission this time was to kill Fangchen. Back then, outside the dilapidated city, Fangchen had been frozen to death. They had broken the ice and found that Fangchen was already dead, so they had turned and left. They hadn't expected to see Fangchen once more in the divine illusion space. It's all thanks to you showing mercy back then. Fangchen's eyes were filled with ridicule as he icily said, "Could it be?" Tanlang and Huxia also realized their carelessness. Their eyes flickered, and their bodies emitted terrifying, killing intent. "Humph, I really didn't expect you to escape death like that. Your luck really is heaven-defying." Huxia sinisterly smiled. "However, since you've encountered us today, you're destined to die," said Tanlang. If Fangchen had stealthily hidden, they definitely wouldn't have discovered him. They hadn't expected Fangchen to actually dare appear in front of them. When Tanlang's gaze landed on Xiaowu, he was obviously startled. "Looks like your lives are tough," Tanlang coldly said. "Back then, I swore that if I didn't die, I would kill you all one day." Xiaowu's eyes were scarlet red. His entire body was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent as he spoke with a hoarse voice. Fangchen and Xiaowu's strength was enough to fight against a mid-stage 9th Chi High warrior. As for Tanlang and Huxia, one was at the mid-stage 9th Chi High realm, while the other was at the late-stage 9th Chi High realm. If it was before, Fangchen might have been afraid. But now, Fangchen wasn't afraid at all. "Today you all will definitely die," said Fangchen. "Kid, I don't know where your courage comes from, but let me tell you, in front of me, Tanlang, you won't be able to escape," said Tanlang coldly. As soon as Tanlang finished speaking, a wild aura exploded from his and Huxia's bodies. "Xiaowu, you block Tanlang. I will kill Huxia first," said Fangchen loudly to Xiaowu. Xiaowu, whose eyes were scarlet red, nodded heavily. He activated all the strength in his body and attacked Tanlang directly. Although Tanlang's cultivation had reached the late stage 9th Chi High realm, Xiaowu had also gained some benefits from the cliff. His strength was comparable to the mid-stage 9th Chi High realm. Bang, 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 Tanlang and Xiaowu instantly clashed. In a short period of time, Xiaowu wouldn't be defeated. What Fangchen wanted to do was to kill Huxia before Xiaowu was defeated. Seeing Xiaowu blocking Tanlang, Huxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly said, "Kid, in front of me, Huxia, you are nothing." As soon as Huxia finished speaking, a wild aura exploded from his body. He directly clashed with Fangchen, 7th level of the water and fire sword technique. The transformative level of the water and fire sword technique was displayed by Fangchen in an instant. The wild water and fire sword technique floated in the air and fiercely collided with Huxia's body. Caught on top of Huxia's fist, a nether flame appeared. The power of this nether flame was extremely strong. It forcefully blocked the attack of the water and fire sword technique. Chapter 345. Fiery Extinguishing's cultivation base was slightly weaker than Ravenous Wolf's. Fangchen had sensed this, so he had Xiaowu entangle Ravenous Wolf while he killed Fiery Extinguishing. With Fangchen's current strength, dealing with Fiery Extinguishing was very easy. When Fangchen saw that Huiyan had used the nether flame, he swung the hidden star sword in his hand and used the 7th level of the transcendent level water and fire sword technique. At the same time, Fang Qin also used the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Swish! Fiery Extinguishing was busy blocking Fang Qin's Water Fire Sword Light. He simply didn't have the time to deal with the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. The power of the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame was too tyrannical. Even though Fang Qin was only a mid-first rank soul cultivator, it was enough to shake Fiery Extinguishing Soul. Seeing that Fiery Extinguishing Soul had been injured, Fang Qin's figure flashed and the hidden star sword danced. He wanted to end this battle quickly and kill Fiery Extinguishing. Ravenous Wolf, who was in the middle of an intense battle with Xiahou Wu, roared and stabbed the sharp blade in his hand at Xiahou Wu. Swish! Xiahou Wu's body was forced back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ravenous Wolf wanted to go save Fiery Extinguishing. But how could Xiahou Wu give him that chance? Your opponent is me. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet. He was like a killing machine as he crazily attacked Ravenous Wolf. Ravenous Wolf's strength was much stronger than Xiahou Wu's. But because of Xiahou Wu's reckless fighting style, Ravenous Wolf was unable to break free from Xiahou Wu's attacks. Damn it! Tangled up by Xiahou Wu, an incomparably dense killing intent appeared in Greed's eyes. He coldly said, "Since you are courting death, I will kill you first." As soon as Tanlang said that, the sharp blade in his hand emitted a terrifying light. This light contained an extremely dense killing intent. Ravenous Wolf's heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to quickly kill Xiahou Wu and then go save Fiery Extinguishing. Last time, you were lucky and didn't die. This time, I will make you die without a grave. Greed angrily attacked. His sharp blade slashed through the air, directly piercing towards Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu also let out an angry roar. Activating all the power in his body, he engaged in a chaotic battle with Greed. On Fang Qin's side, Fang Qin had already taken the initiative. Every time he brandished the hidden star sword, a sword mark would appear on Extinguishing Fire's body. Extinguishing Fire let out a miserable cry. It took him a lot of effort to block Fang Qin's soul attack. Just as he was about to counterattack, Fang Qin sent him flying. Seeing that Extinguishing Fire was sent flying, Fang Qin tapped his toes and leaped up. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. On the tip of the hidden star sword, specks of brilliance appeared. Fang Qin's killing intent was overflowing. No. Extinguishing Fire also sensed a trace of danger. He unwillingly roared, wanting to block Fang Qin's attack. But Fang Qin's attack was too tyrannical. The high-grade hidden star sword stabbed into Extinguishing Fire's head. His soul didn't even have a chance to escape before he died. Bang! Extinguishing Fire's body heavily slammed into the ground. Seeing this scene, Greed was infuriated. A wild aura erupted from his body. Brett, you're courting death. When Greed and Extinguishing Fire had received this mission, they had been a bit disdainful. Was a mere sword reverence, sect, disciple worthy of them working together? When they had arrived at the ice land, they had been preparing to assassinate Fang Qin. But they had found that Fang Qin had carelessly absorbed the ice energy of the ice land and had been frozen into an ice sculpture, losing his life. The two of them were very happy. They hadn't expected the mission to be completed so easily. After that, they had entered the divine illusion space. Originally, they had obtained a lot in the divine illusion space. If there were no accidents when the divine illusion space closed, their cultivation would have reached the peak of the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm. At that time, if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't even be afraid of a Martial Marquis on the Martial Marquis list. But now, Extinguishing Fire's death had infuriated Greed. His eyes were scarlet red as he roared loudly. After Fang Qin had killed Extinguishing Fire, he immediately appeared in front of Xiahou Wu. The two of them worked together to attack Greed, instantly reducing the pressure on Xiahou Wu. Let's attack together. Fang Qin said to Xiahou Wu. Not only Fang Qin, But Xiaohu's heart was also filled with anger towards greed. Now that there was no pressure, he acted swiftly and decisively. Xiao Xiahou and Fang Qin were both disciples of the sword reverence sect. Their ultimate skill was the sword. When they were attacking greed, the two of them displayed exquisite sword skills. Puff, puff, puff in the sky. Deafening sounds rang out. At the beginning, greed was at ease, but in the end he was a little overwhelmed. After fighting for half an hour, greed's heart finally had a bad premonition. Fang Qin and Xiahou, working together, were actually able to suppress him. No, I can't continue like this. Otherwise, I will also die here. Greed anxiously thought in his heart. Greed's eyes flashed, and he instantly made a decision. That was to escape. The sharp blade in his hand emitted a terrifying scarlet aura. As Greed's body flashed, it fiercely attacked Fang Qin and Xiahou. Xiao Greed's wrist flicked, and the scarlet-red blade flew out of his hand towards Fang Qin and Xiahou. Bang! When the sharp blade flew out, Greed's body flashed, and he borrowed the force of the impact to escape backwards. Understanding this scene, the hidden star sword in Fang Qin's hand fiercely collided with the scarlet-red blade. The powerful vibrations caused Fang Qin's hand to hurt. Chase! Fang Qin endured the pain in his hand and flicked his wrist. The hidden star sword blew away the scarlet-red blade and chased after Greed. Just as Fang Qin's voice faded, Xiahou's figure flashed and he chased after Greed. Although Greedy Wolf's speed was very fast, it was still caught up by Xiahou and Fang Qin. At this time, without the scarlet-red flower blade, Greedy Wolf's attacks were unable to pose a threat to Fang Qin and Xiahou. The 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Fang Qin displayed the 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Xiahou also displayed his strongest attack, joining forces to attack Greed. Damn it! Ravenous Wolf knew he was no match for them. His eyes flashed, and a black pearl appeared in his palm. Just as Fang Qin and Xiahou's attack was about to reach him, he exerted a bit of strength in his palm and crushed the pearl. Bunga majestic aura instantly emitted from the pearl and spread out. Greed's wrist flicked, and the black pearl collided with Fang Qin and Xiahou. The power contained within the black pearl was even more tyrannical than the black iron stone that Fang Qin had obtained. Bang, bang, bang! Fang Qin and Xiahou's faces changed. They both used their own attacks to resist the power that erupted from the black pearl. Tan Lang, on the other hand, calmly left the battlefield and quickly fled. The next time I, Greed, return, it will be the time of your death. Greed said ruthlessly and turned to leave. However, just as Ravenous Wolf took 2 steps forward, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, above Greed's head stood a little mouse. The little mouse's little claws were hugging Greed's head. It opened its mouth and bit down on Greed's head. Ah! A cry of agony came out from Greed's mouth. At this moment, Greed felt a heart-wrenching pain. His head was bitten by the little mouse. It was as if his soul had suffered a heavy blow. Damn it! Greed wanted to grab the little mouse. However, the little mouse's body was originally very small. In addition, it was very agile. Greed simply couldn't catch it. The little mouse constantly appeared in various parts of Greed's body. Each time it would take a bite. What a joke! It could even crush meteorites. A mere human's body was nothing. Under the little mouse's repeated bites, Greed's entire body was bleeding. His aura was weak and his body was trembling. Crash! At this moment, Fang Qin and Xiahou successfully blocked the energy that erupted from the black pearl. Although the two of them were in a sorry state, they still managed to block it. After the two of them blocked the black pearl, they immediately rushed towards Greed. When they saw the wounds on Greed's body, Xiahou was clearly stunned. When Fang Qin saw the little mouse, he chuckled. The little mouse jumped onto Fang Qin's shoulder proudly. Xiahou's heart was filled with shock. This little mouse was too powerful. The two of them together couldn't kill greed. Who would have thought that, in the end, they would be bitten by the little mouse to such an extent? Attack! Xiahou Wu and Fong Qin glanced at each other. The two of them joined hands and unleashed their most powerful attacks towards Greed. At this moment, Greed's mind was a little unclear. He simply couldn't block the two's attacks. Puchi! Xiahou Wu and Fong Qin's swords directly pierced into Greed's body. Greed spat out a mouthful of blood and finally slowly fell to the ground, lifeless. After killing Greed, Fong Qin and Xiahou Wu looked at each other, a trace of a smile appearing on their faces. Fong Qin, your little mouse is not simple, Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. Fong Qin nodded and didn't say anything. Finally, Fong Qin took away Greed's interspatial ring. Then he returned to the place where Huoxia died and also took his interspatial ring. Fong Qin, your strength is very strong. No matter how much I chased, I couldn't catch up. Xiahou Wu looked at Fong Qin, his expression fluctuating as he spoke. Fong Qin faintly smiled. I was just lucky. After killing Greed and Huoxia, Fong Qin inspected their interspatial rings. He was stunned for a moment before saying, just how many martial artists have these two killed? There are too many things in these interspatial rings. Humph. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction, Xiahou Wu said in a low voice. However, in an instant, a thought flashed through Fong Qin's mind. They're heading north. Could it be they are going to? Fong Qin faintly said. Chapter 346. After killing Greed and Huoxia, one of Fong Qin's greatest worries had been resolved. It was a pleasant surprise to obtain so much wealth from these two people's spatial rings. It had already been 2 months since Fong Qin had entered the divine illusion space. Other than the Sword Reverence sect's disciple he had met at the Crimson Afterglow Peak, there was only Xiahou Wu. He hadn't seen any other disciples. Before entering the divine illusion space, Fong Qin had also heard of the exchange points. Within the divine illusion space, there were several exchange points. Fong Qin knew the specific locations. After obtaining Greed and Huoxia's wealth, Fong Qin guessed that the two of them should be heading to the exchange points. Xiahou Wu, how about we also go take a look at the exchange points, said Fong Qin. During this time, Fong Qin's cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he hadn't been able to break through. That made Fong Qin a bit vexed. Perhaps there was something he needed at the exchange points. Sure. In any case, Xiahou Wu didn't have anything to do, so he might as well go with Fong Qin. Fong Qin nodded and prepared to go to the exchange points, but he suddenly thought of something and said, Before we go to the exchange points, let's change our appearances. Greed and Huoxia's spatial rings contained so much wealth. It was obvious that they had obtained it by killing other sects' disciples in the divine illusion space. If Fong Qin and Xiahou Wu blindly went to the trading point to trade these things, they might be recognized. In just a moment, Fong Qin and Xiahou Wu's disguises were completed. The two of them seemed to have taken on the same appearance as they headed to the exchange points. What Fong Qin hadn't expected was that in a certain spacious area of the divine illusion space, there was currently an incomparably large battle. One side of this incomparably large battle was the Sword Reverence sect that Fong Qin was in. This time, the Sword Reverence sect had 20 disciples that had entered the divine illusion space. Other than Fong Qin and Xiahou Wu, there were 18 other disciples. However, at this moment, there were only 15 disciples standing on the open ground. Jianfeng, you won't be able to escape. Just surrender. The leader of the group of disciples from the Reverence Sword sect said in a sinister voice, You're a 2-star sect. How dare you gang up on us? Jianfeng roared furiously. Originally, the sword-worshipping sect's disciples had gathered together with great difficulty. With Jianfeng as the leader, they were prepared to explore a secret land of inheritance. However, when they arrived at this wasteland, they suddenly discovered that the three two-star sect had joined forces to set up an ambush and encircle them. The Iron Sword sect, the Great Luo sect, and the Oceanic Cloud sect had joined hands to encircle and annihilate the Reverend Sword sect. This infuriated Jian Feng. Jian Feng, the head disciple of the inner circle of the Reverend Sword sect, had reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Without any surprises, after the Divine Illusion dimension closes, he would definitely be able to enter the martial Lord ranking. But now they were surrounded by 3 sects. Jian Feng, your Reverend Sword sect, is the weakest among the 9 two-star sections. There is no need for it to exist. The head disciple of the Great Luo sect, Luo Can, said coldly, "This time, your Reverend Sword sect is destined to be annihilated." The head disciple of the Iron Sword sect, Tai Yin, said, "If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that your Reverend Sword sect has offended too many sects." The head disciple of the Oceanic Cloud sect, Hai Tian, said with a sinister smile, "The 3 great sects had conflicts with the Reverend Sword sect since a long time ago. Of course, the conflict between the Iron Sword sect and the Reverend Sword sect was the greatest. After entering the Divine Illusion dimension, Tai Yin had contacted the 3 great sects to temporarily join forces to encircle and annihilate the Reverend Sword sect. They had been secretly observing for a long time and finally decided to encircle and annihilate the Reverend Sword sect in this wasteland. There were only 15 disciples of the Reverend Sword sect left. The other disciples were all dead. Of course, they didn't know that Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu were still alive. "Even if we die, we'll drag one of them down with us." Jian Feng roared furiously. Jian Feng was the head disciple of the Reverend Sword sect. He was a sword genius. In the entire Golden Crown country, everyone was discussing whether the strongest sword cultivator of the younger generation was Jian Feng or Tai Yin. A long time ago, Tai Yin had fought Jian Feng once. Jian Feng had won by a fluke, and Tai Yin had been brooding over it. This time, there was finally a chance. "Why are you still talking nonsense with him? Just kill them." Luo Can said, "Let's attack together." Hai Tian said, "Boom!" A loud sound rang out. The 3 top disciples of the younger generation all released their powerful auras. Following the 3 of them, the top 3 disciples of the Reverend Sword sect also attacked. "Defend the Reverend Sword sect to the death." Jian Feng roared. He swung the long sword in his hand and directly rushed towards Tai Yin. As for the other 2 disciples of the Reverend Sword sect, they faced Hai Tian and Luo Can respectively. Jian Feng, the #1 sword cultivator of the younger generation in the Golden Crown country, from today onwards, you'll be my Tai Yin. Tai Yin said coldly as he saw Jian Feng rushing towards him. In the next moment, the whole wasteland was filled with an earth-shattering battle. More than 10 disciples of the Reverend Sword sect attacked, one after another. The disciples of the other 3 two-star sect also joined forces to fight against the disciples of the Reverend Sword sect. In just one exchange, the Reverend Sword sect suffered casualties. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The crowd realized that one of the weaker disciples of the Reverend Sword sect was killed in an instant by the joint forces of the 3 two-star sect's disciples. Damn it! Jian Feng's face was filled with rage. He waved the long sword in his hand, releasing a sharp sword light towards Tai Yin. The 3 two-star sect had planned this beforehand. No matter how hard the Reverend Sword sect resisted, it was useless. After half an hour of battle, all the disciples of the Reverend Sword sect were dead except for the top 3 disciples. If this news spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Golden Crown country. Rumble. The remaining top 3 disciples were led by Jian Feng. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their eyes were scarlet. "Senior brother Jian Feng, what do we do?" One of the disciples shouted, "Kill!" As soon as Jian Feng's voice fell, he once again attacked the crowd. The 3 two-star sect didn't want to waste any more time. They all joined forces and surrounded the three disciples. Not long after, the other two died one after the other. Seeing his juniors die one by one, while he couldn't do anything about it, Jianfeng was in agony. If I, Jianfeng, don't die today, I'll definitely annihilate your three sect. Jianfeng roared in rage. At this moment, Jianfeng wanted to retreat. As long as there was life, there would be hope. As long as he could survive, there would definitely be a day when he could rise again. Xiao. After Jianfeng unleashed his fiercest strike, he borrowed the force of the recoil and retreated abruptly. Seeing that Jianfeng wanted to escape, Taiyan snorted coldly and directly pursued. Bang! Taiyan's long sword fiercely swung out, directly piercing the sword edge. Jianfeng was prepared to die. His body endured Taiyan's sword, but because of the strength of this sword, Jianfeng's body once again moved closer to the forest. Hold on a bit longer. Jianfeng anxiously said, You're courting death. Seeing Jianfeng still fleeing, Taiyan bellowed. Luo Can and Hai Tian also gave chase. The three of them joined forces to unleash an incomparably powerful attack. As long as this attack hit Jianfeng, he would definitely die. However, just as this attack was about to hit the tip of the sword, the latter's figure flashed and finally entered the forest. Dong! The powerful attack heavily smashed into the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. Find him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Taiyan's face was ashen. After that, the three sect's disciples all entered the forest to search for Jianfeng. When Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu arrived at the exchange point, they heard a piece of news that made them unable to recover for a long time. Have you heard? Not long ago, the Daluo sect, Iron Sword sect, and Ocean Cloud sect's disciples joined forces to attack the Reverence Sword sect. This battle was too intense. Besides Jianfeng, who escaped into the forest and disappeared, the other disciples were all annihilated. That's right, this battle was too bitter. In the history of the divine illusion space, such a thing has never happened before. It's said that Jianfeng was also heavily injured and on the verge of death. He definitely won't survive. As soon as he arrived at the exchange point, Feng Chen heard the discussions of many cultivators. When he heard the details, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Damn it! Xiahou Wu was infuriated. He immediately wanted to find the three sect's disciples to take revenge for his dead senior brother. But Feng Chen pulled him back. Xiahou Wu, don't be impulsive. Since the three sect's disciples have joined forces to attack my Reverence Sword sect, they definitely have a reason. Moreover, we're currently in the divine illusion space. If we're recognized by others, we'll definitely die, Feng Chen said in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiahou Wu finally suppressed the rage in his heart. Feng Chen walked to a stall and chuckled. Brother, we just arrived at the exchange point and heard about the Reverence Sword sect's matter. Is it true? Of course it's true. The disciples of the three sect's disciples have surrounded the Reverence Sword sect. The entire divine illusion space knows about it. Moreover, the head disciples of the three sect's disciples have already said that if we meet any of the Reverence Sword sect's disciples that escape the net, as long as we tell them where they are, we'll be heavily rewarded. The stall owner smiled. Hearing the stall owner's words, Feng Chen smiled without batting an eyelid. Soon after, he pulled Xiahou Wu to a remote corner. It looks like the three sect's disciples want to completely annihilate my Reverence Sword sect, Feng Chen said in a low voice, his expression grave. It's a pity that the divine illusion space won't close for another 4 months. We won't be able to send this news back to the sect. Feng Chen sighed. Xiahou Wu's face was filled with fury. Feng Chen saw this and said in a low voice, Xiahou, if my guess isn't wrong, in the entire divine illusion space, there's only the two of us left. You have to control yourself. Don't let anyone discover you. Chapter 347. Even though Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu were infuriated, they still managed to restrain themselves. They couldn't die. They had to live on and send the news back. After a long time, Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu calmed down and once again went to the exchange point. When Feng Chen arrived at the exchange point, he discovered that this exchange point was the most prosperous of the 3 exchange points in the divine illusion space. There were over 100 stalls here, and each stall had many precious treasures. Feng Chen carefully looked around and finally decided to sell the things he had obtained before. Not long after, Feng Chen also set up a stall. After he put out all the items, it instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. Devil Dragon Iron. There's actually Devil Dragon Iron here. How much is it? Blue Silvergrass. There's actually Blue Silvergrass here. I want all of it. Scarlet Water Essence. I also want it. In the morning, Feng Chen sold all the wealth he had obtained from Tan Lang and Huxia. What Feng Chen didn't expect was that after selling all of these things, he would be able to get a total of 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. After selling all these things, Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu put away their stall and walked to another stall. Long before they had set up their stall, they had already observed that this stall had the things they needed. Qi-Si fruits were no different from divine medicine to Qi-Si cultivators. In the Golden Guan Nation, it was usually impossible to see Qi-Si fruits. Even if they did see one, they didn't have the strength to buy it. Eating Qi-Si fruits could allow a cultivator's Qi-Si to expand and increase their cultivation. The reason why Qi-Si fruits were more precious than other spirit medicines was because, after eating it, one would definitely advance in cultivation. So when Feng Chen saw the Qi-Si fruits, he was extremely excited. On this stall, there were 2 Qi-Si fruits. Other than that, there was nothing else. Perhaps it was because his price was too high that no one was willing to buy it. After all, 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones for a Qi-Si fruit was simply robbery. Can't these 2 Qi-Si fruits be cheaper? Feng Chen walked over to the stall and asked in a low voice, I spent a lot of effort to obtain these 2 Qi-Si fruits from a certain danger zone in the divine illusion space. They can't be cheap, the stall owner said. Although the Qi-Si fruit was precious in the outside world, it wasn't that expensive. The reason why he was selling it at such a high price was because he was in the divine illusion space. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make some money. Feng Chen squinted his eyes, playing with the Qi-Si fruit in his hand, and immediately said, I'll take both Qi-Si fruits. I don't have enough upper-grade spirit stones. I wonder if I can use middle-grade spirit stones? Of course, the stall owner said with a smile when he heard that. He was extremely excited. Feng Chen took out his medium-grade spirit stone and handed it over to the stall owner for appraisal. The final result was exactly the same as the one in Sword State City. 500 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 high-grade spirit stone, the stall owner said. Feng Chen already had 450,000 high-grade spirit stones. Adding on the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones he had just earned, he was 1,050,000 short of 2 million high-grade spirit stones. In exchange for middle-grade spirit stones, he would need 525 million. If it was before, Feng Chen definitely wouldn't spend so many spirit stones to buy 2 Qi-Si fruits. But now it was different. After Feng Chen heard that news, he made the decision to quickly increase his strength. Crash! Feng Chen gave the middle-grade spirit stones and upper-grade spirit stones to the stall owner, and then took the 2 Qi-Si fruits. Many thanks, young master. The stall owner's face was full of smiles. His Qi-Si fruits had been placed here for a long time without anyone buying them. He didn't think that he would sell them all at once. After Feng Chen bought the Qi-Si fruits, he directly left the exchange point with Xiahou Wu. Just as they left the exchange point, Feng Chen threw the Qi-Si fruit to Xiahou Wu and said, "Swallow it." Immediately, Feng Chen also swallowed the Qi-Si fruit. After a while, Feng Chen completely digested the Qi-Si fruit. At this moment, the spirit energy in his Dantian Qi-Si was constantly rolling. In an instant, Fong Chen found that his cultivation level had reached the 6th level of the Qi High realm. Finally broke through? Fong Chen smiled. He had been stuck at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High realm for a long time, and now he had finally broken through to the 6th level. After reaching the 6th level of the Qi High realm, Fong Chen was confident that he could fight against a warrior at the late or peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Rumble. Just as Fong Chen broke through, Xiahou Wu also broke through. Xiahou Wu was previously at the early stage of the 9th level of the Qi High realm, but because of the strong blood essence in his body, his strength was very strong. This time, Xiahou Wu actually jumped 2 levels and reached the late stage of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Fong Chen and Xiahou Wu both broke through. Before they could say anything, they felt a wild aura coming from afar. Someone is coming, Xiahou Wu said with a hoarse voice. Fong Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at the warriors running towards them from afar. He laughed coldly and said, "This is a good opportunity to test our strength." As the two of them were talking, a group of warriors surrounded them. "Kid, hand over your spirit stones, and I will let you live." The person who spoke was an outstanding young disciple of the Iron Sword sect. His name was Tai Di, and he was at the early stage of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. When they were at the trading point, Tai Di had noticed Fong Chen and Xiahou Wu. When he saw the two of them buying the Qi Si fruit, Tai Di's face was filled with excitement. He decided that when they left the trading point, he would intercept them. Not only the spirit stones, but also the 2 Qi Si fruits. Hand them all over. Tai Di said, coldly. Fong Chen and Xiahou Wu looked at each other and said, "Someone wants the Qi Si fruit from us. What should we do?" "Kill." Xiahou Wu's voice was hoarse, but his words contained a shocking aura. Just as Xiahou Wu finished speaking, a boundless aura suddenly swept across the entire area. Kacha Xiahou Wu's long sword passed through the area, and warriors immediately let out blood-curdling screams. "Do you know who we are? We are the disciples of the Iron Sword sect. You dare to attack us?" Tai Di quickly said after sensing Xiahou Wu's strength. He wanted to use the name of the Iron Sword sect to intimidate these two strangers, but obviously he thought too much. "The ones I will kill are you," Fong Chen said, and did not give the disciples of the Iron Sword sect any chance to retaliate. He and Xiahou Wu worked together and killed the disciples of the Iron Sword sect in a matter of minutes. Kacha Fong Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into Tai Di's body, causing Tai Di's life force to quickly dissipate. "The Iron Sword sect will not let you go." Tai Di roared, and his body finally fell to the ground. The swift and decisive killing of the disciples of the Iron Sword sect made many warriors who were hiding in the dark not dare to act rashly. Fong Chen and Xiahou Wu's strength was too tyrannical. If there were no warriors at the late 9th level of the Qi High realm, they would not be able to defeat them. "Let's go," Fong Chen said in a soft voice. When Fong Chen and Xiahou Wu heard that the disciples of the Reverend Sword sect were killed, they were furious. They did not expect the disciples of the Iron Sword sect to come to them at this time. If they did not kill them, who would they kill? After Fong Chen and Xiahou Wu finished killing the disciples of the Iron Sword sect, they turned and left. However, right at that moment, a sinister voice entered their ears. "You too. I am afraid that you will not be able to leave." Hearing this voice, Fong Chen and Xiahou Wu turned around and coldly looked in front of them. A man holding a folding fan appeared in front of them. The warriors hiding in the dark gasped when they saw this man. It is the cloud-covering Handyong fan from the Flying Immortal Pavilion. Even the cloud-covering Handyong fan could not help but make a move. That's right, 2 Qi Si fruits. Even the cloud-covering Handyong fan would be tempted. With the cloud-covering Handyong fan making a move, I am afraid that these 2 kids will not be able to escape. The warriors hiding in the dark gasped when they saw the cloud-covering Handyong fan from the Flying Immortal Pavilion. This cloud-covering Handyong fan was the second strongest in the younger generation of the Flying Immortal Pavilion. His cultivation had reached the late 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm. His goal in entering the divine illusion space this time was to increase his cultivation. When he left, he would be able to enter the martial marquee list. Moreover, his famous skill, the cloud-covering hand, was too domineering. He was invincible in the same realm. Cloud-covering Handyong fan. Fang Chen naturally recognized the person in front of him and asked coldly, "Since you two recognize me, then I will not waste any more time. You two obediently hand over the Chi Sea fruits and the spirit stones on you. I, Yang Fan, will guarantee your safety." Yang Fan said with a smile. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu looked at each other. Then, holding the hidden star sword, he said, "No need." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly swung his sword. A sharp and domineering sword light instantly shot out. Yang Fan did not even have time to dodge and was pierced by Fang Chen's sword. At the same time, Xiahou Wu's long sword also pierced Yang Fan's chest. The two of them, working together, had killed the cloud-covering Handyong fan in one move. This scene shocked all the surrounding warriors. You two, cloud-covering Handyong fan, did not understand how the two of them were so strong. Yang Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with unwillingness. Bangyang Fan fell to the ground. The second strongest in the younger generation of the Flying Immortal Pavilion, cloud-covering Handyong Fan, had died at the hands of the two of them. The many cultivators hiding in the dark sucked in a cold breath of air, feeling horrified. Just at this moment, Fang Chen shouted, Chapter 348. After saying this, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu disappeared from the plains. After Fang Chen left, the hidden martial artists were all startled. There were clearly some people who doubted Fang Chen's words. Just who is he? How come we've never heard of him before? Asked a disciple. He said, he's the little brother of Tai Yin from the Iron Sword sect. I don't think that's possible. Before he killed cloud-covering Handyong Fan, he had already killed a disciple from the Iron Sword sect. That's right, this matter is a bit fishy, but people will quickly learn of his identity. This time the divine illusion space is truly chaotic. Not long ago, the 3 two-star sects joined hands to kill a disciple from the Reverend Sword sect. But now 2 more disciples with strength comparable to a peak disciple from a 2-star sect have appeared. The most pitiful one is cloud-covering Handyong Fan. He didn't even finish speaking before he was killed by an arrow. Cloud-covering Handyong Fan is the Flying Immortal Pavilion's second strongest junior. Now that he's dead, the Flying Immortal Pavilion definitely won't let this matter rest. Many disciples were discussing spiritedly, but no matter how much they racked their brains, they still couldn't figure out who that martial artist was. At this time, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu were extremely fast. In just a moment, they had passed through the plains and appeared on another plane. After consuming the Chi Si fruit, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu's strength had sharply increased. As long as they didn't run into a head disciple from a 2-star sect, they didn't fear any other disciple. Just as they were walking, Xiahou Wu suddenly said, Brother Fang, the one you just killed was the Flying Immortal Pavilion's cloud, covering Handyong Fan. So what? Fang Chen indifferently said, The Flying Immortal Pavilion is one of the overlords of the Earth Prefecture City. They are one of the 9 2-star sects. If they learn that you killed Cloud covering Handyong Fan, they definitely won't let this matter rest, said Xiahou Wu hoarsely. Fang Chen grinned. Xiahou, the divine illusion space is so huge, so it won't be easy for them to find me. Moreover, even if they do find me, my strength might have increased once more. Seeing that Fang Chen did not take this matter to heart, Xiahou Wu did not say anything more. In truth, what Fang Chen was paying attention to Xiahou Wu was the strongest of the Flying Immortal Pavilion's younger generation, the cloud-arranging Pomyang Shua. He was Yang Fan's cousin, but his strength was unfathomably deep. To be able to become the head disciple of the Flying Immortal Pavilion, the strength of the Firmament Pomyang Shoa was already comparable to Tai Yun and the others. The current Fong Qin was no match for the Firmament Pomyang Shoa. While Fong Chen and Xiahou were talking, they had already walked a long distance. Just as Xiahou was preparing to ask Fong Chen where they were going, they suddenly saw some martial artists appear in front of them. The Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. Fong Chen and Xiahou Wu's eyes brightened when they saw the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. Kill them. Xiahou Wu looked at Fong Chen and asked. Fong Chen nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. Even now, he was unable to forget how the disciples of the three great two-star sects had joined hands to kill his sword reverence sect's disciples. Jian Feng had fled with heavy injuries, while the other disciples had all been killed. Even now, they didn't know whether Jian Feng was still alive or not. How could they let go of such hatred? Furthermore, in this group, the strongest person was only at the late Qi Hai realm. Fong Chen and Xiahou were not afraid. All right, kill them. After receiving Fong Chen's reply, Xiahou Wu's body emitted a terrifying aura. He suddenly pushed off the ground and shot towards the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. At this time, the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples were leisurely walking through the plains. Big Brother Luo Xiao, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo, told us to find Jian Feng. I feel that Jian Feng is most likely dead. A disciple said, That's right. Jian Feng's strength is only on par with Senior Apprentice Brother Luo Kansas. Being attacked by 3 peak experts, it would be strange if he didn't die. Senior Apprentice Brother Luo said that no matter if he's alive, we must find him. If he's dead, we must find his corpse. Luo Zhao's face was expressionless as he spoke. The other disciples all nodded their heads. It was better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go so easily. Jian Feng was a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect. Since the 3 great sects had joined hands to deal with the Sword Reverence sect, they had to eliminate the root of the problem. Continue searching. As long as we can find Jian Feng's corpse, we'll have done a great service. At that time, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo will definitely reward us. Luo Xiao continued. We'll listen to Big Brother Luo Xiao. The other disciples all nodded their heads. But at this time, a wild aura suddenly spread out. Following that, a gloomy voice entered the ears of the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. You no longer have the chance to find Jian Feng. When this voice entered Luo Zhao's ears, he abruptly raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw a cultivator emitting a terrifying killing intent approaching them. Who are you? Luo Zhao's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that I'm here to kill. Xiahou Wu roared furiously. When Xiahou Wu appeared in front of Luo Xiao, Fong Chen also followed. You dare attack my Grand Immortal Sect? You must be tired of living. Luo Xiao sneered when he saw the two of them. What's so great about the Grand Immortal Sect? My big brother can annihilate your Grand Immortal Sect in a matter of minutes. Fong Chen arrogantly said, Who is your big brother? Luo Xiao icily asked. My big brother is the Iron Sword Sect's Tai Yin, the strongest expert of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. He's about to enter the Martial Marquis ranking. I'm his little brother Tai Nyo. Fong Chen said. Luo Zhao's eyes flickered when he heard Fong Chen's words. He didn't know if Fong Chen was speaking the truth. You're lying. The Iron Sword Sect has allied with my Grand Immortal Sect. If your big brother is Tai Yin, there's no way you wouldn't know. Luo Xiao gloomily said. That's only because my big brother is cooperating with you. I, Tai Nyo, am not cooperating with you. I only said my big brother is Tai Yin. I never said I'm from the Iron Sword Sect. Fong Chen arrogantly said, I, Tai Nyo, will kill whoever I don't like. What can you do about that? Luo Zhao's expression constantly changed. He gravely said, reckless fellow, let alone you. Even your big brother doesn't dare to rashly offend my grand immortal sect. You dare say that in front of my big brother? You spineless coward. Fang Chen mercilessly attacked Luo Xiao, causing the latter's heart to be filled with fury. How strong do you think your big brother is? To put it bluntly, isn't he just the head disciple of the Iron Sword sect? My grand immortal sect's head disciple, senior brother Luo Can, isn't any weaker than him. He even dares to call himself the strongest of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. What a joke, said Luo Xiao coldly. Luo Xiao was thoroughly infuriated by Fang Chen's arrogance. Who cared if he really was Tai Yun's little brother? Provoking Luo Xiao meant certain death. You dare insult my big brother? I'll teach you a lesson for my big brother, said Fang Chen arrogantly. Just as Fang Chen's words left his mouth, Xiahou Wu suddenly erupted with a wild aura. In the next instant, he was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, charging into the ranks of the Grand Immortal Sect. Xiahou Wu didn't even draw his sword. His iron fists constantly punched out. Each time his fist struck out, it was accompanied by a miserable cry. Brat, you're courting death. In the blink of an eye, Xiahou Wu had killed several disciples of the Grand Immortal Sect. This scene infuriated Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao circulated his powerful energy, wanting to attack Xiahou Wu. But at this time, Fang Qin took action, blocking Luo Xiao's attack. You're definitely going to die today. Even if your big brother Tai Yin comes, it's useless. Luo Xiao furiously roared at Fang Qin. Luo Xiao's next attack was extremely sharp, but in front of Fang Qin, it wasn't even worth mentioning. The 7th level of the fire-water sword art. Swish! A boundless sword light instantly appeared in front of Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao did his best to block, but in the end, he was still injured by the sword light. In the blink of an eye, Xiahou Wu had killed several of the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples. Seeing Fang Qin fight with Luo Xiao, he sent a fist towards Luo Xiao's back. Luo Xiao was being suppressed by Fang Qin. His body kept retreating. Suddenly, he received a powerful punch. With a poochie sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Damn it! Luo Xiao was incomparably furious. He was unwilling to accept this. Was he really going to die here? Luo Xiao took out a communication jade pendant. He wanted to send the news to his senior apprentice brother Luo Can, but before he could activate it, he was killed by Fang Qin and Xiahou Wu. Puchi Fang Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into Luo Xiao's chest. Xiahou Wu's fist was even more ferocious, directly smashing into Luo Xiao's head. After killing Luo Xiao, Xiahou Wu and Fang Qin exchanged a glance, then turned and left. Fang Qin and Xiahou Wu's combined strength was too tyrannical. Unless they encountered the head disciples of the 9 two-star sects, no one would be able to defeat them. Just as Fang Qin killed Luo Xiao, he suddenly noticed that there was something moving in the distant plains. What is it? Fang Qin was greatly alarmed. Immediately, he looked over and discovered that there was an old tree that was rapidly moving not far from Luo Xiao's group. This tree can move. Fang Qin was incomparably shocked. When Fang Qin saw the bloodstains on the moving tree, he instantly understood. Quickly chase it. Fang Qin realized a problem. This tree had actually stealthily absorbed the blood of the Grand Immortal Sect's disciples when they had killed Luo Xiao. Not only could this tree move, but it could also absorb the blood of martial artists. This tree was definitely not ordinary. Chase it. Xiahou Wu used his movement technique. Side by side with Fang Qin, they quickly chased after the tree. At this time, the tree seemed to have a mind of its own. Its roots were all above the ground, and it was rapidly moving, as if it was afraid of Fang Qin and Xiahou Wu chasing it. It can move, and it can even absorb blood. Fang Qin's eyes flickered, and he pushed his speed to the limit. This tree was so strange. He had to chase it. Perhaps it was an old tree that had gained sentience, or perhaps it was some kind of immortal tree. Thinking of the immortal tree, even Feng Chen immediately gave up on that idea. How could an immortal tree appear in the divine illusion space? Chapter 349. This tree was 3 meters tall and 1 meter thick. Although its body was relatively large, its movement speed was not just for show. It was especially fast. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu had lost track of it, but they didn't give up. They had encountered such a miraculous tree with great difficulty. So how could they let it go so easily? It's fleeing in this direction. Continue chasing, Feng Chen said in a low voice. Afterwards, his and Xiahou Wu's figures flashed, and they once again chased. Roughly 2 hours later, Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu finally stopped. The two of them were panting from exhaustion. There was still no trace of the tree, but Feng Chen had a premonition that the direction they were heading in was precisely the direction the tree had fled in. This damn tree, its speed is too fast. Xiahou Wu gasped for breath. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes, his face filled with helplessness. He had already decided that when he had time, he would definitely train in a movement technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the slightest advantage in terms of speed. Xiahou Wu, I feel that it's near us, Feng Chen faintly said. But we can't find it. Are we going to continue chasing? Xiahou Wu asked. I have an idea. Feng Chen's eyes brightened. Under Xiahou Wu's attentive gaze, Feng Chen swiftly found a demonic beast. Without another word, he directly killed the demonic beast and placed the demonic beast's corpse on the empty ground. At this time, Feng Chen had opened a large hole in the demonic beast's corpse. Blood was unceasingly flowing out. Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu walked to a distant rock and sat down. Let it take the bait, Xiahou Wu asked. I don't know if it'll work. Let's try it, Feng Chen said. However, what made Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu speechless was that even after the demonic beast's blood had flowed out, the old tree still hadn't appeared. This made Feng Chen suspect that the old tree had long since fled. However, he could faintly sense that there was a special aura in the air. He had once felt this aura from the old tree's body. It's gone. Xiahou Wu looked at the distant corpse and asked, Maybe it doesn't like the blood of demonic beasts, Feng Chen said to himself. As soon as Feng Chen finished speaking, he took out the hidden star sword and slashed it across his palm. A sword mark appeared on his palm, and drops of blood flowed out from the sword mark. Feng Chen dripped his blood onto the stone. Seeing this, Xiahou Wu followed Feng Chen's method and dripped his own blood onto the stone. Because Xiahou Wu had absorbed the life blood essence of a Yellow Spring sect protector, his blood had changed color. A normal person's blood was bright red, but Xiahou Wu's blood was actually red with a tinge of black. Seeing Xiahou Wu's blood, Feng Chen instantly felt a bloodthirsty killing intent. He could not help but turn his head to look at Xiahou Wu. I'm fine, I can control myself. Xiahou Wu nodded his head and said. Feng Chen didn't say anything else. After doing all this, he followed Xiahou Wu into the distance and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the old tree to take the bait. Time slowly passed, but the blood on the stone didn't move at all. This made Feng Chen wonder whether or not the old tree had already left. After about an hour, in the forest beside the stone, an old tree suddenly swayed. It seemed to be struggling, but in the end it made a decision. It carefully moved closer to the stone. The old tree clearly knew that Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu were intentionally baiting it, but in front of the blood, it didn't have the slightest ability to resist. After enduring for an hour, it finally couldn't endure it any longer and stealthily began to absorb the blood. The old tree had just begun to move when Feng Chen discovered it. However, he didn't make a sound, afraid of alerting the snake. What kind of joke was this? Although Feng Chen's soul was only at the middle stage of the red level, his soul had once reached the middle stage of the orange level. It had been forcefully compressed to the early stage of the red level. It could be said that even the orange level souls of some of the current martial artists couldn't compare to Fong Chen's red level soul. When Fong Chen felt the old tree move, a strange smile appeared on his face. The old tree was afraid of alerting Fong Chen and Xiaohu, so it didn't dare move too quickly. It took a full minute for the old tree to get close to the stone. When the old tree got close to the stone, a branch suddenly fell from the old tree and landed on the stone. Hiss, 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 the old tree happily absorbed Fong Chen's blood. In the blink of an eye, the blood was completely absorbed by the old tree. After absorbing Fong Chen's blood, the old tree felt exceptionally refreshed. It even glanced at Fong Chen. This mysterious guy, how could his blood be so delicious? Next was the absorption of Xiaohu's blood. When the old tree's branches and leaves came into contact with Xiaohu's blood, the old tree suddenly let out a miserable cry. Hearing this cry, Fong Chen and Xiaohu both moved. They directly jumped up and appeared in front of the old tree. At this time, the branches of the old tree that were resting on the stone were charred, as if they had been burned by flames. The old tree's branches and leaves were charred. It was clear that they had been burned by Xiaohu's blood. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen turned his head and looked thoughtfully at Xiaohu. It hurts. At this moment, the old tree was in endless pain. Its body swayed and it retracted its branches and leaves. It wanted to escape, but it was surrounded by Fong Chen and Xiaohu. The old tree suddenly spoke, causing Xiaohu and Fong Chen to be shocked. Could it be that this old tree had become a spirit? How could it speak the human language? Fong Chen had read many records of the continent. He had a certain understanding of the ancient Sword Continent. It was said that a long, long time ago, when the ancient Sword Continent did not have much life, there was the legend of the immortal tree. Could it really be the immortal tree? Fong Chen was shocked. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the old tree continued to speak. "You two brats don't know shit." After saying that, the old tree slipped away and prepared to escape. However, Fong Chen was already prepared. With a flash of his body, he clenched his fist and grabbed the burnt branch of the old tree. "Ah, it hurts!" The old tree miserably cried. Voila! The old tree was very decisive. It endured the pain and cut off the burned branches and leaves. Then it quickly fled. Chase! Fong Chen looked at the broken branch in his hand. He was stunned for a moment. Then he loudly roared and chased after it with Xiaohu. This time, no matter what, they could not allow the old tree to escape. From the fact that the old tree could speak, move, and even absorb the blood of human cultivators, the old tree was definitely not ordinary. "Let's see how you escape this time." Xiaohu angrily roared and circulated all the energy in his body. It revolved around his feet, and he quickly chased after the old tree. Whoosh! Whoosh! After chasing for about an hour, Fong Chen and Xiaohu saw the old tree enter a mountain valley in front of them. "Let's go!" Fong Chen directly said when he saw the old tree enter the mountain valley. Then Fong Chen and Xiaohu entered the mountain valley. When the two of them entered the mountain valley, they instantly felt their surroundings change. Where is this? Fong Chen felt his vision darken. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look behind him. He saw that there was no entrance to the mountain valley. The place he was in was a sealed space. This space was extremely small. He could see the end of it with a single glance. This entire space was filled with a sinister aura. No, to be more accurate, this sinister aura was death qi. What a dense death qi! Just where have we come to? Fong Chen looked around, his expression grave. "The old tree is gone," said Xiaohu. Fong Chen nodded. Just as he was preparing to search for the old tree, he suddenly saw a dense crowd of skeletons at the end of this space. Skeletons? How can there be so many skeletons? Fong Chen cried out involuntarily. At the same time, he completely understood that the dense death qi in this sealed space was most likely produced by these skeletons. Within this sealed space, it was completely dark. The air was filled with an incomparably dense death chi. If he absorbed this death chi for a long time, it would definitely have an effect on his body. Just as Feng Chen was observing the densely packed skeletons in the distance, Xiahou Wu suddenly raised his head towards the sky. With a furious roar, his eyes turned scarlet, and his entire body emitted a terrifying, killing intent. Not good. Feng Chen cried out inside. The death chi here had aroused the bloodthirsty killing intent in Xiahou Wu's blood, making him somewhat unable to control himself. Xiahou Wu, hold on. Feng Chen roared at Xiahou Wu. A trembling sound caused Xiahou Wu's head to instantly clear. Feng Chen, the death chi here will arouse the bloodthirsty killing intent in my blood, said Xiahou Wu. Let's find a way out from these skeletons, said Feng Chen. Xiahou Wu nodded, and the two of them quickly advanced. In just a moment, they appeared at the end of this sealed space. There was a large amount of skeletons here. These skeletons had clearly died a long time ago. Their bodies were filled with endless death chi. Just as Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu were approaching, a battle erupted among the skeletons. There were 5 skeletons that were facing off against a large amount of other skeletons. Roar! Within the large amount of skeletons, there was a silver skeleton. It angrily roared at the 5 skeletons, its body emitting a wild aura. The 5 skeletons didn't retreat. In the next instant, a huge battle erupted. The 5 skeletons were fighting against a large amount of other skeletons. They're having an internal conflict. Feng Chen exchanged a glance with Xiahou Wu. However, just as the 5 skeletons were fighting against a large amount of other skeletons, Feng Chen's expression finally became gloomy. That was because he had noticed that the clumsy techniques the 5 skeletons were using were exactly the same as a certain sword technique of his sword-worshipping sect. They're the disciples of my sword-worshipping sect who died in the divine illusion space. Feng Chen's eyes flashed. It wasn't just Feng Chen. Even Xiahou Wu had noticed the abnormalities of these 5 skeletons. Looking at the other skeletons, there were some skeletons whose techniques were exactly the same as those of some sect in the outside world. Xiahou, do it! Seeing this scene, Feng Chen shouted furiously. Chapter 350. Although these skeletons had been dead for a long time, they still retained some of their memories from when they were alive. Their every action was puzzling. However, Feng Chen didn't care about that at this moment, because he discovered that the 5 skeletons were using the sword reverence sect's cultivation technique. It was very likely that they were disciples of the sword reverence sect. And among the large number of skeletons, there were skeletons using the iron sword sect's cultivation technique. Originally, Feng Chen hated the iron sword sect. Now that he discovered the iron sword sect's disciples, Feng Chen naturally wouldn't be merciful. Kill them for me. Feng Chen shouted in a low voice. He took out the hidden star sword and fiercely displayed the wild and domineering water and fire sword technique. At the same time, Xiahou Wu also displayed a powerful cultivation technique. The two of them joined forces and helped the 5 skeletons block the attacks of the large number of skeletons. Perhaps because they were already dead, as skeletons, their strength wasn't even 1/10 of when they were alive. Therefore, they couldn't block the attacks of Feng Chen and Xiahou Wu. Bang, bang, bang in the blink of an eye, Feng Chen killed all the disciples of the Iron Sword sect. During this process, Feng Chen was surprised to discover that among the large number of skeletons, there were disciples of the Daluo sect and Haiyun sect. This made Feng Chen directly start a massacre. Sure enough, there's a problem. Feng Chen said in a low voice as he fought. These skeletons had been dead for so long, but they were still able to join forces to deal with the disciples of the Sword Reverend sect. This made Feng Chen instantly recall the matter of the 3 two-star sect joining forces to kill the disciples of the Sword Reverend sect. Xiahou Wu, don't hold back. Kill them all. Feng Chen roared. Not only was Feng Chen furious, Even Xiahou was furious. With the two of them joining forces, even if a large number of skeletons attacked together, they were still no match for them. After half an hour, except for the 5 skeletons of the Sword Reverence sect, the rest of the skeletons were all killed by Feng Qin and Xiahou Wu. After killing these skeletons, the deathly aura in the entire sealed space became even denser. At this moment, Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. His entire body was emitting a bloodthirsty killing intent. His body was trembling, but he did his best to stabilize his emotions. "Xiahou, are you all right?" Feng Qin turned his head to look at Xiahou Wu and asked. "Nothing," Xiahou Wu said in a heavy voice. Feng Qin nodded. He glanced at the skeletons on the ground and walked towards the 5 skeletons from before. "Can you hear me?" Feng Qin looked at the 5 skeletons and asked. The 5 skeletons nodded one after another, but they didn't say anything, as if they couldn't speak. "You guys are disciples of the Sword Reverence sect?" Feng Qin asked. The 5 skeletons nodded again. Feng Qin was startled. Soon after, he asked, "How did you get here?" This sealed space was too strange. Martial artists who had been dead for such a long time were actually able to continue living in this way. He wanted to thoroughly understand this. The 5 skeletons pointed at the completely dead skeletons on the ground and gestured. However, Feng Qin didn't understand. Roar! Just as Feng Qin was questioning the 5 skeletons, an incomparably terrifying roar suddenly came from the sealed space. As soon as this roar appeared, it caused the 5 skeletons to tremble. Bang! At this moment, the 5 skeletons actually crawled on the ground. Their skeletons were unceasingly trembling. What happened? Feng Qin was extremely puzzled as he looked at the 5 skeletons. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet as he surveyed the surroundings. What a strong deathly aura! Suddenly, Feng Qin cried out in alarm. Around him, the dense, deathly aura swept towards the depths of the sealed space. Hoo-hoo! When the deathly aura was absorbed, even the deathly aura on the 5 skeletons was absorbed. Kacha! In a short moment, the 5 skeletons died on the ground. Feng Qin was shocked to discover that the deathly aura in the sealed space had actually disappeared. There must be a problem, Feng Qin said solemnly. Then he brought Xiahou with him and quickly rushed towards the depths of the sealed space. After arriving at this sealed space, Feng Qin increasingly felt that this place was extraordinary. If this was the outside world, the dead cultivators wouldn't be able to survive in this way. Could it be because of this deathly aura? But where did this deathly aura come from? Feng Qin was completely puzzled. When Feng Qin and Xiahou Wu arrived at the depths of the sealed space, they suddenly stopped. Their eyes were filled with shock. Feng Qin's heart was in turmoil. He had been in the ancient sword continent for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. How is this possible? Feng Qin's pupils shrank as he involuntarily cried out. It wasn't just Feng Qin. Even Xiahou Wu had a face full of shock. How could there be such an existence in the depths of this sealed space? At this time, in the depths of the sealed space, an old tree was quietly taking root. Of course, if it was just an old tree, Feng Qin wouldn't have been so shocked. What shocked Feng Qin the most was that this old tree was actually taking root on a corpse. Correct, it was a corpse. This corpse contained an extremely dense, deathly aura. Feng Qin could clearly sense that if an ordinary cultivator touched this deathly aura, they would definitely die. This old tree is taking root on this corpse. Feng Qin was incomparably shocked. This corpse was a supreme expert when it was alive. Xiahou Wu was extremely puzzled. His bloodthirsty eyes stared the old tree. Hiss! The old tree was taking root on the corpse, constantly absorbing the berserk, deathly aura. Seeing this scene, Feng Qin was even more shocked. He had never heard of a large tree being able to absorb deathly aura. Just what was going on? Our youth an immortal tree. Fong Chin did his best to calm his excitement as he slowly asked. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the old tree suddenly opened its mouth. You two humans actually followed me here. What is this place? Why is there so much deathly aura here? Fong Chen hastily asked. The branches of the ancient tree swayed as it quickly absorbed the death aura from the corpse. It did not pay attention to Fong Chen. Xiahou Wu, who was at the side, took a step forward and directly said, Let me pull him up and we will know everything. After saying that, Xiahou Wu directly appeared in front of the corpse, filled with deathly aura. His hand reached out and grabbed the old tree. Roar! Xiahou Wu angrily roared, using all the power in his body. He wanted to pull out the old tree, but it was useless. Even after using all the power in his body, the old tree did not move in the slightest. Little fellow, your blood is a bit special. It can touch the deathly aura, but with your strength, you're unable to pull me out. The old tree sneered at Xiahou's actions, as if it was mocking him. Fong Chen also noticed that when Xiahou had touched the old tree, his blood had released a special aura that had blocked the deathly aura's invasion. It seems it should be because of the Yellow Spring Sect's protector's essence blood. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiahou Wu and the old tree. Then Xiahou Wu continuously tried to pull out the old tree, but it was to no avail. Fong Chen wanted to try, but he had only just stepped forward when he was attacked by the dense, deathly aura. He was unable to resist the deathly aura and was forced to retreat. How can I take back the old tree? Fong Chen was completely puzzled. He had many questions, but he believed that as long as he could pull out the old tree, some of his questions would be answered. Brat, if you are willing to let me drink enough of your blood, I will be able to answer your questions, said the ancient tree as it looked at Fong Chen. Fong Chen was startled, speechless. In just an hour, the old tree had completely absorbed the deathly aura within the corpse. Just how big of an appetite did that require? If it absorbed his blood, wouldn't it drain him dry? Although Fong Chen's head was filled with questions, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Fong Chen, I'll try again, said Xiahou Wu. Then Xiahou Wu once more unleashed his wild energy, but he was still unable to pull out the old tree. At this time, Xiahou Wu finally gave up. Fong Chen, this old tree is too strange. I can't pull it out. Xiahou Wu was covered in sweat. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the old tree. If you come with me, I can let you suck a lot of my blood. Fong Chen began to tempt the old tree, but the old tree didn't listen to him. It just remained silent. Seeing that, Fong Chen felt a burst of helplessness. But at this time the little mouse appeared. It looked at the old tree and began to chirp. You want to try? Fong Chen suspiciously asked. The little mouse nodded. With a swoosh, it jumped from Fong Chen's shoulder onto the old tree's corpse. Then it jumped back onto the old tree. Seeing the little mouse, the old tree didn't seem to care in the slightest. Chirp! The little mouse extended its little claw, and in front of Fong Chen's dumbfounded gaze, it cut its little claw. Drops of blood dripped onto the old tree. Hiss! When the little mouse's blood dripped onto the old tree instantly trembled. This is... The old tree let out a startled cry. Looking at the little mouse, its voice was filled with disbelief. After dripping a few drops of blood, the little mouse stopped. It jumped down from the old tree and then swaggered over to Fong Chen. Wait a moment. The old tree did its best to suppress its shock. Where did this little mouse come from? If you want to know, I won't tell you. Fong Chen laughed mischievously. Xiahou, let's go, Fong Chen said to Xiahou Wu. Then the two of them and the mouse directly left. Seeing this scene, the old tree was a little anxious. It jumped out of the corpse and moved quickly to catch up to Fong Chen. Don't go. I've decided to go with you and see the outside world, the old tree solemnly said. Just now we spent so much effort, but you ignored us. Now you're finally willing to pay attention to us. Fong Qin looked at the old tree and faintly smiled. Sorry, we don't want you anymore. After saying that, Fong Qin turned and left. He naturally knew that the reason the old tree wanted to go with them was completely because of the little mouse's blood. But at this time he was intentionally keeping them in suspense. Wait a moment. Don't you want to know the secret of this place? I can tell you. The old tree moved and appeared in front of Fong Qin. Chapter 351. Hearing the old tree's words, Fong Qin finally stopped in his tracks. The little mouse stood on his shoulder and looked at the old tree with a smile. What is this place? Fong Qin directly asked his first question. The old tree pondered for a moment before answering in a deep voice. This is a cursed land. Who cursed the cursed land? Fong Qin continued to ask. The old tree slowly said, a long, long time ago, a supreme being came here. When this supreme being came here, he was about to die. He was unwilling to die, just like that. Before he died, he swore that he must be resurrected. Otherwise, this place will be filled with death chi. This Almighty was extremely powerful. He could destroy a world with a flip of his hand. In the end, he died. Not long after his death, this place was filled with a dense aura of death. This is a sealed space. Every 6 years, the divine illusion space opens. Many cultivators come here, and as soon as they enter, they will be corroded by the aura of death and die a miserable death. As more and more cultivators die, the death chi here becomes even denser. It is also because of this dense death chi that cultivators can continue to live in the form of skeletons after death. Moreover, they can still retain some memories of their lives. I see. Fong Qin frowned and said, Then what kind of tree are you? Hearing Fong Qin's words, the old tree's branches swayed and said, I was originally a psychic tree. When I was psychic, I just happened to appear here. Later on, due to the corrosion of the aura of death, my insides underwent a great change. In the beginning, I tried my best to stop the aura of death from invading, but later on, I discovered that the aura of death could actually increase my cultivation. After so many years, I should be considered a Banxianshu. On the ancient Sword continent, the most powerful type of tree was the immortal tree. Each immortal tree had existed for a very long time. It was said that the immortal tree could bring the dead back to life. There weren't many of them on the ancient Sword continent. Of course, there were also many psychic trees. They tried their best to become immortal trees. However, since ancient times, how could it be that easy to become an immortal tree? Thus, many psychic trees were stuck at the final checkpoint. They were known as Banxianshu. Fong Qin had never imagined that there would actually be a Banxianshu in the divine illusion space. Banxianshu. Xiahou was also astonished. What's with that corpse? Fong Qin continued to ask. Banxianshu shuddered at the mention of the corpse. He said solemnly, that corpse belonged to an expert who had fallen here. It was because of his curse that this place became like this. Just now, after you killed those skeletons, you startled that expert. He sucked away all the death chi in this space. Fortunately, I took root in his corpse and absorbed it all, said Banxianshu with an evil smile. Fong Qin was startled. He thought back to the scene just now. The corpse that Banxianshu had taken root in contained an aura that made him inexplicably tremble. So that corpse belonged to an expert who had fallen here. The reason that Brat was able to enter this place without being injured is because he has a special kind of blood within him. As for you, I can't see through it, said Banxianshu calmly. Fong Qin's heart shook slightly. Hearing Banxianshu's words, Fong Qin instantly understood that the reason he wasn't affected by the death chi was because of the golden heart within him. When he had entered this place, the golden heart had trembled slightly and an invisible aura had spread out. At that time, Fong Qin hadn't thought too much about it. If this continues, this fallen expert will definitely be able to absorb enough death chi to revive. But the two of you have completely ruined his revival plan, said Banxianshu. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu were startled. They immediately looked at the Banxian. But it's fine. The death qi within his body has all been absorbed by me. For now, there won't be any strange movements. We have to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Banxian continued. Of course, there is another reason. I just absorbed too much death qi. I need to absorb some human martial artists' blood to balance it out. Banxian was an old tree that had lived for countless years. It knew a lot, and because it had been in this sealed space for a long time, it had to absorb both death qi and human blood to balance it out. This time, it had gone out to absorb human blood, but it hadn't expected that Fang Chen and Xiahou would discover it. At this point, the Banxian had already explained everything. Fang Chen and Xiahou were lost in thought. The little mouse was chirping nonstop. Why do you want to come with us? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Banxian was silent for a moment. Then it said, because of the little mouse in your body. The blood of this little mouse is a great supplement for me. A single drop of its blood is equivalent to the blood of tens of thousands of martial artists. Fang Chen heard this and nodded. Banxian's words shouldn't be false. After all, Fang Chen also knew how miraculous the little mouse was. Okay, then you can come with us, said Fang Chen. I want to follow Brother Mouse. Banxian didn't give Fang Chen any face and directly said. Fang Chen was startled. This Banxian was too shameless. Brother Mouse, you have to protect me in the future. Banxian laughed and said to the little mouse. The little mouse chirped and gestured to the Banxian. The Banxian shook its head at first, but it quickly nodded. Seeing the Banxian nod, the little mouse gave the Banxian a drop of its blood. After the Banxian absorbed the blood given by the little mouse, it was full of energy and was extremely excited. You two little guys are really lucky. Banxian looked at Fang Chen and said, I don't know where you got Brother Mouse to make him follow you so wholeheartedly. I won't waste words with you. I promised Brother Mouse that I would give you an opportunity. But this opportunity is accompanied by a certain amount of danger. Do you dare accept? What opportunity? Asked Fang Chen. Let's talk about you first. Your blood doesn't fear death qi. This opportunity is extremely important to you, but you'll have to obtain it yourself. Banxian looked at Xiahou Wu. Do you see that corpse? Underneath that corpse is a tomb. It's a tomb that the expert who died prepared for himself. But he didn't use it. Your opportunity is inside the tomb. Go find it yourself. Banxian said. Fang Chen looked at Xiahou Wu. He was a bit worried. Xiahou Wu thought for a moment and then said to Fang Chen, Brother Fang, you don't need to worry about me. Once I obtain my opportunity, we'll join hands and take revenge for the Reverend's sword sect's disciples. All right. Fang Chen nodded. Under Fang Chen's gaze, Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty killing intent surged. He flipped over the corpse and entered the tomb. Banxian continued. Your opportunity is on this mountain peak. But I have to tell you in advance that this mountain peak is extremely special. If you don't obtain your opportunity, don't blame me. Since you know there's an opportunity, why don't you go yourself? Asked Fang Chen. Do you think I don't want to? I'm bored to death here all day. In these past years, I've become extremely familiar with this space and learned of many places with opportunities. But the two places I pointed out are extremely suitable for you and that little fellow, said Banxian. Fang Chen was silent for a moment. In the end, he chose to explore. Fang Chen walked towards the mountain peak behind the corpse. The little mouse sat on Fang Chen's shoulder. As for Banxian, he quickly moved. He chuckled and said, Brother Mouse, when are you going to give me another drop of blood? Hearing Banxian's shameless words, Fang Chen directly chose to ignore him. It was a bit easier than he had expected. Fang Chen easily reached the top of the mountain peak. Only after reaching the top did Fang Chen realize that this mountain peak was completely bare. There was nothing there. Fong Qin looked around doubtfully as he muttered to himself, I have to search for opportunities here. Just as Fong Qin stepped onto the mountain peak, his expression suddenly changed. That was because the python sword within his spatial ring was trembling slightly. Yes, ever since Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness entered the python sword, he had fallen into a coma after being severely injured. Who would have thought that he would actually tremble now? Could there be something here that attracted Ancestor Bronze's attention? Fong Qin was puzzled. Just as Fong Qin took a few steps forward, the python sword trembled again. After careful analysis, Fong Qin discovered that the python sword seemed to be guiding him. However, Ancestor Bronze was still in a coma, so it was very difficult for it to guide him. Fong Qin carefully listened to the python sword's trembling. Finally, he determined a direction. A trace of a smile appeared on his face as he quickly moved forward. Not long after, Fong Qin appeared in an open space. This was already the edge of the mountain peak. Fong Qin stopped here because, after arriving here, the python sword seemed to be impatient. The opportunity must be here, Fong Qin said in a deep voice. Then he took out the hidden star sword and started to dig the ground. As Fong Qin dug, the Banxian behind him was filled with shock. What a monster! An hour later, Fong Qin had already dug out a very deep pit. Finally, at a certain moment, Fong Qin discovered that there was something in the pit. Then Fong Qin carefully took the thing out of the hole. It was a wooden box. After the baptism of time, the wooden box was only a little old. It wasn't damaged at all, which surprised Fong Qin. As Fong Qin held the wooden box, the python's sword became even more impatient. Fong Qin opened the wooden box. Immediately, a multicolored light spread out from the wooden box, causing the entire mountain peak to be confused. This is Chapter 352. Fong Qin saw a thumb-sized black particle inside the wooden box. This black particle emitted a terrifying aura. Crash! Suddenly, the black particle disappeared from Fong Qin's palm. Following that, a wild aura escaped from Fong Qin's body. I'm finally awake. Suddenly, a voice entered Fong Qin's ears. Fong Qin immediately understood that the bronze ancestor had awakened. Senior, you're awake? Fong Qin asked. Fong Qin, it's all thanks to you that I was able to obtain something so precious. Ha ha ha, after sleeping for so long, I'm finally awake. The bronze ancestor was very happy. Fong Qin vaguely knew that the black particle was an extremely precious treasure. But since the bronze ancestor didn't say anything, Fong Qin didn't ask. Fong Qin was also very happy that the bronze ancestor had awakened. Where's the black particle? You actually lost it? Banxian saw the black particle disappear and hurriedly asked. Fong Qin waved his hand, indicating that the black particle had disappeared. This scene left Banxian speechless. You brat, you can't even grasp such an opportunity. If you had swallowed that black particle, your strength would have skyrocketed. You would be invincible in the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm. Now that the particle is gone, your opportunity is gone. Banxian was speechless. Banxian naturally didn't know that the python sword contained the bronze ancestor's remnant will, so he was speechless for Fong Qin. Such an opportunity had actually been wasted by Fong Qin. However, Fong Qin didn't care about Banxian's words. He was currently listening to the bronze ancestor's teachings. The bronze ancestor had been asleep for a long time. The first thing he noticed when he woke up was that Fong Qin had become a soul cultivator. How long has it been since I last saw you? You've actually condensed a soul seed. The bronze ancestor was puzzled when he saw the soul seed in Fong Qin's mind. Fong Qin laughed mischievously. The bronze ancestor said, But you're too useless. With a single glance, I can tell that your soul has been compressed. But after so long, you're still a mid-first level soul cultivator. What a disgrace. Hearing the bronze ancestor's words, Fong Qin frowned. Ancestor, my cultivation speed is already fast enough. Forget it. Since you've awakened me, I'll help you, the bronze ancestor said. In the next moment, Fong Chen felt that his body was no longer under his control. He sat down cross-legged. Then, Fong Qin felt the soul seed in his mind tremble. Fong Qin closed his eyes. He believed in the bronze ancestor. The moment Fong Qin closed his eyes, a wild aura drilled into Fong Chen's mind. Then, the soul seed in Fong Chen's mind began to grow. At the same time, the soul in Fong Chen's mind was also rapidly changing. After about an hour, Fong Chen's soul had advanced from the mid-red class to the late red class. This also meant that Fong Chen's soul cultivation had advanced from the mid-first level to the late first level. A soul practitioner at the late stage of the first rank was equivalent to a martial artist at the late stage of the Qi High realm. Before his breakthrough, Fong Chen's strength was enough to easily kill a martial artist at the late stage of the Qi High realm. Now, Fong Chen was confident that he could fight against the top disciples of the two-star sects. What a powerful feeling! Fong Chen felt that his body was filled with powerful energy. His face was full of surprise. With the help of the bronze ancestor, his strength had skyrocketed in a short period of time. Thank you, ancestor, Fong Chen said gratefully. You've awakened me, and I've helped you increase your cultivation. We're even now. I never like to owe anyone a favor, the bronze ancestor said slowly. However, after helping you, my remnant consciousness has weakened a lot. I need to recuperate. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded respectfully. You'd better leave this place as soon as possible. The bronze ancestor stopped talking after saying this. Fong Chen didn't know what the bronze ancestor meant, but he still nodded and turned to look at the Bankxianshu. The Bankxianshu's leaves were swaying as it looked at Fong Chen in shock. Kid, hurry up and tell me how your soul improved. The Bankxianshu could clearly sense that Fong Chen's soul had just experienced a qualitative leap, but it was very puzzling. Fong Chen clearly hadn't done anything, so how had his soul improved? Fong Chen glanced at the Bankxianshu. There are many things you don't know. When will my friend come out? Fong Chen changed the topic. The Bankxianshu thought for a moment and said, The opportunities in the tomb are very important to that kid. Perhaps the next time we meet, he'll be stronger than you. However, you don't need to wait here. Once that kid receives the inheritance, he'll come out from another place. Fong Chen glanced at the entrance of the tomb, after which he nodded and said, In that case, let's leave this place. Of course, if they wanted to leave, they still had to rely on the Bankxianshu. The Bankxianshu led Fong Chen and the little mouse out of the sealed space an hour later. They had come out from the entrance of the valley. What a mystical place, Fong Chen said as he glanced at the valley. After negotiating with the Bankxianshu, Fong Chen put the Bankxianshu into a special interspatial ring. Fong Chen had originally intended to put the Bankxianshu into his own interspatial ring, but the Bankxianshu refused. It only wanted to stay with the little mouse. After dealing with the Bankxianshu, Fong Chen quickly left this place. Fong Chen's gaze was deep as he looked into the distance. He resolutely embarked on his journey. This experience had allowed Fong Chen's soul cultivation to increase to a level where he could fight against a 9th-level Qi High warrior. This allowed Fong Chen's strength to increase in all aspects. It's time to avenge the dead disciples of the Reverend Sword sect, Fong Chen said coldly. His words were filled with a wild, killing intent. Fong Chen found a direction and quickly walked on the plains. Time passed bit by bit. During this time, Fong Chen met many disciples from other sects. After asking around, he finally found out where the 3 big sects were staying. The Haiyan sect. Fong Chen said softly and quickly moved forward. One day later, Fong Chen appeared at the foot of a mountain. He raised his head and saw that there were many disciples on the mountain peak. Looking at their clothes, they were disciples of the High Yin sect. Swoosh, 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 Fong Chin climbed up the mountain peak and aggressively walked towards the disciples of the High Yin sect. Who are you? Seeing Fong Chen suddenly appear, the disciples of the High Yin sect asked coldly, The person who will kill you. As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, a wild aura suddenly erupted from his body. In the next moment, the hidden star sword in his hand shot out. With Fong Chen's current strength, wherever the hidden star sword passed, there would be miserable screams. The ordinary disciples of the High Yin sect couldn't withstand it. Who are you? Why do you dare to attack my High Yin sect? Aren't you afraid that the High Yin sect will take revenge? An outstanding disciple of the High Yin sect roared angrily. My name is Tai Nyo. Tai Yin is my big brother. As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, the hidden star sword suddenly waved, and the few remaining disciples of the Sea Cloud sect were all killed. However, Fong Chen purposely waited for a moment to give the disciples of the High Yin sect the time to send a message. As expected, after killing all the disciples of the High Yin sect, Fong Chen found that one of the disciples had a communication jade pendant in his hand. Good, I'll wait for you here. Fong Chen grinned. In a certain place in the divine illusion space, a group of martial artists had just returned from a ruin. They were all in a sorry state. The leader of these people was the second strongest of the High Yin sect's younger generation. His strength was on par with the cloud-covering Han Yongfan. He was called Hai Huan. Senior brother Hai Huan, our harvest this time wasn't small. Especially senior brother Hai Huan. With such a great harvest, it won't be long before you reach the peak of the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm. Senior brother Hai Huan, what should we do next? The disciples all laughed. Hai Huan's face was also full of smiles. This ruin was much better than he had imagined. He had obtained a great harvest. But just as Hai Huan was about to speak, his communication jade pendant suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from a disciple of the High Yin sect. However, when Hai Huan picked up the communication jade pendant and listened to the message, a wild killing intent erupted from her body. Senior brother Hai Huan, what's wrong? A disciple asked in confusion. A martial artist called Tai Nyo killed many disciples of our Sea Cloud sect. Chapter 353. Hearing Hai Huan's words, the expressions of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples changed. Their eyes were filled with anger. Damn it, someone actually dared to kill our Sea Cloud sect's disciples. They're really courting death, shouted a disciple. Senior brother Hai Huan, we're going to get revenge. Hearing that, Hai Huan nodded his head. A trace of a strange color appeared on his gloomy face. He immediately said, I want to see what kind of courage this Tai Nyo has to kill a disciple of our Sea Cloud sect. As soon as Hai Huan's voice fell, he led the Sea Cloud sect's disciples to quickly advance according to the communication jade pendant. Hai Huan was a bit worried that the culprit would escape, but he didn't know that Fong Chen had never thought of leaving. He had been waiting for them to arrive. A day later, Hai Huan led the Sea Cloud sect's disciples to the plains in front of the mountain peak. Senior brother Hai Huan, is this the mountain peak in front of us? Asked a disciple. Not bad. It's really getting more and more interesting. Hai Huan narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the figure sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. His face revealed a trace of femininity. After killing my Sea Cloud sect's disciples, he still hasn't fled. Either he's powerful or he's stupid, said Hai Huan coldly. However, I believe he's the second type. As soon as Hai Huan's voice fell, she quickly led the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect up the mountain peak. At this moment, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the Sea Cloud sect's disciples arrive, a faint smile appeared on his face. They're a bit later than I thought, muttered Fong Chen to himself as he looked at the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. Brat, you're Tainyo, asked Hai Huan coldly when he saw Fong Qin. The atmosphere on the mountain peak instantly froze. The Sea Cloud sect's disciples glared angrily at Fong Qin. As long as Fong Qin made the slightest move, they would attack him together. Yes, I'm Tainyo, said Fong Qin. Did you kill my Sea Cloud sect's disciples? Hai Huan couldn't see through Fong Qin. He narrowed his eyes and asked icily. Fong Qin turned his head to look at the corpses behind him. Then he pointed his finger. If you're talking about trash, then it should be me. When he heard Fong Qin call him trash, Hai Huan's heart burned with fury. He said each word clearly. Brat, do you know what you're doing? I know. Aren't they just the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect? Fong Qin said in a relaxed manner. My big brother once said that the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect were merely chess pieces that he used. Now that he's done using them, they're worthless. Fong Qin. Those who didn't believe that Tainyo was Tai Yun's little brother finally had a huge change in expression. This was especially true for Hai Huan. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he said, Brat, is what you said true? Did your big brother Tai Yun really say that? Hai Huan didn't care whether Tainyo's identity was true or false. Just based on his courage to stand here, it meant his strength was definitely extraordinary. It was extremely likely he was related to the Iron Sword sect. At this time, Hai Huan pinched the communication jade pendant and asked the chief disciple of the Sea Cloud sect, Hai Tian. Senior apprentice brother Hai Tian, there's a disciple here who calls himself Tainyo. He killed many of my Sea Cloud sect's disciples, and from his tone, it seems the Iron Sword sect has always been using us. Once they're done using us, they'll exterminate us, said Hai Huan. In the blink of an eye, Hai Tian replied, you should be careful. Ever since the three great sects surrounded the Sword Reverence sect, Tai Yun's expression has been strange. This Tai Nyo might be telling the truth. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't, then wait for me. When he heard Hai Tian's words, Hai Huan already believed half of what Fong Qin had said. At the moment, he hated the Iron Sword sect even more. Despicable, roared Hai Huan. It's not just you who will die. All the Sea Cloud sect's disciples in the divine illusion space will die. Only by killing you will no one know about the Sword Reverence sect's encirclement, sneered Fong Qin. My big brother Tai Yun is already hunting down your Sea Cloud sect's disciples. Have you noticed that the number of disciples you have is constantly decreasing? Continued Fong Qin. Brat, a mere Iron Sword sect, wants to wipe out our Sea Cloud sect in one fell swoop? What wishful thinking. No matter what your relationship with Tai Yun is, you will definitely die today, Hai Huan said coldly. A wild aura instantly gushed out from his body. Your Sea Cloud sect is trash in my big brother's eyes. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant, continued Fong Qin. Fuck! Hearing Fong Qin's words, the Sea Cloud sect's disciples finally couldn't bear it any longer. One of the disciples suddenly roared. Then he activated all the strength in his body and directly attacked Fong Qin. Just how powerful was Fong Qin right now? Seeing this Sea Cloud sect's disciple courting death, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The hidden star sword in his hand danced, and a water flame sword light accurately pierced the disciple's head. Bang! That disciple's head shattered and blood sprayed out, shocking many of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. You should be proud to be able to die to the Iron Sword sect's peerless sword technique. Fong Qin gripped the hidden star sword and grinned. I'll kill you, you bastard! Immediately, several cultivators were infuriated and joined forces to attack. They could be considered outstanding members of the younger generation in the Sea Cloud sect. But when they faced Fong Qin, banging sounds rang out. Hai Huan looked over and saw that his Sea Cloud sect's disciples didn't even have a chance to fight back. They were all killed by Tainyo. At this moment, Hai Huan finally realized that something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes, looked at Tainio, and said coldly, "Kid, since you want to die, then I, Hai Huan, will let you know what it means to be a true expert." As soon as Hai Huan's voice fell, a wild aura surged out of his body. In the next moment, specks of blue light appeared on Hai Huan's fists. As soon as those specks of blue light appeared, they roared like the sea. Hoo-hoo! The aura around Hai Huan's body rose wildly. When it reached its peak, Hai Huan suddenly roared and punched out with both his fists. When Hai Huan's fists blasted out, 2 blue fist shadows appeared and wrapped around them. Hai Huan's strength was about the same as the cloud-covering hand of the flying immortal pavilion, Yang Fan. If even Yang Fan wasn't a match for Fang Qin, it was obvious that Hai Huan wouldn't be able to defeat Fang Qin. If it was Hai Tian, I might be a little afraid. However, if it's you, only death awaits you. Fang Chen watched Hai Huan's menacing attack as he spoke. As soon as his voice fell, Hai Huan's fists appeared in front of him. When the blue fist lights on Hai Huan's fists came into contact with Fang Chen's body, a sinister smile appeared on Hai Huan's face. "Brat, no matter how strong you are, you will definitely die if you are hit by my fists." Hai Huan seemed to have already seen the scene of his fists blasting Fang Qin to death. His eyes were burning with passion. "I'm afraid you will be the one to die." Just as Hai Huan's face was full of smiles, a discordant voice suddenly entered Hai Huan's ears. Then, Hai Huan was shocked to discover that his fists seemed to be frozen in the air and couldn't move forward. "Huh." Hai Huan roared and urged all the power in his body into his fists, wanting to bombard Fang Chen's body. However, he was only a centimeter away from Fang Qin. His fists couldn't move forward. How is this possible? The smile on Hai Huan's face faded and was replaced by a look of fear. However, before he could think of a way to deal with it, Fang Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced his chest. Puchi Wen Fang Qin stabbed with the hidden star sword. He instantly used a 100-meter ice seal. Hai Huan was directly frozen. When the ice seal disappeared, Hai Huan was shocked to discover that his chest had been pierced by the hidden star sword. Puchi Hai Huan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never thought that he would be killed by this martialist in front of him in one blow. "Who are you?" Hai Huan's mouth was bleeding and his voice was hoarse. A dead person doesn't need to know too much. Fang Qin said softly. With a Puchi sound, he pulled out the hidden star sword. Hai Huan slowly fell to the ground. Just as Hai Huan fell to the ground, a soul flew out from his mind. Puchi before Fang Qin could swing the hidden star sword, the little mouse rushed out of the interspatial ring and swallowed the soul in one gulp. No, a miserable cry came out of the soul before it was digested by the little mouse. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was stunned. This little mouse was too powerful. It could even swallow a martialist soul. While Fang Chen was in a daze, the Banxianshu also came out of the interspatial ring and directly took root on Hai Huan's corpse. It sizzled as it absorbed Hai Huan's blood. Hai Huan had just died, so his blood was still very fresh. The Banxianshu shouted loudly as it absorbed the blood. It was too comfortable. Hai Huan's death completely shocked the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect. Senior brother Hai Huan is actually dead. How is this possible? Is he a devil? He killed senior brother Hai Huan in one move. Quickly run. Suddenly a disciple shouted. Instantly, all the disciples who were in shock came to their senses and ran away. However, how could Fang Chen let them go? You were also involved in the siege of the Sword Reverence sect. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the hidden star sword danced. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art was instantly displayed. Puchi in the blink of an eye, all the disciples that Hai Huan had brought were killed by Fang Chen. The entire mountain peak was covered with the corpses of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. The Banxianshu shouted in pleasure as it continuously absorbed the fresh blood. Chapter 354. After killing Hai Huan and the others, Fang Qin did not leave the mountain peak. He was waiting for Hai Tian and the others to arrive. With his current strength, if he were to fight alone, he would not be afraid even if he met Hai Tian. He believed that Hai Tian would know about the situation here and would be on his way. Fang Qin stood quietly on the mountain peak. His deep eyes looked at the endless blue sky. His thoughts gradually returned to the past. When he came to the Golden Crown Nation, he was only 17 years old. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Now he was 19 years old. In these 2 years, Fang Qin used his own efforts to reach the 6th level of the Qi High Realm from the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, his true strength was comparable to the chief disciples of the 9 major 2-star sect. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the best of the younger generation in the Golden Crown Nation. And all of this only took 2 years. I wonder how Tian Xian is doing. At this moment, Fang Qin thought back to everything that had happened in the Shenfeng Nation. He thought back to Tian Xian, who was taught by him in the Heavenly Fire Tribe. I wonder how his cultivation is now. Fang Qin said to himself. Back then, before Fang Qin left, he had left the water and fire swordplay to Tian Xian. If Tian Xian could successfully cultivate the water and fire swordplay to the 2nd level before the age of 25, he would be his first disciple. Back then, Tian Xian was only a 10-year-old child. Now he was only 12. There was still a lot of time left for Tian Xian. Fang Qin did not think too much about it. Then he thought of the Fang clan in the Shenfeng Nation and his mother. After the divine illusion space closes, I will go to the Luo clan to look for her. Fang Qin said in a low voice. While Fang Qin was thinking about the past, the strongest of the younger generation in the Haiyan sect, Hai Tian, was rushing towards the mountain peak where Fang Qin was at. You dare to kill the disciples of the Haiyan sect? You are courting death. Hai Tian said in a cold voice as he sped forward. His eyes were filled with bloodlust, which was extremely frightening. Apart from Hai Tian, the Flying Celestial Pavilion was also searching for Tainyo in the divine illusion space. They had already announced that they would find Tainyo at all costs and kill him. The man called Tainyo had killed their Flying Immortal Pavilion's cloud covering hand, Yang Fan. This caused the entire Flying Immortal Pavilion to be furious, especially the head disciple of the Flying Immortal Pavilion. He even told Fang Yan that as long as he met Tainyo, he would definitely make him regret it for the rest of his life. Of course, other than these 2 sects, other sects were also searching for opportunities within the divine illusion space. The divine illusion space opened once every 6 years. Each time it opened, it would only be open for half a year. The disciples of the sect naturally wouldn't waste any time. Over the years, there had been many disciples who had obtained opportunities in the divine illusion space. As long as they didn't die, they would all become core disciples of the sect. This caused the disciples of the sect to do their best to search for opportunities. Once they found their own opportunities, it meant that they would be able to soar into the sky. Among the 9 2-star sects, the Reverend Sword sect had been annihilated by 3 2-star sects. This had shaken the entire divine illusion space, but it still couldn't stop the disciples from searching for opportunities. In a certain area, 2 martialists were moving forward. Their faces were full of smiles. Luo Yu, you've gained quite a lot. A man beside Luo Yu said with a smile. Brother Luo Han, you've gained quite a lot too. Luo Yu said with a smile. Before entering the divine illusion space, he had been together with Luo Han. After entering the divine illusion space, the 2 of them had been together. The 2 of them were quite lucky. Not long after entering the divine illusion space, they had encountered a great opportunity. It took them a full 2 months to successfully accept the inheritance of this place. Now, the 2 of them had reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. This made the 2 of them very happy. It's only been 2 months, and our cultivation has increased. If we obtain more inheritances, our cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Who knows, we might even be able to compete with Luo Gong. Luo Han said happily, "Our strength will surpass Luo Gong sooner or later." Luo Yu clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, "The Luo family was one of the 9 two-star sects. Among the 9 two-star sects, it was considered one of the top powers. To be able to become the top expert of the younger generation of the Luo family, it was enough to show how strong Luo Gong was. Luo Gong was only 20 years old, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm. This time, after entering the divine illusion space, Luo Gong's goal was to enter the martial marquee list. Actually, before entering the divine illusion space, Luo Gong's strength was already comparable to the experts of the martial marquee list. If there were no accidents, Luo Gong would definitely be able to increase his strength and enter the martial marquee list. At that time, the Luo family would definitely become the leader of the 9 two-star sects. A 20-year-old expert of the martial marquee list was too young. It was enough for the Luo family to continue for 100 years. However, Luo Yu and Luo Han were also the top experts of the younger generation of the Luo family. Although their cultivation wasn't as high as Luo Gong's, their talent was outstanding. As long as they were given time, they would definitely be able to catch up to Luo Gong. Continue searching for remnants and breaking through. Luo Yu said, "Okay." Just as Luo Yu and Luo Han were preparing to leave, a red-clothed female suddenly appeared in their line of sight. When the two of them saw the red-clothed female, their pupils shrank and they said, "Why is she here?" The person who had come was none other than the only person in the younger generation of the Luo family who could contend against Luo Gong. "The two of you have gained quite a bit." The red-clothed female looked at the two of them and slightly nodded her head. "Liuli, why are you here?" Luo Han asked. "I just happened to pass by here." Luo Liuli said. After the three of them greeted each other, Luo Liuli left. Luo Yu looked at Luo Liuli's back and wanted to say something, but hesitated. Once Luo Liuli was far away, Luo Han asked, "Luo Yu, what did you want to say?" "Brother Luo Han, do you still remember the disciple from the sword sect who defeated me in Jianzhou City?" Luo Yu asked. "Of course I remember. His name is Fang Qin," said Luo Han. "That person called Fang Qin has always been searching for a woman called Luo Liuli. I originally wanted to tell Liuli about this," said Luo Yu. Why is he looking for Liuli? Could it be that they know each other?" Luo Han was puzzled. "I also don't know," said Luo Yu. Luo Yu and Luo Han continued walking as they chatted. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived in front of a mountain peak. Suddenly, Luo Han saw a person sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. His expression changed, and he said, "Luo Yu, look at the peak. There's a person there." "Let's go take a look," said Luo Han. In a short while, the two of them reached the peak. "Do you know this brat?" Luo Han stared at Fang Qin icily. "I don't know him," said Luo Yu. Hearing that, Luo Han's eyes brightened. "It seems he's a disciple from an ordinary sect." As he spoke, Luo Han appeared in front of Fang Qin. "Brat, I'm in a good mood today. Hand over your spatial ring, and I'll let you live." Fang Qin had been waiting for Hai Tian to arrive. He hadn't expected two unexpected cultivators to arrive. When he saw Luo Yu, his eyes flickered. He slowly stood up and said, "Are you sure you want to rob me?" "Nonsense. If we don't rob you, who will we rob?" Luo Han's face darkened. "You have to pay a price for robbing me. For example, these people." Fang Chen moved aside, allowing Hai Huan and the others' corpses to appear in front of Luo Han. Yes, at the beginning, Luo Han and Luo Yu had seen a few corpses, but they hadn't looked carefully. They had thought they were ordinary disciples' corpses, but now that they heard Fang Chen's words, they looked over and saw that Hai Huan was among those corpses. "You killed Hai Huan?" Luo Yu's heart was filled with dread. Then, who do you think killed her? Fong Chen smiled. Humph, I don't believe you killed Hai Huan. Luo Han sneered. He thought Fong Chen was just trying to scare them. He was a disciple of the Luo family. How could he be afraid of an ordinary cultivator? Luo Yu attacked together. Kill him, shouted Luo Han. His aura suddenly exploded out, and he directly attacked Fong Chen. Courting death. Fong Chen's eyes flickered. He had sensed Luo Han's killing intent. Seeing Luo Han's attack, he suddenly punched out. Bang! Luo Han's body was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, heavily injured. His face was filled with terror. Damn it! Cursed Luo Han. This time he had kicked an iron plate. Luo Yu directly ran over to Luo Han and helped him up. She turned to Fong Chen and said, Brother, we're disciples of the Luo family. Please give the Luo family some face and let us off. Does the Luo family have some face? Sneered Fong Chen. My big brother is the Iron Sword Sect's Tai-in. Do you think I'm afraid of the Luo family? Brother, if you kill us, the Luo family won't let the Iron Sword Sect off, said Luo Yu. Humph, my Iron Sword Sect has long since had thoughts of unifying the Golden Crown Nation. Once the Divine Illusion space closes, my Iron Sword Sect will attack your Luo family, said Fong Chen. Luo Han and Luo Yu's expressions were ashen. Then what will it take for you to let us off? Let you off? Sneered Fong Chen. A wild aura suddenly erupted from his body. Luo Yu and Luo Han were filled with regret. Why had they provoked this killing god? However, they had secretly sent a message to the Luo family's disciples that Luo Yu was no longer here. I've already sent a message to the Luo family. If you dare touch the two of us, the Luo family's disciples won't let you off, threatened Luo Yu. You're threatening me? Fong Chen's eyes were icy. He took out the hidden star sword and walked step by step toward Luo Yu and Luo Han. Seeing Fong Chen's icy gaze, Luo Yu trembled and shouted, Liuli, save me! Originally, Fong Chen had wanted to kill Luo Han and Luo Yu, but when he heard Liuli's name, he instantly stopped and looked at Luo Yu. Who is Liuli? Luo Liuli? Chapter 355. When Fong Chen heard the name Liuli, his expression constantly changed. He pressed the hidden star sword against Luo Yu's throat and coldly asked, Who is Liuli? Yes. Seeing Fong Chen so anxious, Luo Yu suddenly realized something. You're Fong Chen? Impossible. He can't possibly have such tyrannical strength. Luo Yu suddenly said. Fong Chen. Even Luo Han, who was standing at the side, was shocked. Tell me, who is Liuli? Fong Chen's voice was ice-cold. Fong Chen. You're definitely Fong Chen. Only you would care so much about Liuli. Luo Yu wildly laughed when he saw Fong Chen's anxious expression. At this moment, Luo Yu even forgot that he was still in danger. Fong Chen fiercely waved the hidden star sword. With a swoosh, Luo Han instantly died. Killing people without blinking was exactly what Fong Chen was doing right now. Tell me, who is Liuli? Fong Chen roared furiously. At this moment, Luo Yu was finally a little afraid. He looked at Fong Chen, his body constantly trembling. If I tell you, can you let me go? Speak. Fong Chen roared once more. Liuli is called Luo Liuli. She's a member of my Luo family. Luo Yu's body trembled as he spoke, but at this moment, a wild roar came from the distance. Tainyo, you're courting death. This roar directly startled Fong Chen. He icily looked into the distance. At this moment, a figure appeared on the distant plains. That figure was the head disciple of the Sea Cloud sect, Hai Tian. Whoosh! Taking advantage of Fong Chen's inattention, Luo Yu's figure flashed, and he directly rushed down the mountain. As long as he could reach Hai Tian, he would be saved. Hai Tian, save me! Luo Yu roared. When he saw that Luo Yu had escaped, Fong Chen's eyes turned completely cold. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and suddenly chased after Luo Yu. If Luo Yu was saved by Hai Tian, she would definitely reveal her identity. Swish! The great Luo soul slaughter flame was instantly unleashed. A wild spiritual flame shot out and drilled into Luo Yu's head, burning her soul. How dare you! Seeing Fang Chen attack Luo Yu, Hai Tian, who was rushing over, roared furiously. Hai Tian is... Luo Yu knew that he wouldn't be able to live. He wanted to tell Hai Tian about Fang Chen's identity, but before he could finish speaking, he was pierced by Fang Chen's sword and instantly lost his life. The instant Fang Chen killed Luo Yu, his body moved horizontally, and a large crater appeared where he had been standing. Tai Niao, you dare to kill a disciple of my Sea Cloud sect? Today, even the gods won't be able to save you. Hai Tian was overbearing as he roared furiously. I've been waiting for you. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at Hai Tian as he said coldly. With Fang Chen's current strength, he wasn't afraid of Hai Tian in a one-on-one fight. He had been waiting here for Hai Tian's arrival. Good, very good. I really want to know where your courage comes from. Hai Tiansheng's voice was cold and threatening. Swish! As soon as Hai Tian's voice fell, he suddenly erupted with an extremely tyrannical aura. This was the first time Fang Chen fought with a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm, but Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Seeing Hai Tian's fierce attack, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword tightly in his hand. His eyes were filled with passion. Just in time. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art was pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. The hidden star sword shot out a wild fire and water sword light. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 thick fire and water sword light floated side by side in the sky. Raging sea fist. Suddenly, Hai Tian roared and clenched his fists. The wild qi around him gathered on his fists. In the next moment, specks of blue light appeared on his fist. These specks of light contained an aura as majestic as the sea. You should be proud to die under my raging sea fist. Hai Tian sneered. Both of his fists suddenly brandished. As Hai Tian brandished his fists, the surrounding air dissipated in all directions. Crack! As the air dissipated, the space seemed to be distorted. Hai Tian's fists flew across the air and appeared in front of Fang Chen. At this moment, the star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand controlled the 7 sword lights of water and fire, and suddenly merged them into one sword light of water and fire. After doing all this, the sword light of water and fire advanced side by side with the star-concealing sword, directly bombarding Hai Tian's fists. Dong! The whole earth trembled. After the two collided, the wild qi soared into the sky. The fire and water sword light collided with Hai Tian's fists and shattered. However, Hai Tian's fists were also shaken to the point of pain. After Hai Tian's fists smashed the fire and water sword light, he paused for a moment. It was this pause that allowed Fang Chen's hidden star sword to shoot over. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword fiercely slashed at Hai Tian's fists. With a crack, the blue light on Hai Tian's fists was instantly sent flying. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen and Hai Tian were forced to retreat at the same time. However, when Fang Chen was retreating, he suddenly stomped. His body rotated 180 degrees in the sky and moved forward again. The hidden star sword in his hand pierced towards Hai Tian. Yes. Seeing this scene, Hai Tian's expression changed slightly. In a hurry, he used the raging sea fist. With a bang, Hai Tian's body was sent flying. When Hai Tian did his best to stabilize his body, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He coldly asked, "You're not a disciple of the Iron Sword sect. Who are you?" "The person who will kill you." Fang Chen sneered and raised his sword to attack once more. Fang Chen had already understood Hai Tian's true strength. Although Hai Tian was the strongest of the Hai Yin sect's younger generation, Fang Chen was confident that he could defeat him. To be able to force me to this extent, your strength is at least on the level of a chief disciple of one of the 9 great 2-star sects. Who are you? Hai Tian coldly asked as he watched Fang Chen launch his attack. Fang Chen didn't say anything. What responded to Hai Tian was a sharp fire and water sword light. This time, when Fang Chen used the fire and water sword technique, he suddenly activated the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Whoosh! The spiritual flame instantly condensed and appeared in front of Hai Tian's head. It wanted to drill into his mind. No. Hai Tian also sensed the tyrannical power of this spiritual flame. With a furious roar, the aura around his body suddenly skyrocketed, and a majestic black fog emerged from his body. Brat, you're the first person of the younger generation to force me to this extent. When the black mist appeared around Hai Tian, his aura also soared. Crack! The black mist directly blocked the spiritual flame. After a stalemate, the spiritual flame was extinguished by the black mist. Your strength is on par with Luo Gong's. I never thought that I would meet such a powerful cultivator like you in the divine illusion space, Hai Tian said in a gloomy voice. When the black mist came out of his body, Fang Chen discovered that Hai Tian seemed to have become a different person. Even his tone was different. In these past years, anyone who knew my secret has died. You're no exception. Hai Tian's eyes were filled with black mist. Fang Chen frowned. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. You're a remnant of the Yellow Springs sect. At this moment, Fang Chen finally realized that the Hai Tian in front of him was no longer the Hai Tian of the Sea Cloud sect. He had been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Springs sect. Brat, it seems you understand my Yellow Springs sect quite well, said Hai Tian sinisterly. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. It seems that your Yellow Springs sect has already infiltrated the Sea Cloud sect. You're very smart, but you know too much. Today you'll definitely die. Hai Tian laughed sinisterly. When he had revealed his identity, he had already made preparations to kill this person. Furthermore, he was confident that this person wouldn't be able to escape from his palm. Do you think you can kill me? Fang Chen suddenly asked as he looked at the sky. Killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. As Hai Tian spoke, the black mist around him surged. What do you think will happen if I spread the news that the Sea Cloud sect is colluding with the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen smiled faintly. You won't have that chance. Hai Tian's black mist surged as he walked step by step toward Fang Chen. He was filled with killing intent. 7th level of the Water Flame Sword Art. Fang Chen knew he couldn't be careless. He directly activated the 7th level of the Water Flame Sword Art and then used the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Crack! Hai Tian's palm was filled with a black aura. Under Hai Tian's control, this black aura collided violently with the Water Fire Sword Light. At the same time, Hai Tian's other hand reached out, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame, 2nd level. Just as Hai Tian's attack was about to reach Fang Chen, the latter urged his late red-class soul to condense a spiritual flame and use the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Fang Chen had long since comprehended the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. He had comprehended the 2nd level of the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame when he was dealing with Hai Tian. The reason he was so confident in escaping despite knowing that his opponent was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was because of the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. The 2nd level of the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame was several times stronger than the 1st level. Caught off guard, Hai Tian's palm was instantly burned by the spiritual flame. Damn it! Roared Hai Tian furiously. While Hai Tian was wearing down the soul flame attack, Fang Chen leaped and left the mountain peak, disappearing into the forest behind the mountain peak. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Hai Tian destroyed the spiritual flame and chased after Fang Chen. Now that Fang Chen knew his identity, how could he let Fang Chen escape? Chapter 3:56. 3 days later, Fong Chun appeared miserably in a cave. In the past 3 days, he had been constantly avoiding Hai Tian's pursuit. Damn it! Fong Chin couldn't help cursing. After Hai Tian had been possessed, his strength had caught up to the martial marquis rankings. He was no match for him. Fortunately, his Daluo soul-killing flame had broken through to the second level at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. Fortunately, although he was in a sorry state, he had still managed to escape. Once this news spreads, your Sea Cloud sect's disciples will definitely become the target of public criticism. A vicious light flashed through Fong Chen's eyes. After another day, a major piece of news instantly swept through the entire divine illusion space. Countless martialists were discussing this piece of news. Have you heard? Someone fought a huge battle with the Sea Cloud sect's Hai Tian. Apparently, Hai Tian has been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. What do you mean Hai Tian has been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? Didn't the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect exterminate them a long time ago? It's not just that. It's said that the entire Sea Cloud sect is connected to the Yellow Spring sect. I don't know if that's true or not. Many disciples were discussing this in a certain trading area. However, they still weren't sure if this news was true or false. However, half a day later, they heard another piece of news. They were finally certain that the Sea Cloud sect was colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. Heavens, the Sea Cloud sect is a 2-star sect, but they're actually colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. Once I leave, I'll definitely report this to my sect. That's right. The Yellow Spring sect is too dangerous for the ancient Sword Continent. The Sea Cloud sect is actually colluding with them. They're helping the evildoers. Let's join forces and kill the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. Many martial artists were filled with righteous indignation. Some disciples had even personally witnessed the Sea Cloud sect's disciples being possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. The Sea Cloud sect became a target for everyone. Within the divine illusion space, all the sect's disciples were searching for the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. As long as they found them, they would kill them without mercy. At this moment, in a certain region of the divine illusion space, a white-robed man was leaning against a tree. His expression changed slightly when he heard the news. The Sea Cloud sect is actually colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, said the white-robed man. Killing intent shot out of his eyes. Senior brother Luo Gong, the news of the Sea Cloud sect colluding with the Yellow Spring sect has already been confirmed. Right now, all the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect are being hunted down by the disciples of the other sections. What about our Luo family? Asked another disciple. You dare to collude with the Yellow Spring sect? You really don't want to live anymore. Pass down my orders. If you encounter any disciples of the Sea Cloud sect, kill them without mercy, Luo Gong said coldly. At the same time, the chief disciples of the other 2-star sects also expressed their intentions to pursue and kill the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect. However, in another part of the divine illusion space, the disciples of the Daluo sect were furious when they heard this news. How could that idiot Hai Tian reveal his identity? Roared Luo Kansas. Just who was able to force Hai Tian to reveal his identity? Asked Tai Yin. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Hai Tian's strength can't be considered lacking amongst us. Someone who could force him to reveal his identity would at least be on the same level as Luo Gong, said Luo Ken unhappily. You suspect that Luo Ken did this? Asked Tai Yin. Of course, there's another possibility. But that possibility is very small, said Luo Kansas. What possibility? Asked Tai Yin. Your good little brother Tai Nyo. Luo Ken looked at Tai Yin. Hearing that name, Tai Yin's expression sank. He icily said, This Tai Nyo purposely said he was my little brother in order to draw more hatred towards me. Furthermore, I heard that he killed the cloud-covering Han Yang fan with a single attack. His strength should be around the same as ours. Now isn't the time to discuss this. What should we do? Asked Luo Kansas, Now that things have gotten to this point, we have to find Hai Tian before everyone else finds him, and then kill him, said Tai Yun. Hai Tian's existence could expose their identities, so in order to hide their identities, they didn't hesitate to kill him. We need to act quickly, said Luo Kansas. Let's go now. Tai Yun nodded. In just 3 days, the Sea Cloud sect's disciples that had entered the divine illusion space had all been annihilated. Everyone hated the Yellow Spring sect, and after learning that the Sea Cloud sect had colluded with them, they naturally wouldn't show mercy. At this time, in a hidden place, Hai Tian's expression was sinister and infuriated. Damn it, it's all because of that damnable fellow, roared Hai Tian. However, just as Hai Tian was infuriated, 2 auras stealthily arrived. Hai Tian raised his head and saw that Tai Yun and Luo had arrived together. You've come at the right time, said Hai Tian. Hai Tian, how did you expose your identity? Tai Yun was a bit unhappy. It's a martial artist called Tai Nyo. He's very strong, and if I hadn't exposed myself, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. I had no choice but to expose myself. I originally wanted to kill him, but he escaped, said Hai Tian. Hearing Hai Tian's words, Luo Kan and Tai Yun exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt. Just who is this Tai Nyo? Why have we never heard of him before? Asked Luo Kansas. Could it be Jian Feng? Ever since the Sword Reverence sect's disciples had been annihilated and Jian Feng had escaped with heavy injuries, no one had seen him again. Hearing Tai Yun mention Jian Feng, their eyes brightened. Luo Kan said, that's extremely likely. Perhaps Jian Feng didn't die and instead profited from that disaster. His strength has increased explosively. Let's go find Tai Nyo right now and kill him, said Hai Tian. All right. Hai Tian was the first to move, but he hadn't even taken a few steps when he sensed something was wrong. When he turned around, a sharp sword had stabbed into his body. You! Hai Tian's eyes widened as he stared the two of them. At this time, Luo Kan's fist smashed into Hai Tian's head. Caught off guard, Hai Tian was heavily injured. He wanted to resist, but Tai Yun and Luo Kan didn't give him a chance. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for revealing your identity. You almost ruined our plan, said Tai Yun icily. Just as Tai Yun finished speaking, the sharp sword in his hand slashed down on Hai Tian's head. Hai Tian lost his life. Less than half a day after Hai Tian's death, Tai Yun and Luo Kan appeared at a certain trading point with a head in their hands. Everyone, the Sea Cloud sect, colluded with the Yellow Spring sect. The Sea Cloud sect's disciples were all killed by us. With the 2 of us working together, we killed Hai Tian. While speaking, Tai Yun directly threw Hai Tian's head at the trading point. Countless martial artists immediately came over. Once they confirmed it was Hai Tian's head, they were all delighted. As expected of the peak experts of the junior generation, senior apprentice brothers Tai Yun and Luo Kan really are outstanding, laughed a disciple. Exactly. If everyone could be like senior apprentice brothers Tai Yun and Luo Kan, that would be great. Hearing the discussions of the disciples, Tai Yun and Luo Kan exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The matter of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples had come to an end. After learning that all the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect, including Hai Tian, had died, they continued to search for opportunities. Of course, at this moment, many people in the divine illusion space were searching for Tai Nyo. Where is Tai Nyo? How dare he kill a disciple of the Flying Immortal Pavilion? He's really courting death. That's right. Tai Nyo offended the Flying Immortal Pavilion. He's dead for sure. If the eldest senior apprentice brother of the Flying Immortal Pavilion makes a move, he won't live. A piece of trash actually dares to provoke the Flying Immortal Pavilion. Somewhere in the divine illusion space, the disciples of the Flying Immortal Pavilion were clamoring to kill Tai Nyo. In 2 other places, the Iron Sword sect and the Great Luo sect had joined forces to search for Feng Chen. They were also clamoring, calling Feng Chen a coward who was afraid of death. They were constantly insulting Fong Qin. The other was the imperial capital's Luo family. After learning that Luo Yu and Luo Han had died at the hands of a martial artist called Tai Niu, Luo Gong finally spoke. Find Tai Niu and kill him. The capital's Luo family would not allow anyone to blaspheme them. Although Luo Yu and Luo Han were nothing in Luo Gong's eyes, they were still members of the Luo family. For a time, the entire divine illusion space was filled with denunciations of Tai Niu. As for the main character, Tai Niu, he was hiding in a hidden cave, healing. One day, Fong Qin was healing when he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. He shot to his feet and vigilantly looked at the entrance of the cave. Just at this moment, the entrance of the cave flashed and a figure entered. There's someone here. The newcomer frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings and discovered Fong Qin. Who are you? Asked the newcomer when she saw Fong Qin. And who are you? Asked Fong Qin. I am Luo Liuli from the capital's Luo family. The person who came said. She had originally come from an ancient ruin, and when she passed by this place, she sensed an obscure aura, which was why she came here. Luo Liuli. You're the Luo Liuli that Luo you spoke of. Fong Qin was startled. You recognize me? Luo Liuli opened her mouth. Hearing Luo Liuli's words, Fong Qin shook his head slightly as a sliver of disappointment flashed in his eyes. When he first heard the two words, Liuli from Luo Yu, he was very excited. But when he learned that this person was Luo Liuli from the Luo family, Fong Qin had been very disappointed. This woman was only in her 20s. She didn't match his mother's age. It was just that they had the same name. Who are you? Luo Liuli stared at Fong Qin. I'm Tai Niu, said Fong Qin. You're Tai Niu. Luo Liuli was clearly shocked. She hadn't expected this person to be Tai Niu. Luo Yu and Luo Han were killed by you. Luo Liuli's eyes were ice cold as she icily said, I'll take revenge for them. Luo Liuli roared and unleashed a fierce attack. Red figures filled the sky, and a wild aura attacked Fong Qin. Fong Qin's hidden star sword suddenly danced and stabbed out, directly breaking Luo Liuli's attack. You're not my match. For some unknown reason, Fong Qin couldn't bear to attack Luo Liuli. Could it be because her name is the same as my mother's? Fong Qin pondered. Bang! Fong Qin put away his hidden star sword and punched out, forcing Luo Liuli back. He shook his head. You're not my match. Leave. Luo Liuli's eyes flashed with shock. Although she had only managed to dispel it for a short moment, she already knew she wasn't Tai Niu's match. But she didn't understand why Tai Niu wanted her to leave. Tai Niu, you're the second person in the younger generation to be able to so easily dispel the secret art Aunt Liuli taught me. I'll definitely defeat you. Chapter 357. Aunt Liuli. Fong Qin's eyes widened, and he hastily asked, Aunt Liuli? Is her name Luo Liuli? Luo Liuli had just been about to leave when she saw Fong Qin's anxious expression. She nodded lightly. Of course. My Aunt Liuli is also a member of the Luo family, so of course she's called Luo Liuli. My name is also the exact same name that my father gave me back then to commemorate my Aunt Liuli. Boom! Fong Qin's head exploded. His eyes burned. The Aunt Liuli Luo Liuli spoke of was extremely likely his mother. Why are you asking about my Aunt Liuli? Luo Liuli looked warily at Fong Qin. Can you tell me more about your Aunt Liuli? Fong Qin tried his best to suppress his excitement as he asked slowly. Do you want to know? Luo Liuli suddenly asked. Fong Qin nodded heavily. But at this moment, Luo Liuli's figure flashed, and she left the cave. Wait for the day I defeat you. Luo Liuli left, leaving behind those words. Fong Qin was incomparably excited, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. If it could be said that Luo Liuli had disappointed him, then this Aunt Liuli she spoke of had reignited his hope. The age matches. It's extremely likely she's my mother. Fang Chen was incomparably excited. He watched as Luo Liuli left, but he didn't chase after her. He knew that even if he caught up to Luo Liuli, he wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information from her. Furthermore, he was still in the divine illusion space. Even if he learned something, he wouldn't be able to leave. Once the divine illusion space closes, I'll definitely pay a visit to the Luo family, thought Fang Chen. After Luo Liuli left, her eyes flickered as she looked in the direction of the hidden cave in the distance. She muttered to herself, "This Tai Niu is so strange, and from his appearance, he doesn't seem like a bloodthirsty person. Whatever. I'll leave the matter of getting revenge for Luo Yu and Luo Han to brother Luo Gong," said Luo Liuli. After Luo Liuli left, Fang Chen walked out of the cave, looking as if his soul had left his body. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The divine illusion space had already been open for 3 months. It would close. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been cultivating. Finally, under his tireless efforts, his soul strength had reached the pinnacle of the red class. After his soul had reached the pinnacle of the red class, Fang Chen's strength had skyrocketed once again. If he were to face Tai Yin and the others now, he would definitely be able to kill them easily. At this time, Fang Chen also heard the news. He had become a warrior that everyone wanted to beat up. Iron's Word Sect, Daluo Sect, Luo Clan, and Flying Immortal Pavilion. Fang Chen mumbled to himself. Those 4 sects' disciples had been clamoring that if he appeared, they would definitely kill him. The Luo family is most likely related to Mother. For now, I won't clash with them. Since that's the case, I'll start with the Iron Sword Sect and the Daluo Sect, said Fang Chen. 3 days later, Fang Chen found one of the Daluo sect's strongholds. He could hear the clamoring of the Daluo sect's disciples even from a distance. That bastard Tai Niu must be afraid of our Daluo sect and doesn't dare to appear. That's right. If Tai Niu appears, I'll be able to kill him in a moment. So many days have passed. Tai Niu must be hiding in some corner, not daring to appear, said the Daluo sect's disciples. There were other sects' disciples present. They couldn't stand the clamoring of the Daluo sect's disciples. Tai Niu was able to kill the Flying Immortal Pavilion's cloud-covering Han-Yang fan in one blow. If he really does appear here, you'll probably suffer a calamity, said a disciple. Our Daluo sect isn't afraid of a mere Tai Niu. If he appears, I'll definitely kill him. TCH, you're just talking. If Tai Niu appears, I bet you won't attack him, said the hidden disciple. I'll wait here for Tai Niu to appear, said the Daluo sect's disciple disdainfully. As they were speaking, Fang Chen had already mixed into the crowd. Looking at the Daluo sect's disciples, he had an urge to laugh. Do you really want Tai Niu to appear? Asked Fang Chen. Nonsense. As long as Tai Niu appears, senior apprentice brother Luo won't even need to do anything. We'll be able to kill him. The Daluo sect's disciples were insufferably arrogant. The surrounding sect's disciples all shook their heads. They didn't say anything else. Just at this moment, Fang Chen took a step forward and appeared in front of the Daluo sect's disciple. Brat, hurry up and scram. This is my Daluo sect's territory. The Daluo sect's disciple was already unhappy. Seeing Fang Chen approach, he icily roared. The Daluo sect's disciples really are arrogant. Fang Chen smiled. Brat, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I'll kill you as well, shouted the Daluo sect's disciple. The only thing you dare to do is shout here. If Tai Niu appears, he'll be able to kill you with one hand, said Fang Chen. Bullshit. If he appears, I'll suppress him with one hand, cursed the Daluo sect's disciple. Fang Chen had a strange smile on his face. He walked over to the Daluo sect's disciple who had shouted the loudest. Brat, are you going to scram or not? The Daluo sect's disciples' eyes widened. Didn't you say you'd suppress me with one hand? Asked Fang Chen. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. The Daluo sect's disciple suddenly sensed something was wrong. He turned to Fang Qin. "You're Tainyo!" shouted the Daluo sect's disciple. "Correct, I'm Tainyo. Now that I've appeared, weren't you going to suppress me with one hand?" asked Fang Qin. "Hurry and inform Senior Apprentice Brother Luo Can!" roared the Daluo sect's disciple. At the same time, the surrounding Daluo sect's disciples all attacked Fang Qin. Insignificant tricks. Fang Qin extended his palm, and a wild aura appeared in the sky. Then Fang Qin pressed down. Ah! Pitiful cries rang out one after another. When the surrounding disciples saw this, they were all shocked. So he's Tainyo. He suppressed the Daluo sect's disciple with one hand. Who told them to be arrogant? Now that Tainyo has appeared, they won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Serves them right. The Daluo sect's disciples have been too arrogant these past few years. Many of the surrounding disciples secretly said, under the pressure of Fang Qin's palm, the Daluo sect's disciples died one by one. The arrogant Daluo sect's disciple did his best to resist. Crack! His bones shattered, and he miserably screamed. "Tainyo, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo, Ken will be here soon. If you dare kill us, Senior Apprentice Brother Luo, Ken won't let you off." Even now, he was still using Luo Ken to threaten Fang Qin. "I'll wait here for Luo Kansas." Fang Qin pressed down with his palm, and miserable screams rang out. Blood flowed across the plains. The Daluo sect's disciples had all been killed by Fang Qin. After killing the Daluo sect's disciples, Fang Qin calmly stood there, waiting for Luo Ken to arrive. Tainyo is really strong. He suppressed the Daluo sect's disciples with one hand. I'm really looking forward to his battle with Luo Kansas. Tainyo's strength is already comparable to Luo Kan's. He's waiting for Luo Kansas. In the past half a month, the Daluo sect and Iron Sword sect have been clamoring to kill Tainyo. Now that Tainyo has appeared, it seems like he's taking revenge. Tainyo is too strong. Among the younger generation, besides Luo Gong, no one can match him. Because this plain was relatively close to a certain trading point, the martialists who heard the news all rushed over to watch Tainyo. As time passed, more and more martialists gathered on the plain. They knew that a storm was coming. From the fact that Tainyo could suppress the Daluo sect's disciples with a flip of his palm, he was already very strong. Furthermore, he hadn't left and was waiting for Luo Kansas. This meant that he had the confidence to fight Luo Kansas, a pinnacle showdown. This will definitely be a pinnacle showdown. Tainyo and Luo Ken will fight. Regardless of the outcome, Tainyo's name will definitely resound throughout the divine illusion space. Just as the disciples were discussing, the space in the distance suddenly fluctuated. A wild aura instantly rushed over. "Tainyo, you finally appeared." A thunderous voice rang out in everyone's ears. The leading figure of the Daluo sect's younger generation, Luo Kan, had arrived. Chapter 358. He was the leader of the younger generation of the Daluo sect and one of the 9 childs of the Golden Crown Nation. The 9 childs of the Golden Crown Nation were the strongest of the younger generation. They were the chief disciples of the 9 two-star sect. Jian Feng from the sword-worshipping sect was also one of the 9 childs. However, his strength could only be considered below average among the 9 childs. Luo Kan's strength was stronger than Jian Feng's by a notch. He came with an aggressive aura. "I don't care if you are Tainyo, you will die today." Luo Kan's body flashed and appeared on the plain in an instant, facing off against Fang Qin. "You are finally here. You are much slower than I expected." Fang Qin squinted his eyes and said casually. There was no fear in his voice. When his soul reached the peak of the red rank, his soul cultivation level also increased, reaching the peak of the first rank. It was not an exaggeration to say that a peak of the first rank could easily kill a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm. It could even be said that Fang Chen's current strength was close to Luo Gong's. Against Luo Gongbi, Luo Ken was nothing to be afraid of. Today, he would start a massacre to avenge the dead disciples of the worshipping sword sect. Since you want to die faster, I will fulfill your wish. Luo Kan's eyes were red as he looked at Fang Qin and said coldly. At this moment, some of the warriors hiding in the dark started to make bets. Anyone want to bet on Tainyo to win 1-5? Bet on Luo Ken to win 1-3. A disciple shouted secretly. Hearing this, the crowd started to place their bets. I bet 1 million mid-grade spirit stones on Luo Kansas. I bet 2 million mid-grade spirit stones on Tainyo. You idiot, Luo Ken is one of the 9 childs. Tainyo is a new warrior. If he loses, you will be in trouble. I bet 5 million mid-grade spirit stones on Luo Kansas. Most of the warriors here bet on Luo Ken because they did not believe in Tainyo. They would rather bet on Luo Kansas. Of course, there were also some martial artists who believed that Tainyo was a dark horse that could stay dark until the end. There were even some who bet their entire fortune on Tainyo's victory. Did you hear that? They are all supporting me. Your chances of winning are extremely small. In fact, you could even say that there is none. Luo Ken sneered when he heard that. Then Luo Ken turned around and looked at the person who had placed the bet. After that he said, "Can I bet on myself?" Of course, this martial artist was also stunned. He originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to earn a sum of money, but he did not expect that even Luo Ken would be attracted. All right, I'll bet 1 million high-grade spirit stones. I win. Luo Ken flicked his wrist and threw out a spatial ring. This spatial ring contained 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing Luo Kan's words, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Luo Ken was worthy of being the top expert of the younger generation of Daluo sect. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. If he won, he would be able to earn 3 million high-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a huge sum. Seeing that Luo Ken had made his move, Fang Qin grinned and said, "If that's the case, I'll place a bet as well. I'll bet 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones." In Fang Chen's spatial ring, there were still more than 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. A mere 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones was nothing. Of course, the reason why Fang Qin used mid-grade spirit stones to bet was because he did not have any high-grade spirit stones on him right now. When Fang Qin threw the spatial ring to the person who had placed the bet, he was completely stunned. Fang Qin had actually placed a bet of 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. This martial artist was stunned for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I accept both of your bets." Since they wanted to earn spirit stones, they had to have enough courage. After Fang Qin and Luo Ken had placed their bets, the two of them were surrounded by a dense aura. They were confronting each other, as if a battle would break out at any moment. Suddenly, Luo Ken said, "Tainyo, I'll give you a chance. If you kill yourself in front of me, I'll leave your corpse intact." "You want me to kill myself? Do you have the strength to do so?" Fang Qin sneered and said, the reason why he had been chased by Haitian back then was because Haitian had been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. But now his strength had increased once again. Even if he met the leader of the 9 young masters, Luo Gong, he would not be afraid. "All right, then you can die." Luo Ken roared furiously. Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around Luo Kansas. He slowly raised both of his hands. On his palms, there was an extremely dense spiritual energy. The Daluo sect secret art, the Daluo Absolute Killer, was an extremely tyrannical secret art. As the leader of the younger generation of the Daluo sect, he had naturally cultivated the Daluo Absolute Killer to a certain level. Once the Daluo Absolute Killer was used, his hands would instantly grab the enemy's neck. Then he would use force to break the enemy's neck. This cultivation technique was very unyielding. Usually, when the disciples of the Daluo sect sparred, there would be deaths. Luo Can had used the Daluo Absolute Killer right from the start. It was enough to show how much he valued Tainyo. Luo Can is actually using the Daluo Absolute Killer. I wonder what method Tainyo will use to block it, a disciple exclaimed. Just watch and you'll know. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Can, who was filled with a ruthless aura. There was a scarlet halo on his hands. This halo was the symbol of the Daluo Absolute Killer. Daluo Absolute Killer, huh? Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a playful smile as he muttered to himself. Just at this moment, an impatient voice rang out from the spatial ring. It came from the python sword. You actually dare to take out such a trashy cultivation technique? What a disgrace. Hurry up and deal with him, said the bronze ancestor impatiently. Old Ancestor Bronze said impatiently. The reason why he said that was because he knew that Fang Chen's strength was enough to crush his opponent. Fang Chen nodded when he heard that. A murderous aura surfaced in his eyes. In the next moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly danced. Whoosh! When the 7th level of the water-fire sword art was displayed, a majestic sword light shook the heavens and earth. When the sword light struck the Daluo Absolute Killer, it instantly shattered the Daluo Absolute Killer. Bang! Luo Can was forced to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Luo Can thought that even if he couldn't kill Tainyo with the Daluo Absolute Killer, he would still be able to severely injure Tainyo. But now, it seemed that his thoughts were too naive. Daluo Absolute Killer, Absolute Killer. Luo Can roared and frantically executed the ultimate move of the Daluo Absolute Killer. His hands carried an earth-shattering aura as they pressed down on Fang Chen. Daluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. Fang Chen didn't use the 7th level of the water-fire sword art. Instead, he used the Daluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. A soul cultivator at the pinnacle of the first-grade soul cultivators, Soul Slaughtering Flame, was no joke. Whoosh! In the sky, a terrifying soul aura instantly condensed into a fiery dragon. This fiery dragon pierced through the Daluo Absolute Killer and drilled into Luo Can's head. Shortly after, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Luo Can's attack stopped. His body was constantly trembling and his eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he was fully mobilizing his soul to resist the attack of the Daluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen's strength had once again shocked all the martialists. Tainyo is too powerful. In just 2 moves, Luo Can couldn't even fight back. What a powerful battle. This is the strongest battle I've seen in my life. Who exactly is this Tainyo? His strength is already comparable to Luo Gong, the leader of the 9 great princes. When did such a heaven-defying martialist appear in our Golden Crown nation? He's too powerful. His soul-slaughtering flame made even me tremble. If he attacked me, he could kill me with a wave of his hand. On the plains, the spectating disciples were all shocked. Of course, after their shock, their hearts ached. Damn it, my spirit stones! It wasn't easy for me to obtain them in the divine illusion space, but I gave them away just like that. My 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. That's the majority of my wealth. For a few million middle-grade spirit stones, I almost died in some ruins. Damn it! I shouldn't have trusted Luo Can back then. Many of the martialists who had bet on Luo Can were howling. Although the battle hadn't ended, Luo Can's defeat was already set. Luo Can cried out miserably as he blocked the Daluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. How annoying! Fang Chen shook his head. He stabbed the hidden star sword at Luo Can, preparing to end his life. However, something strange happened at this moment. A large amount of black aura suddenly surged out of Luo Can's body. The moment this black aura appeared, Luo Can seemed to have become a different person. The great Luo soul-killing flame in his mind was extinguished instantly. At this moment, Luo Can gave off a sinister feeling. "You finally revealed your true body." Fang Chen narrowed his eyes at Luo Can. When he had discovered that the Sea Cloud sect was colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen had guessed that the Iron Sword sect and Daluo Gate were also colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. Now it seemed that his guess had been correct. What Yellow Spring sect's aura? Could it be that the Daluo Gate is also colluding with the Yellow Spring sect? Damnable Daluo Gate, they're actually colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. They've really lost face for our Golden Crown Nation. Iron Bull, kill Luo Can and get rid of the scourge for our Golden Crown Nation. This kind of vermin is the scum of our martial world. We have to kill them. Furthermore, we have to unite all the sect's disciples in the divine illusion space to attack the Daluo Gate. When the disciples discovered the Yellow Spring sect's aura on Luo Can's body, they were all infuriated. Iron Bull, I'll personally kill you. Luo Can's eyes were scarlet as he sinisterly looked at Fang Chen. It won't be long before this matter spreads throughout the entire divine illusion space. At that time, your Daluo sect will suffer the same fate as the Sea Cloud sect, being hunted down by all the disciples. Fang Chen said as he calmly looked at Luo Kansas. Before that, I'll kill everyone who knows about this. Luo Can sinisterly smiled. Chapter 359. After revealing his true form, Luo Can's strength had soared. He was infinitely close to being on the martial marquee list. He was much stronger than Luo Gong, so he was confident that he could definitely kill Fang Chen and everyone else. Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot. He also wanted to test just how strong Luo Can was. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the Daluo Soul Killer Flame was unleashed once again. In the sky, the Peak Red class soul instantly turned into a fire dragon and attacked Luo Kansas. At the same time, Fang Chen's hidden star sword danced. He used the 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword art to launch a 2-pronged attack. Child's play. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Luo Can sneered. Dense black fog appeared above his hands. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he grabbed the fire dragon with both hands. Crack! After Luo Can grabbed the fire dragon, he directly crushed it. At this moment, the Fire and Water Sword art appeared in front of Luo Can's crack. Luo Can was using all his strength to resist the fire dragon. Caught off guard, he was hit by the Fire and Water Sword art. However, it wasn't a big deal. Your strongest attack was blocked by me. What are you going to use to kill me? Luo Can looked at Fang Chen coldly. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, thinking about how to deal with his opponent. At this moment, old Ancestor Bronze said impatiently, I hate the aura on his body. Kid, go ahead and attack. I will suppress his aura. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He used the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame and the Fire and Water Sword art. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Luo Can's face darkened. The black fog around him surged. His heart was filled with killing intent. However, just as he was about to grab the fire dragon, a dazzling light suddenly shot out from Fang Chen's spatial ring and entered the black fog. Then Luo Can let out a miserable cry. In the next moment, the black fog around Luo Can's body dissipated rapidly. How is this possible? Luo Can cried out involuntarily when he saw this scene. The reason why he was so powerful was because of the powerful souls of the members of the Yellow Spring sect. But now, the souls of the members of the Yellow Spring sect were being suppressed. Swish! As Luo Can screamed miserably, Fang Chen's water and fire sword light pierced into Luo Can's body. The fire dragon also burrowed into Luo Can's mind. Luo Can's body had been pierced through by Fang Chen's sword. His soul had also been burned by the fire dragon. Luo Can, who had been incomparably strong just a moment ago, had been instantly defeated by Fang Chen. Many of the martial artists present were dumbfounded at this scene. At this moment, it was as though a god of war had appeared. It was too tyrannical. Of course, he knew that it was all thanks to Ancestor Bronze, who had helped him suppress the aura of the Yellow Spring sect, greatly reducing Luo Kan's strength. That was why he had been able to defeat Luo Kan so easily. Die! Fang Qin shouted in a low voice. The star-hidden sword in his hand issued a sword cry and then pierced into Luo Kan's head. Bang! Luo Kan's head exploded, and his soul was instantly torn apart. Blood spurted out, and he lost his life. After doing all this, Fang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the entire plain was in an uproar. Luo Kan had actually been killed by Fang Qin. Tai Niu, you're too amazing! Tai Niu, you've eliminated a scourge for the Golden Crown Nation. You're the hero of the Golden Crown Nation. That's great! Luo Kan is finally dead. Many of the martial artists cheered after recovering from their shock. They had all treated Tai Niu as a godlike existence. The entire plain was in an uproar. Fang Qin was panting for breath. After a long time, Fang Qin moved and picked up Luo Kan's spatial ring. He threw it into his own spatial ring and then looked at the many martial artists on the plain. I just bet that I've won. A brilliant smile appeared on Fang Qin's face. Suddenly, everyone remembered that they had bet on Luo Kan's. Many of the martial artists who had bet on Luo Kan were filled with regret. If they had known that Luo Kan was colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, they wouldn't have bet on him. Now that Luo Kan was dead, their spirit stones were also gone. Tai Niu, you bet 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. The odds are 1 to 5. That's 5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. But I don't have enough middle-grade spirit stones. Can I use high-grade spirit stones to make up for it? Although he had paid a lot of spirit stones to Fang Qin, in the end he had also made a lot of money. After all, there are too many people who had bet on Luo Kan's. Many of them didn't dare to believe Tai Niu. Sure, said Fang Qin. According to the purity of your middle-grade spirit stones, I'll give you a ratio of 1 to 500 high-grade spirit stones. How about it? Asked the martial artist. Fang Qin nodded. This ratio was the same as Zhenzhou City's, so he gladly agreed. In the end, Fang Qin received 1 million high-grade spirit stones. These were all Luo Kan's bets on him. According to the ratio of 1 to 500, 1 million high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 500 million middle-grade spirit stones. Other than Fang Qin's capital, he was still short of 4.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, there were many martial artists on the plains. Each of them had several million middle-grade spirit stones, so he still had 4.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Before Fang Qin had bought the Qixi fruit, he still had 3.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. After exchanging them for 1 million high-grade spirit stones, he still had 3.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones left. Adding on the 4.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones and 1 million high-grade spirit stones, his wealth had already exceeded 8 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Such a huge sum was comparable to the wealth of some small sect. Fang Qin put away the spirit stones. He was full of smiles. Earning spirit stones this way was still the fastest. You should know what to do next, right? Fang Qin looked at them. Of course we know. Luo Kan has been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. His situation is the same as the Sea Cloud sect's Haitian. Their Daluo sect is most likely colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, said a martial artist. Everyone has the right to kill the Yellow Spring sect's remnants. We'll join forces with all the martial artists in the divine illusion space to kill the Daluo sect's disciples, shouted another martial artist. At this moment, the Daluo sect's disciples that Luo Kan had brought with him wanted to take this opportunity to flee. But how could the disciples on the plains give them that chance? Daluo sect's disciples kill them. Following a martial artist's roar, the other martial artists all attacked. In less than a minute, the Daluo sect's disciples were all killed. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Fang Qin's face. You can go and kill the Dalio sect's disciples." Fong Qin turned and left. Seeing Fong Chen's departing figure, the martial artist's eyes blazed. They also hoped that one day they could be as strong as Tai Nyo. In less than a day, the news of Tai Nyo's battle with Luo Qin had spread throughout the entire divine illusion space. Countless disciples began to kill the disciples of the Dalio sect when they learned that the Dalio sect had colluded with the Yellow Spring sect. At this time, the most furious were the Iron Sword sect's disciples. In a hidden area, the Iron Sword sect's disciples were resting. Their leader, Tai Yin, was livid with rage. What a bunch of idiots! Tai Yin was infuriated. After the Sea Cloud sect had been exposed, they had joined forces to deal with the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. They had thought that they would be able to coexist peacefully, but now even the Dalio sect had been discovered. "Damn Tai Nyo, it's all because of you." Tai Yun's heart burned with fury. Originally, they had all been looking for Tai Nyo. They had wanted to kill him, but they hadn't expected him to be so strong. Luo Qin hadn't been able to escape after being exposed and had been killed by Tai Nyo. When Tai Yin learned of this, he immediately led the Iron Sword sect's disciples to hide. When they had attacked the Sword Reverence sect's 3 two-star sects, 2 of them had died. Now that only their Iron Sword sect was left, they would definitely be suspected by the other sects. "Trash, you're still trying to ruin our plans, even after death," roared Tai Yin. Now that Tai Nyo was so strong, even Tai Yin didn't dare to show himself for fear of being found by Tai Nyo. "Senior apprentice brother Tai Yin, what should we do?" asked the Iron Sword sect's disciples. "Let's hide for now. Once this matter passes, we'll think of a way to contact the Yellow Spring sect's members hiding in the divine illusion space," said Tai Yin. As expected, 3 days later, the Grand Immortal sect's disciples that had entered the divine illusion space had all been killed. Not a single one of them had survived. After the Grand Immortal sect's disciples were killed, there was suddenly news that the Iron Sword sect, the Grand Immortal sect, and the Sea Cloud sect had been working together. Perhaps they were related to the Yellow Spring sect. As soon as this news came out, it rapidly spread throughout the divine illusion space. Many disciples didn't even think about whether or not it was true. But when they thought about how the 3 two-star sects had joined hands to attack the Sword Reverence sect, they immediately felt that there was something fishy about this. Following that, many martial artists began to denounce the Iron Sword sect, demanding an explanation from their disciples. However, from the beginning to the end, they hadn't found a single trace of the Iron Sword sect's disciples. Only now did they realize that the Iron Sword sect's disciples had long since hidden themselves. Many disciples were searching for the Iron Sword sect's disciples, as well as looking for opportunities. Even Fong Qin hadn't thought that the Divine Illusion Space's trial would end up like this. And now, only 3 months had passed since the Divine Illusion Space had opened. There were still 3 months before the Divine Illusion Space would close. No one knew what would happen in these 3 months. When the other 5 sects of the 9 two-star sects heard this news, they all fell silent. In the end, the 9 princes, led by Luo Gong, came to an agreement. If the martial artists of the other sects encountered the Iron Sword sect's disciples, they would immediately capture them. If they resisted, they would be killed without mercy. Luo Gong's prestige was the greatest amongst them, so his words were the loudest. At this time, on a certain plain, Luo Gong was leading the Luo family's disciples in search of an ancient ruin. "This Tai Nyo is quite capable. What happened to the Sea Cloud sect and Dalio sect was all because of him," Luo Gong muttered to himself. "Senior apprentice brother Luo Gong, who do you think this Tai Nyo is? He's so strong. According to the other sect's disciples, he seems to be comparable to senior apprentice brother Luo Gong," asked a Luo family's disciple. Luo Gong's deep eyes looked ahead as he shook his head. "Could it be the Sword Reverence sect's Jian Feng?" asked another disciple. Luo Gong shook his head. His intuition told him that this Tai Nyo couldn't be Jian Feng. Chapter 360. On a certain hill, there was a blue stone. Fong Qin sat cross-legged on the blue stone, conversing with old Ancestor Bronze. He was the one who spread the news that Iron Sword Sect was related to Yellow Spring Sect. Back then, when the three great sect had surrounded Sword Reverend Sect, he and Xiahou Wu had survived. He wanted revenge. Regardless of whether Iron Sword Sect was related to Yellow Spring Sect, he had to find Iron Sword Sect. However, at this moment, Fong Chen was talking to old Ancestor Bronze. Old Ancestor, what method did you use to suppress Luo Can's Yellow Spring Sect's aura? Fong Chen asked, puzzled. Although I'm only left with a strand of remnant consciousness, the cultivation method I cultivated back then was a righteous cultivation method. The overwhelming righteousness in my body can restrain this evil aura. Evil aura. Old Ancestor Bronze said slowly. So that's how it is. Fong Chen nodded. I can only restrain these weak cultivators who have been possessed. If they were stronger, or if the members of Yellow Spring Sect came personally, I wouldn't have been able to restrain them. After all, I'm just a strand of remnant consciousness. Old Ancestor Bronze's words were filled with sadness. It was quite tragic for a peerless expert of the past to end up in such a state. Old Ancestor, don't worry. As long as there's a chance, I'll definitely help you reconstruct your body. Fong Chen said. Old Ancestor Bronze heard this and said, The reason why I'm following you is because I can't see through you. A cultivator that even I can't see through will definitely achieve great things in the future. Whether or not I can be resurrected depends on you. Fong Chen nodded. Old Ancestor Bronze did not say anything else and went to rest. As for Fong Chen, he was preparing to search for the Iron Sword Sect's disciples. As long as they were not eliminated, he would feel uneasy. Fong Chen walked on the open ground. He did not know where the Iron Sword Sect's disciples were. Just like that, Fong Chen walked for 3 days. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. This was because he had encountered many disciples. One of them was in a miserable state. He stopped him and asked about the situation. From this miserable cultivator, Fong Chen learned a secret. In a mountain range ahead, a group of rat demons has appeared. They are fighting with human warriors. When Fong Chen heard this, his heart shook. Is this rat demon the descendant of the Red Cloud Beast King? Thinking of this, Fong Chen decided to go and see for himself. After all, he had promised the Red Cloud's Beast King that he would help take care of its offspring. Now that he heard the news, he naturally would not let it go. In this way, Fong Chen's speed was very fast as he rushed forward. Although he didn't know the exact location, he had learned the general direction from the warrior. As long as he was within a certain distance of the rat demon, the Scarlet Iron Token would guide him. After Fong Chen had walked for about 6 hours, the red iron token in his space ring finally reacted. The Scarlet Iron Token made a trembling sound. With a thought, Fong Chen took the Scarlet Iron Token out of his space ring. The scarlet steel token in Fong Chen's hand trembled slightly before it finally pointed in a certain direction ahead. Is it there? Fong Chen looked at the Scarlet Iron Token and said. At this moment, the little mouse appeared on Fong Chen's shoulder. Its face was full of seriousness, as if it also knew about the rat demon. Brother Mouse, give me a drop of blood, the Banksianshu followed, smiling and trying to please the little mouse. It wanted to absorb the little mouse's blood. Fong Chen was speechless. This Banksianshu was like an old swindler, always following the little mouse. It was very annoying. However, at this moment, Fong Chen couldn't care less. He followed the Scarlet Iron Token's guidance and moved forward quickly. After half an hour, Fong Chen came to a huge mountain range. As soon as he entered the mountain range, the little mouse cried out anxiously, You said you sensed the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendant. Fong Chen asked when he saw the little mouse's anxious expression. The little mouse quickly nodded. At this moment, the Scarlet Iron Token was also trembling violently. Fong Chen followed the Scarlet Iron Token's guidance and quickly advanced through the mountain range. At this moment, in the depths of the mountain range, there was a group of cultivators fighting against the rat demons. "Senior brother, these rat demons are too stubborn. We won't be able to kill them in a short time." A disciple ran up to one of the cultivators and asked in a low voice, "These rat demons are protecting this place with their lives. There must be a great treasure here. Kill them all, we must kill them all," the cultivator said coldly. If there was someone here, they would definitely recognize that these cultivators were from the Wong clan of the Moon Continent. The young cultivator in the lead was the strongest of the Wong clan's younger generation. He was also one of the 9 princes of the Golden Crown country, Wongbing. "Mere rat demons dare to block the path of my Wong clan? You're courting death." Wongbing calmly stood there. He believed that these rat demons were not qualified for him to act personally. Only the other disciples of the Wong clan would be able to deal with them. Time flowed by slowly. Some of the weaker disciples of the Wong clan died, while the rat demons also suffered casualties. "These rat demons are more stubborn than I thought." Finally, after an intense battle, Wongbing could no longer hold himself back and wanted to act. "Roar!" When the rat demons saw Wongbing erupting with a powerful aura, they instantly retreated and formed a circle around him. They were fully aware of how powerful Wongbing was. However, none of the rat demons retreated. This was their final territory. Once this place was invaded by the human cultivators, they would have no territory left. One by one, the rat demons let out roars of rage. They swore that even if they had to die, they would block the attack of the human cultivators. In the Moon Continent, the Wong clan was a transcendent power. Even among the 9 great 2-star sects, the Wong clan could be considered one of the strongest. And Wongbing was ranked 3rd among the 9 princes. From this, one could see how strong he was. As soon as Wongbing acted, a majestic aura surged out of his body. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he waved the long spear, instantly killing a rat demon that approached him. "Roar!" The rat demons let out furious roars. They wanted to surround Wongbing, but Wongbing was too strong. They had no way to block him. Following Wongbing's attacks, several rat demons died miserable deaths. A sinister smile appeared on Wongbing's face. At this moment, not far from the battlefield, Fong Qin was rapidly advancing. The closer he got to the rat demons, the more the Scarlet Iron Token in Fong Qin's hand trembled. The little mouse was also incomparably anxious. So, as if it felt that Fong Qin's speed was too slow, the little mouse on his shoulder suddenly shot forward and directly burrowed into the depths of the mountain range. Just as Wongbing was wantonly slaughtering the rat demons, his long spear was suddenly grabbed by a rat demon's claw. Seeing this, a sinister smile appeared on Wongbing's face. He immediately said, "You're courting death." Just as Wongbing finished speaking, a majestic aura suddenly shot out from his long spear. He wanted to kill the little mouse, but he was wrong. The little mouse was also at the 9th level of the Qi High realm. At this moment, a purple light exploded from its body. Suddenly, a tyrannical force was emitted from its body. "Roar!" The little mouse roared and actually blocked Wongbing's attack. The rat demons behind the little mouse saw the little mouse suddenly appear and helped them block Wongbing's attack. Their faces were filled with shock. The little mouse blocking Wongbing's attack made Wongbing extremely angry. Just as Wongbing was about to use all his strength to kill the little mouse, Fong Qin appeared. The moment Fong Qin appeared, a scarlet light shot out from the Scarlet Iron Token. When the rat demons saw this scarlet light, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with reverence. "Stop!" Fong Qin saw Wongbing make a move and roared in a deep voice. Wongbing didn't care about Fong Qin's roar at all. The long spear in his hand suddenly pierced towards the little mouse. Seeing this, Fong Qin's body flashed and he used all the strength in his body to grab the long spear. "I told you to stop!" Fang Chen glared at Wang Bing and roared in anger. "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business." Wang Bing pulled back his long spear and looked at Fang Chen coldly. No matter what, the Wang clan of the Moon Continent is considered one of the 9 great 2-star sects. I didn't expect the peak expert of the Wang clan's younger generation to be like this. Hearing Fang Chen's mocking words, Wang Bing's expression changed, and he said, "Kid, since you know that I'm Wang Bing, then you should know the methods of my Wang clan. I advise you not to block my path. These rat demons are under my protection," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. When he saw that some of the rat demons had died in the hands of Wang Bing, he was furious. "It seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin." Wang Bing gripped his long spear and said eerily. In Fang Chen's eyes, Wang Bing was nothing to be afraid of. "You're courting death." The long spear in Wang Bing's hand suddenly emitted a wild aura as he directly pierced towards Fang Chen. Crash! This spear contained Wang Bing's strongest attack, but it was out of Wang Bing's expectations. Fang Chen only lightly raised his hand and directly grabbed his long spear. "Who are you?" At this moment, Wang Bing finally knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. He asked coldly. "Tai Niu," said Fang Chen softly. "What?" "You're Tai Niu," exclaimed Wang Bing. He had naturally heard of Tai Niu's name. Recently, the divine illusion space had been abuzz. It was said that Tai Niu's strength was comparable to Luo Gong's. At first, Wang Bing didn't believe it, but now Wang Bing finally believed it. Just this move alone was enough to intimidate Wang Bing. "Scram! I don't want to attack you," said Fang Chen icily. After all, the Moon Continent's Wang clan was one of the 9 2-star sects. He didn't want to become enemies with them. "Let's go." Wang Bing glanced at Tai Niu with his deep eyes, then turned and left. In just a moment, the Wang clan's disciples had all left. Fang Chen turned to look at the rat demons and raised the scarlet steel token. Roar! When the rat demons saw the scarlet steel token, they all raised their heads and roared. They were venting all the pent-up emotions in their hearts. This was the scarlet steel token of the scarlet steel ancestor. Anyone who had it was like the scarlet steel ancestor had personally come. Chapter 361. Fang Chen held the scarlet iron token in his hand and raised it high so that every rat demon could see it clearly. All the rat demons looked at the red steel token as if they were looking at their ancestor. They were very respectful, and their eyes were full of piety. Seeing this, Fang Chen put away the red steel token and let Little Mouse communicate with them. Little Mouse nodded and gestured to the rat demons. The rat demons also communicated with Little Mouse. After a while, Fang Chen learned from the mouth of the Little Mouse that they were indeed from the bloodline of the Red Glow Beast King. In the past, their bloodline was very prosperous, but since the death of the Red Glow Beast King, many demon beasts came to snatch their territory. Moreover, their most important inheritance was also cut off because of this. Without the inheritance, their bloodline could not produce any powerful demon beasts. Therefore, with the passage of time, they had declined to this point. Fang Chen looked around and saw that there were less than 100 rat demons. The bloodline of the Red Glow Beast King had declined to this point. If he had not come in time, the descendants of the Red Glow Beast King would have been completely wiped out. However, now that he was here, he had to fulfill the promise he made to the Red Glow Beast King. Fang Chen asked Little Mouse to pass the message. When the rat demons heard that Fang Chen was going to help them, they were very excited. All the rat demons bowed to Fang Chen to show their respect. After that, the rat demons learned that Little Mouse had received the inheritance of the Red Glow Beast King. They treated Little Mouse as the second Red Glow Beast King. As for the Little Mouse, he took on the role of wisdom and temporarily led this group of rat demons. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Mouse communicated with the rat demons for a while and learned that the rat demons were now in a difficult situation. Their territory used to be very big, but as time went by, most of it was occupied by other races. Only this small piece of territory is left. Fong Chin asked with his eyes wide open and looked around. Little Mouse quickly nodded when he heard this. Fong Chen was speechless. This territory could only accommodate a few dozen rat demons at most. If all of these rat demons were to hide within this territory, they would all perish in no time. Looks like we need to help them occupy some territory, Fong Chen muttered to himself. It was no wonder that when the rat demons saw that the Wang family wanted to attack their territory, they resisted with all their might. It was because this was their last bit of territory, and they absolutely could not compromise. Ask them about the strength of the demonic beasts around here, Fong Chen said to the little mouse. The little mouse nodded and communicated with the other rat demons. After a while, the little mouse passed on the information it received from the rat demon to Fong Chen. In this mountain range, there are 2 overlord races as well as 5 royal races. Fong Chen was incomparably shocked. There were actually so many races in this mountain range. No wonder their Scarlet Cloud Branch's territory was snatched away. You're saying that the Demon Dragon clan has been harassing the Scarlet Cloud Branch recently, wanting to snatch their last bit of territory? Fong Chen looked at the little mouse and asked. Little mouse nodded, its eyes filled with anxiety. Don't worry, let them rest here. If the Demon Dragon clan dares to come, I'll take care of them. Fong Chen nodded. Just as Fong Chen finished speaking, a dragon's roar suddenly reverberated throughout the entire mountain range. When the rat demons heard the dragon's roar, their faces were filled with horror. The demon dragon race is here. Fong Chen frowned when he heard the dragon roar. Seeing the terror on the rat demons' faces, Fong Chen indicated for them not to be afraid. Then he stood at the front while the rat demons hid behind Fong Chen. The little mouse angrily stood on Fong Chen's shoulder. Roar! Not long after, a large group of monstrous beasts appeared in the territory of the Crimson Afterglow faction. These monstrous beasts looked a bit like dragons, but they weren't real dragons. They just had the word dragon in their names. They had nothing to do with real dragons. The Demon Dragon clan was a small clan in the demon beast world. But in the divine illusion space, they were a decent clan. Roar! The leader of the Demon Dragon clan roared at the rat demons. It seemed to be communicating with them. Looking at its furious face, Fong Chen guessed that the Demon Dragon clan was trying to get the Scarlet Cloud Branch to hand over their territory. As expected, the little mouse translated the Demon Dragon clan's words to Fong Chen. They told the rat demons to scram. This territory belongs to them from now on. Fong Chen looked at the little mouse and asked. The little mouse nodded. Fong Chen sneered and said, Tell them that from today on I'll protect this place. No matter how much territory they take from the Scarlet Cloud Branch, I'll take it back double. The little mouse translated Fong Chen's words to the Demon Dragon clan's demon beasts. After the latter heard it, it roared towards the sky. Suddenly, a majestic aura was emitted from the demonic dragon clan's demonic beasts. Their auras were majestic, as if they wanted to fight Fong Chen. You're courting death. Fong Chen could tell with a glance that the strongest demon beasts of the Demon Dragon clan were only at the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm. In Fong Chen's eyes, they were nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Fong Chen didn't say anything. He took out the Hidden Star Sword and used the 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword arts. Wherever the sword light passed, the Demon Dragon clan's demon beasts would let out miserable cries. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen killed a few Demon Dragon clan's demon beasts. This scene caused the Demon Dragon clan's leader to be terrified. Roar! The Demon Dragon clan's leader roared towards the sky, indicating for everyone to retreat. After a while, the Demon Dragon clan's demon beasts all retreated. Seeing this scene, the Scarlet Cloud Branch's rat demons were filled with excitement. Let's go to the Demon Dragon clan's territory. Fong Chen said softly, on a small hill not far from the Scarlet Cloud Branch's territory. With the small hill as the center, the Demon Dragon Clan's territory was a few hundred miles wide. The Demon Dragon Clan's leader was a demon beast at the peak of the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm. His strength was similar to Luo Gong's. The Demon Dragon Clan wanted to become a royal clan, but they didn't have enough territory, so they could only snatch it. As long as they could snatch the last bit of territory from the Scarlet Cloud Branch, they would be able to become a royal clan. The Demon Dragon Clan's leader could already see the Demon Dragon Clan's appearance after becoming a royal clan. Just as the Demon Dragon Clan's leader was thinking, a dragon's roar was suddenly heard. Its face was full of smiles. The Demon Dragon Clan's warriors had returned. The Demon Dragon Clan's leader quickly went out to welcome them. But when it saw the Demon Dragon Clan's demon beasts in a sorry state, it was furious. After carefully understanding the situation, the Demon Dragon Clan's leader knew that a human warrior had defeated them and protected the Scarlet Cloud Branch. Roar! The Demon Dragon Clan's leader was furious. It roared towards the sky. It wanted to personally lead its clan to the Scarlet Cloud Branch's territory. However, before it could leave, Fong Chen brought the Scarlet Cloud Branch's rat demons to the Demon Dragon Clan's territory. Tell them that from now on, the Demon Dragon Clan will be the slaves of the Scarlet Cloud Branch. This territory belongs to the Scarlet Cloud Branch. Fong Chen said to the little mouse. The little mouse translated this sentence to the Demon Dragon Clan's leader. The latter was immediately furious and roared crazily. I knew you wouldn't agree. Fong Chen coldly snorted. His figure flashed and instantly erupted with a powerful force. The water and fire sword art and the great Luo soul-killing flame were all displayed. After a fierce battle, Fong Chen successfully defeated the Demon Dragon Clan's leader. Submit or die. Fong Chen let the little mouse translate. The Demon Dragon Clan's leader's heart was filled with horror. After hearing this sentence, it immediately agreed to submit. Fong Chen made them swear an oath. All the demon beasts of the Demon Dragon Clan swore to be the slaves of the Scarlet Cloud Branch forever. If they violate it, they will be struck by lightning. Fong Chen used tough means to help the Scarlet Cloud Branch recover their lost territory. Moreover, he made the Demon Dragon Clan become the slaves of the Scarlet Cloud Branch. This made the Scarlet Cloud Branch's rat demons very excited. After spending 3 days, Fong Chen successfully reorganized the Scarlet Cloud Branch and integrated the Demon Dragon Clan into it. Then, the little mouse gave the inheritance obtained from the Scarlet Cloud Beast King to the rat demons of the Scarlet Cloud Branch. After receiving these inheritances, they were very excited. Finally, Fong Chen bid farewell to the rat demons and left the mountain range. After integrating the demon beasts of the Demon Dragon Clan, the Scarlet Cloud Branch could be considered a royal clan in this mountain range. Normal royal clans would not dare to provoke them. Moreover, they were the descendants of the Scarlet Cloud Beast King. It would be easier for them to accept the inheritance. As long as they could accept the inheritance, they would be able to produce a demon beast of the peak 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm in a short period of time. At that time, they would be able to gain a firm foothold in this mountain range. Since he had already fulfilled his promise to the Scarlet Cloud Beast King, Fong Chen did not want to waste any more time here. He chose to leave and look for opportunities, as well as the disciples of the Iron Sword sect. However, before Fong Chen left, he told the rat demons of the Scarlet Cloud Branch to inform him if they found any traces of the Iron Sword sect. As for how to inform them, naturally the little mouse would act as the middleman. Not long after Fong Chen left, the entire divine illusion space began to tremble. At the center of the divine illusion space, a floating tower appeared. This tower had appeared without any warning, causing countless martial artists to be shocked. The floating tower seemed to be the core inheritance of the entire divine illusion space. After all the martial artists discovered the floating tower, They all rushed towards it. While the crowd was frantically rushing towards the floating tower, the disciples of the Iron Sword sect had also received the news in a secluded place. Their hearts were burning with anxiety as they jumped up and down. Senior Apprentice Brother Tai Yin, what should we do? There must be a powerful inheritance within the floating tower. We can't just give up like this, anxiously asked a disciple. That's right, Senior Apprentice Brother Tai Yin. Perhaps there are remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the floating tower. Senior Apprentice Brother Tai Yin, what should we do? Many disciples were extremely excited when they saw the floating tower. They all wanted to go to the center of the divine illusion space to fight for the inheritance. At this time, Tai Yin's eyes were closed. Hearing those disciples' words, he opened his eyes slightly and raised his head to look at the floating tower in the sky. How could my Iron Sword sect miss such a grand occasion? Tai Yin's eyes shone with a terrifying golden light. That was because when the floating tower had appeared, Tai Yin's soul had trembled. Only he knew what that meant. There were members of the Yellow Spring sect hidden within the floating tower. Chapter 362. The Iron Sword sect had colluded with the Yellow Spring sect a long time ago. The Yellow Spring sect had many hidden forces within the Golden Crown Nation. It wasn't just them. Even the Dalio sect and Oceanic Cloud sect were the same. They had entered the divine illusion space with a mission, and that was to find the experts of the Yellow Spring sect hidden within the divine illusion space. They had to awaken them and plan to kill all the disciples of the sect. However, due to Tainyo's appearance, their mission had deviated. They hadn't found a single expert from the Yellow Spring sect, and they had even lost disciples from the Oceanic Cloud sect and Dalio sect. This was something they hadn't expected. Now that the floating tower had appeared, Tai Yin was prepared to take the risk. As long as he didn't encounter Tainyo, he had a chance of entering the floating tower. Once he entered the floating tower, he would definitely be able to awaken the slumbering Yellow Spring sect experts with his strength. At that time, the entire divine illusion space would be under his control. Success or failure would depend on this. Tai Yin was prepared to take the risk. He led the disciples of the Iron Sword sect out of their hiding place and hurriedly walked across a plain. However, just as Tai Yin's group left, a cultivator suddenly appeared at their hiding spot. If Feng Chen was here, he would have recognized this cultivator as the Sword Reverence sect's disciple, Jian Feng, who had escaped with serious injuries. The head disciple of the Sword Reverence sect and one of the 9 princes of the Golden Crown Nation, Jian Feng, had been recuperating during this time. A few days ago, he had finally fully recovered. Furthermore, he had profited from his misfortune. His strength had increased a lot, so he decided to take revenge. However, he had only just come out when he heard the major news. The Oceanic Cloud sect, the Dalio sect, and the Yellow Spring sect had colluded. All the disciples of the sect within the divine illusion space had been killed. Now, only the Iron Sword sect remained. Jian Feng was stunned when he heard this news. It took him a long time to recover, and he began to search for the Iron Sword sect. Today, he had come here by accident. As soon as he arrived, he sensed a familiar aura. Yes, the Iron Sword sect's aura. They've been here before. Jian Feng's expression changed slightly as he said coldly. The Iron Sword sect's aura had already been deeply imprinted in his mind. With a single sniff, he discovered the Iron Sword sect's aura. Then he furrowed his brows and chased in a certain direction. The speed of the sword was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to see the figure in front. It really is the Iron Sword sect. Looking at the Iron Sword sect disciples, Jian Feng was overjoyed. He roared out, Tai Yin, your death is here. Sure enough, after hearing Jian Feng's roar, Tai Yin stopped and turned around. When he saw that it was Jian Feng who had been missing for a long time, his face became completely gloomy. You're really lucky. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time. Tai Yin said in a gloomy voice. Then, he directly launched a fierce attack and fought with Jianfeng. Bang, bang, bang in the blink of an eye, the two clashed countless times. Tai Yun discovered that Jianfeng's strength had increased a lot. No wonder you dared to appear. So your strength has increased. Tai Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at Jianfeng as he laughed coldly. Tai Yun, you killed a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect. Today, I'll make sure your head falls to the ground. Jianfeng roared in rage. What a foolish fellow. Tai Yun looked at the sword and grinned. Immediately, a wild black aura gushed out from his body. The moment the black aura appeared, Tai Yun's aura skyrocketed. Yes. Seeing Tai Yun's change, Jianfeng's expression changed. Boom! In the next instant, Tai Yun's tyrannical power directly attacked Jianfeng. Jianfeng was shocked to find that he was unable to block Tai Yun's attack. Bang! Jianfeng's body was directly sent flying. He crashed to the ground, vomiting blood. Jianfeng, what are you going to use to fight me? Tai Yun looked down at Jianfeng and sneered. In the next instant, Tai Yun's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Jianfeng, wanting to kill him. Swish! At this crucial moment, the ground where the sword was located began to tremble violently all of a sudden, as a strong aura of death burst out from the ground. Rumble! A deafening sound entered everyone's ears. Tai Yun's expression was gloomy as he stared at the crack in the ground. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Boom! The ground violently trembled, and the crack grew larger and larger. Finally, when the crack reached a certain size, a black figure drilled out of the ground. I've finally come out. That black figure wildly roared as if he was venting. His body was filled with an extremely dense death aura, making him look like a dried corpse. Who are you? Tai Yun icily stared at that black figure. The black figure slowly turned around and looked at Tai Yun. He sinisterly smiled. The person who will kill you. Xiahou Wu. Jianfeng was the first to recognize that this person was Xiahou Wu. At this time, Xiahou Wu wasn't wearing any disguise. Senior apprentice brother Jianfeng. Xiahou Wu walked in front of Jianfeng and gently helped him up. Senior apprentice brother Jianfeng, are you all right? Humph. So it's a trash from the sword reverence sect. Tai Yun sneered upon learning that this person was the sword reverence sect's Xiahou Wu. Even your sword reverence sect's head, disciple Jianfeng, was unable to defeat me. Do you really think you can kill me? Xiahou Wu lightly patted Jianfeng's shoulder, indicating for the latter to step back first, after which he took a step forward, staring at Tai Yun as he said, Back then, when you killed the disciples of my reverence sword sect, I swore that I would avenge them. Now the time has come. Xiahou Wu's body was surrounded by a wild death aura. His blood was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. How can there be such a terrifying killing intent? Even Jianfeng behind Xiahou Wu felt his killing intent soar to the heavens. Just what had Xiahou Wu experienced? Why did it seem like he had walked out from a pile of corpses? Since you want to die, then I'll help you out. Tai Yun activated the black aura around his body and directly attacked Xiahou Wu. Back in that mysterious sealed space, Xiahou Wu had been guided by the Banxianshu to search for his own destiny. He had entered the tomb and obtained his destiny, but he hadn't been able to find the exit. Finally, after some effort, he had found the exit. He hadn't expected to see Tai Yun attacking Jianfeng. That infuriated Xiahou Wu. Originally, Xiahou Wu's blood was filled with a bloodthirsty, killing intent. Even he was unable to control it. And this time the inheritance he had received was a death aura inheritance. It caused his body to be filled with death aura, making him seem like a dead person. When Xiahou Wu was infuriated, his bloodthirsty madness was extremely terrifying. Rumble! The sword in Xiahou Wu's hand instantly turned scarlet as he entered his battle state. Bang! Bang! Xiahou Wu and Tai Yun fiercely fought. The former's berserk death aura caused even Taiyin to feel a bit of fear. Damn it, how can he be so strong? After an intense battle, Taiyin realized that Xiahou Wu was extremely strong. He was much stronger than Jianfeng. Furthermore, Xiahou Wu was extremely strange. Bang! After the two of them exchanged blows, Taiyin retreated. Seeing Xiahou Wu about to attack, he loudly roared, "Stop! Your blood contains the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. You have a relationship with the Yellow Spring sect. I am a member of the Yellow Spring sect. We can't kill each other," roared Taiyin. The bloodthirsty killing intent in Xiahou Wu's blood became even more vigorous. Death aura filled his body, and some of the weaker disciples of the Iron Sword sect were unable to resist the corrosion of the death aura. They all collapsed to the ground, losing their life force. The Yellow Spring sect? You're talking about the Yellow Spring sect? Ha ha ha! When Xiahou Wu heard the 3 words Yellow Spring sect, it was as if he had gone mad, laughing loudly. Do you know what I hate the most? The thing I hate the most is the Yellow Spring sect. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet as if he had gone insane. Every time Xiahou Wu spoke a word, the death qi around him would become stronger. Xiahou Wu would never forget what had caused him to become like this. It was the blood essence of the Yellow Spring sect's protector. Although you don't admit it, your body contains the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. If others learned of this, they definitely wouldn't let you live. Only by cooperating with me can you obtain what you want. Taiyin did his best to persuade him. Cooperating with you can obtain what I want. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet, incomparably bloodthirsty. Then can I take your life? Chapter 363. Hearing Xiahou Wu's words, Taiyin knew that Xiahou Wu didn't have any thoughts of cooperating with him. His eyes flickered as he thought of a way to escape. The current Xiahou Wu had already entered a berserk state. He was not Xiahou Wu's match, so he had to escape. Boom! Without waiting for Xiahou Wu to act, the long sword in Taiyin's hand suddenly drew a strange arc. In the next instant, Taiyin's body borrowed the rebounding force to rapidly retreat. At the same time, a wild black qi surged out of his body. It all gathered at his feet and his speed soared. Only after Xiahou Wu had destroyed Taiyin's attack did he discover that Taiyin had long since disappeared. Damn it! Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty eyes were filled with killing intent. His fury soared to the heavens. Clenching his fists, he charged into the crowd of Iron Sword sect disciples. Everywhere his fists passed, Iron Sword sect disciples would fall into pools of blood. Miserable cries continuously rang out. After a minute, Xiahou Wu stopped his slaughter. All the Iron Sword sect disciples had died under his fists. His eyes were scarlet. His blood was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. As he crazily slaughtered, he felt that he was increasingly unable to control the killing intent within his blood. Damn it! Xiahou Wu raised his head to the heavens. With a furious roar, he did his best to control the killing intent within his body. Time slowly passed, and the scarlet killing intent around Xiahou Wu's body gradually dissipated. Seeing this scene, Jianfeng's face was filled with shock. At first, he hadn't even looked at Xiahou Wu. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, he would need Xiahou Wu to save him? Junior apprentice brother Xiahou. Jianfeng's face was filled with bitterness as he looked at Xiahou Wu. Senior apprentice brother Jianfeng, we are both disciples of the Sword Reverend sect. How can I watch you die at Taiyin's hands? Xiahou Wu knew what Jianfeng wanted to say, and directly said it. Afterwards, Xiahou Wu brought Jianfeng to the floating tower. At the same time, Fang Chen was also on his way to the floating tower. The little mouse kept chirping along the way, its little paw pointing at the distant floating tower. Behind the little mouse, the Banxianshu shamelessly followed to please the little mouse. The blood of the little mouse was very important to the Banxianshu. If it continued to absorb it, It was confident that it could evolve into a real immortal tree. At that time it would be immortal. For the sake of immortality, what was a mere face? Moreover, it was a tree, so there was no such thing as face. When he discovered the floating tower, Fong Chen's face was full of excitement. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Once he obtained the inheritance of the floating tower, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Fong Chen estimated that the current him was even a bit stronger than Luo Gong, but there was still a bit of a difference between him and a martial marquis ranking expert. As Fong Chen was walking, the little mouse's eyes suddenly moved. In the next instant, the little mouse directly shot forward. Fong Chen didn't hesitate to follow the little mouse. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After passing over a small hill, the little mouse stopped. Fong Chen followed closely behind, following the little mouse's gaze. To his surprise, he discovered that behind the small hill there was a green rock. On top of this green rock, there was a small piece of blood-red stone. This stone was like a dragon, lying quietly on top of the green rock. What is this? Fong Chen was puzzled. He didn't recognize this blood-red stone, but his intuition told him that its origin was definitely shocking. The little mouse gestured at Fong Chen and chirped. Fong Chen learned that the little mouse had told him that this stone was extraordinary. It was a priceless treasure, and it told Fong Chen to take it. Just as Fong Chen was carefully observing the scarlet stone, a soft gasp of surprise came from the python that had transformed into a sword. "Oh, you actually managed to find a blood dragon stone in this kind of place. Your luck isn't bad." Ancestor Bronze was also startled when he sensed the blood dragon stone. "Ancestor, do you recognize this stone?" asked Fong Chen hastily. "This stone isn't much to me, but it's extremely important to you." It said that blood dragon stones only appear in places where the dragon race lives. Once a cultivator refines a blood dragon stone, their physical strength will increase dramatically. "I'm very surprised to find a blood dragon stone here," said Ancestor Bronze. Although Ancestor Bronze had only briefly introduced the blood dragon stone, Fong Chen's eyes lit up. This blood dragon stone could increase one's physical strength. Right now, Fong Chen's soul had reached a bottleneck. His cultivation base had also reached a bottleneck. Only his physical body seemed to be able to grow stronger. "Can I refine this blood dragon stone?" asked Fong Chen. "Of course you can. Your physical body has reached a 3-star Tao body. Refining this blood dragon stone shouldn't be a problem," said Ancestor Bronze. After hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fong Chen pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped onto the blue stone. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the blood dragon stone. "Kid, are you tired of living?" Suddenly, Ancestor Bronze's furious roar entered Fong Chen's ears, causing him to halt his attack. "Ancestor, what's wrong?" asked Fong Chen. "I already told you that this blood dragon stone grew with the dragon race. It said that it was originally an ordinary stone. However, the dragon race's ancestor once dripped his blood into it, turning it into a blood dragon stone. Therefore, this blood dragon stone contains a vast amount of power. If you rashly try to take it, you'll definitely suffer backlash," explained Ancestor Bronze. "Then how do I take it?" asked Fong Chen. "Just do as I say," said Ancestor Bronze. However, as soon as Ancestor Bronze's voice fell, the little mouse's figure flashed and jumped onto the green rock. Then it grabbed the blood dragon stone with its claws and handed it to Fong Chen, while Fong Chen was dumbfounded. However, when the little mouse grabbed the blood dragon stone, a scarlet aura suddenly emerged from the stone. It wanted to enter the little mouse's body. However, at that moment, a purple halo appeared on the little mouse's claws. Then the scarlet aura dissipated. "Ancestor, didn't you say that I can only take it if I do as you say?" asked Fong Chen in a daze. "This little mouse can't be judged by common sense," said Ancestor Bronze. He was also in a daze. The little mouse handed the blood dragon stone to Fong Chen and couldn't stop laughing. However, it didn't realize that its claws had been cut by the blood dragon stone and were bleeding. Ha ha ha. Before the little mouse could react, the Banksianshu moved in front of the little mouse. Its branches wrapped around the little mouse's claws and sucked the blood from them. In the blink of an eye, the Banksianshu had absorbed all the blood from the little mouse's claws. At this moment, it said with satisfaction, "It's really delicious." Seeing the Banksianshu like this, Fong Chen was speechless. Fong Chen ignored the Banksianshu and took the blood dragon stone. Immediately, he felt a wild aura enter his palm. Then, Fong Chen heard a faint dragon's roar. Dragon's roar. Fong Chen was confused. He looked around and didn't find any traces of the dragon clan. Stop looking, kid. How could a mere dragon clan appear in the ancient sword continent? What a joke, said Patriarch Bronze, who knew what Fong Chen was thinking. Then tell me, Patriarch, where did this blood dragon stone come from? Asked Fong Chen. Perhaps it came from the outer realms. Patriarch Bronze's voice was filled with melancholy when he mentioned the outer realms. Fong Chen wanted to ask, but after thinking about it for a moment, he didn't ask. Patriarch Bronze then told Fong Chen how to refine the blood dragon stone. Fong Chen started refining it. Fong Chen sat cross-legged on a small hill, holding the blood dragon stone in his hand. His 3-star Tao body was activated, and his physical strength reached its peak. At this moment, the wild aura in Fong Chen's sea of qi burst out of Fong Chen's body and entered the blood dragon stone. Hiss! Surrounded by the majestic spirit qi, the blood dragon stone seemed to be refined by Fong Chen. However, before the blood dragon stone was refined, Fong Chen discovered that the golden heart had begun to rapidly beat. What's going on? Fong Chen thought to himself, feeling extremely confused. Just as Fong Chen was pondering this, the blood dragon stone in his hand completely disappeared. In the next moment, Fong Chen discovered that the blood dragon stone had been devoured by the golden heart. Damn it! Fong Chen had an urge to curse. He had finally obtained a blood dragon stone, but it had been devoured by the golden heart. He was speechless. Kid, your heart is very special. Even I can't see through it, said Patriarch Bronze. Fong Chen wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Patriarch Bronze. He carefully stared at the golden heart. He originally thought that the golden heart would directly devour the blood dragon stone. However, under Fong Chen's gaze, the golden heart actually spat out a small piece of the blood dragon stone. You swallowed such a large piece, but you left me with less than a fifth. Fong Chen looked at the small piece of blood dragon stone that the golden heart had spat out. He wanted to cry, Brat, your heart really is miraculous. Look carefully at this 5th blood dragon stone, exclaimed Ancestor Bronze Dragon. Upon hearing Patriarch Bronze's words, Fong Chen noticed the blood dragon stone that the golden heart had spat out. Although this blood dragon stone was much smaller, Fong Chen could sense that it was even purer. Could it be that the golden heart helped me refine it? Fong Chen was pleasantly surprised. This blood dragon stone might not be a fifth of its original size, but its purity is much higher than before. Its effects aren't any weaker than before. Hurry up and refine it, urged Patriarch Bronze. At the same time, Patriarch Bronze's remnant will send out a strand of his will. It silently emerged from the python sword and entered Fong Chen's body. He wanted to see just what was so special about Fong Chen's heart. However, before his will could approach the golden heart, he sensed a wild, attractive force. In the next moment, his will was instantly absorbed. Arg, it hurts. Patriarch Bronze's miserable cries rang out from the python sword. I painstakingly recovered a bit of my will, but who would have thought that a portion of it would be absorbed by this bastard's heart? Now I'm back to my original state, cried Patriarch Bronze. Kid, give me some of your high-grade spirit stones. I want to absorb them, said Patriarch Bronze. Fong Chen also sensed Patriarch Bronze's weakness, so he directly tossed over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. As for Feng Qin, he focused on refining the Blood Dragon Stone. Chapter 364. The process of refining the Blood Dragon Stone was exceptionally smooth. Perhaps it was because the golden heart had been refined before. Of course, this was just Feng Qin's guess. 2 hours later, Feng Qin had completely refined the Blood Dragon Stone. At this time, Feng Qin discovered that his physical body strength had increased once again. When he checked his body, he was shocked to discover that his Dao body had reached the late stage of a 3-star Dao body. As expected of a Blood Dragon Stone, Feng Qin couldn't help but sigh. If he had refined a few more Blood Dragon Stones, his physical body might have reached the 4-star Dao body. If his physical body reached the 4-star Dao body, then he would be able to crush all the disciples in the divine illusion space just by relying on the strength of his physical body. After his physical body reached the late stage of a 3-star Dao body, Feng Qin started to cultivate his divine demon body. As expected, his school of fiend god body refinement had smoothly attained the 2nd level, and this caused Feng Qin to be extremely delighted. My current strength is comparable to a powerhouse on the martial marquee list, Feng Qin said confidently. Of course, the powerhouse on the martial marquee list that he was talking about was the person at the bottom of the list. As for the martialists at the top of the list, the difference was too great. After that, Feng Qin took the little mouse and continued onward. 3 days later, Feng Qin arrived at the plains below the floating tower. This was the most central location of the divine illusion space. The floating tower was floating below this plain. When Feng Qin arrived, he was shocked to discover that there was already a sea of people here. Almost all the martialists had arrived. Feng Qin's arrival naturally attracted many martialists. Most of them turned to look at Feng Qin. It's Iron Bull. He has finally appeared. Iron Bull is here. I thought he wouldn't appear. Iron Bull has offended many people. I wonder how he will deal with this. Many of the martialists started discussing when they saw Iron Bull appear. Some of the 2-star sect disciples also looked at Feng Qin. Feng Qin ignored the crowd and walked to a corner, looking at the floating tower. Since everyone was waiting here, the floating tower naturally couldn't be entered. At this moment, a group of people walked towards Feng Qin. The disciples of the Flying Immortal Pavilion were prepared to seek justice from Feng Qin. The person in the lead was the head disciple of the Flying Celestial Pavilion, Cloud Arranging Pomyang Shua. He was the cousin of Cloud Covering Pomyang Fan. Ever since he heard that his cousin had died at Tainyo's hands, Cloud Arranging Pomyang Shua had been paying attention to Tainyo. Now that he had met Tainyo, he naturally wanted to seek justice. You're Tainyo? Yang Shua narrowed his eyes as he looked at Feng Qin. Not bad, Feng Qin said. Did you kill Yang Fan? Yang Shua asked. The onlookers all looked at Feng Qin. Some of them were gloating, thinking that Yang Shua was going to flip out. However, there were also some who thought that Yang Shua wasn't a match for Feng Qin. Feng Qin nodded, directly admitting to it. Yang Fan is my cousin. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for killing him? Asked Yang Shua. Feng Qin didn't have the slightest fear. He looked at Yang Shua and said, Yang Fan wanted to steal my qi fruit and was killed by me. What's there to say? Could it be that he's only allowed to steal from others and not be killed by others? Your Flying Celestial Pavilion really is tyrannical. Feng Qin's counterattack infuriated Yang Shua. He looked at Feng Qin and said, Brat, don't think that just because you defeated a few peak geniuses you can be so arrogant in front of my Flying Celestial Pavilion. Upon hearing Yang Shua's words, Feng Qin turned his head and coincidentally saw the Wang soldier from the Wang clan of the Moon Continent. Before you, he also wanted to fight against me. You can ask him what the outcome was. Feng Qin said softly as he pointed at the royal armament. Following Feng Qin's finger, The crowd discovered that the person Fang Qin was pointing at was actually Wang Soldier, the leader of the Wang family's younger generation. Wang Soldier! Exclaimed the crowd. At this time, Wang Soldier's expression was constantly changing. He was filled with hatred for Tainyo, but he knew that Tainyo was too strong. He wasn't a match for him, so he could only swallow his anger. Brother Yang, don't be impulsive. Wang Soldier walked over to Yang Shuo and said in a low voice. Yes. When Yang Shuo of the Firmament Palm heard this, his expression slightly changed. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. If even Wang Bing said this, then it seemed like Wang Bing had lost the battle with Tainyo. I didn't really fight with him, but I know that I'm not a match for him. Wang Soldier continued. Hearing Wang Soldier's words, Yang Shuo's eyes flashed. Wang Soldier's strength was on the same level as his. Even if he fought Wang Soldier, he wouldn't be able to easily win. But now Wang Soldier had lost to Fang Qin without even fighting. For something like this to happen to Wang Soldier was too strange. Could it be that Tainyo's strength was really on par with Luo Gong? After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Shuo coldly snorted. Wait until the divine illusion space ends. My flying immortal pavilion will definitely get justice. After saying this, Yang Shuo brought the flying immortal pavilion's disciples and left. Seeing this, the crowd was startled. Tainyo had already reached this level? Even Yang Shuo didn't dare to fight him? As soon as Yang Shuo of the Firmament Palm left, another figure appeared. The appearance of this figure instantly caused an uproar on the entire plain. Tainyo! The white-robed Luo Gong looked at Tainyo. Luo family's people, said Fang Qin when he saw Luo Gong. Brother Luo Gong. Just as Luo Gong appeared in front of Fang Qin, Luo Liuli also appeared. She softly called out to Luo Gong. Liuli, asked Luo Gong. Luo Liuli glanced at Tainyo, then at Luo Gong. I met Tainyo before. We fought and he let me go. Luo Liuli's voice was very soft, but it was still heard by the crowd. Their faces were filled with shock. Luckily, I didn't attack. At this time, Yang Shuo thought to himself, if he hadn't listened to Wang Soldier's advice and attacked, the one who would have lost face would have been him. Thinking of this, he turned and smiled at Wang Soldier to express his thanks. You said he was merciful to you? Asked Luo Gong, frowning. He doesn't seem like someone who would willfully kill the innocent. He killed Luo Yu and Luo Han. Perhaps there's a secret behind this, said Luo Liuli. Tainyo had let her go, and now she was pleading for Tainyo. I'll give you a chance to explain, said Luo Gong calmly. Luo Yu and Luo Han wanted to steal my treasure, so I killed them. There's nothing to explain, said Fang Qin firmly. Luo Gong glanced at Luo Liuli and said, Liuli, step back first. Leave this to me. Luo Liuli was a bit anxious, but she couldn't do anything against Luo Gong. Although Luo Yu and Luo Han were in the wrong, they're still members of the Luo family. Since you killed them, you'll naturally avenge them. I, Luo Gong, am not an unreasonable person. You let Liuli go once, so I'll give you a chance. I'll only throw 3 punches. If you can block them, I'll let you go, said Luo Gong. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly angered. Did Luo Gong really think he was invincible in the younger generation? Luo Gong, I don't want to become enemies with your Luo family, said Fang Chen coldly. Hearing this, many cultivators thought that Tainyo was afraid of the Luo family. However, they didn't know that the reason Fang Chen didn't want to become enemies with the Luo family was because Luo Liuli was most likely his mother. You don't have a choice, said Luo Gong forcefully. Seeing Luo Gong's attitude, Fang Chen was also a bit angry. He directly said, Fine, since you want to fight, then don't blame me for not giving you face. I, Tainyo, will stand here and let you, Luo Gong, do whatever you want. If you can make me, Tainyo, take half a step back, then I, Tainyo, will lose. I will immediately kill myself in front of you, Fang Chen said in a heavy voice. Hearing Fang Chen's words, The crowd was in an uproar. Was Tai Niu challenging Luo Gong? What kind of joke is this? Even if Tai Niu is strong under Luo Gong's attack, it's impossible for him not to retreat. Tai Niu is going overboard. Is he trying to impress the crowd? If he retreats half a step, then he loses. I think he's going to lose. What arrogance! But I don't know if he can do it. Let's wait and see. Many martial artists thought Tai Niu was just boasting. They didn't believe him at all. Luo Gong wasn't just a peak expert of the Luo family's younger generation. He was also the head of the Golden Crown Nation's 9 princes. His strength was second only to those on the martial marquee list in the Qixi realm. This time, if nothing unexpected happened, Luo Gong would definitely be able to enter the martial marquee list. Tai Niu actually dared to challenge Luo Gong. If Luo Gong could force him back half a step, then he would admit defeat. Furthermore, if he lost, then he would have to kill himself. Too arrogant. Many people were thinking this inside. The Flying Immortal Pavilion's Firmament Pomyang Shua was secretly delighted. He had been thinking about how to deal with Tai Niu. He hadn't thought that this idiot would take the initiative to provoke Luo Gong. He was truly courting death. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Luo Gong was also startled. Then his expression became incomparably grave. Are you sure you're speaking the truth? You're still the strongest expert of the Luo family's younger generation. Can you not be so wishy-washy? Said Fang Chen impatiently. Since Luo Gong didn't want to give him face, why should he give him face? Tai Niu, you can't. Just at this time, Luo Liuli spoke out. Tai Niu had helped her before, so she couldn't just watch as Tai Niu lost. It's fine. Tai Niu, will stand here today. If anyone wants to fight, then feel free to try. Tai Niu, am not afraid of anyone, said Fang Chen passionately. Just at this time, 2 people appeared on the plains, Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. Brother Fang. Xiahou Wu recognized Fang Chen at a glance and secretly said in his heart. At this time, Xiahou Wu just happened to hear Fang Chen and Luo Gong's conversation. He clenched his fists, preparing for battle. As long as Fang Chen was in danger, he would immediately take action to stop Luo Gong. But before that, he still believed in Fang Chen. The latter wasn't a martial artist who would shoot without thinking. Chapter 365. At this moment, all the cultivators on the plains were staring at Tai Niu and Luo Gong. Tai Niu was too arrogant. He actually dared to say that if he took half a step back, he would be fine. That was provoking Luo Gong. At this moment, a cold glint flashed across Luo Gong's eyes as a wild aura spread out from his body. All right, I want to see just how capable you are, said Luo Gong icily. Luo Gong had only just finished speaking when a wild aura suddenly appeared on his palm. That aura wrapped around his palm, and then he slammed it forward. Rumble! Although it looked like a simple palm, it actually contained a boundless aura. Sensing that powerful aura, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but retreat. They were a bit unable to bear that power. Seeing Luo Gong attack, Fang Chen directly activated his 3-star Dao body. His defense reached its peak. At the same time, Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched at Luo Gong's palm. Bang! Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Luo Gong and Fang Chen's fists collided, causing a huge explosion. When the boundless aura in the sky dissipated, the crowd was shocked to discover that Tai Niu hadn't retreated even half a step. On the contrary, Luo Gong had retreated. Is Tai Niu's strength really that great? Someone exclaimed. Tai Niu is very powerful. Perhaps it really is, as he said, and he won't take half a step back. Many cultivators changed their opinion of Tai Niu at this moment. They even believed that Tai Niu could create a miracle. I've underestimated you, but now you won't have any more chances. If I can't make you retreat with this attack, then it'll count as my loss. Luo Gong narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Luo Gong was completely infuriated. As the head of the Golden Crown Nation's 9 princes, he was unrivaled in the younger generation. He hadn't expected his attack to be blocked by Tainyo. When Luo Gong said that, an even wilder aura surged out of his body. Then he clenched his fist, and that boundless aura drilled into his fist. At that moment, specks of light appeared on his fist. These specks of light gave off a shocking aura. This punch was Luo Gong's strongest punch. This punch was enough to kill a normal warrior of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. When all the cultivators saw this punch, their expressions changed drastically. Only Fang Chen's expression remained the same from start to finish. Drink! As Luo Gong roared furiously, his fist surged towards Fang Chen with earth-shattering force. Boom! Fang Chen used all of his strength to block Luo Gong's attack. A shocking explosion sounded out as a berserk aura filled the entire plains, and Fang Chen and Luo Gong were covered by that berserk aura. What's going on? Did Luo Gong win? Following a disciple's exclamation, the other disciples also exclaimed one after another. At this moment, the center of the plain was enveloped by a wild aura. They simply couldn't see the situation inside. They were very curious as to who had one. Crash! After a long time, the wild aura in the center of the plain finally dissipated. When all the aura had dissipated, everyone was shocked to see that Tainyo and Luo Gong were standing on the plain without moving. Their 4 fists were pressed against each other. Neither of them retreated. A disciple exclaimed. Wang Bing and the others were even more shocked. Tainyo and Luo Gong's strength had completely surpassed their own. Even if Wang Bing and Yang Shua joined hands, they still wouldn't be a match for Tainyo. Crack! Just when everyone thought that the two of them were even, a cracking sound rang out. A bloody mark appeared on Luo Gong's fist, and when the mark appeared, blood immediately flowed out. Bang! When the bloody mark appeared on Luo Gong's fist and blood flowed out, Luo Gong's body was unable to withstand the tyrannical qi and finally retreated half a step. But this half step caused Luo Gong's expression to become very ugly. In the end, he had still lost to Tainyo, and this made him very uncomfortable. I lost. Luo Gong looked at Fang Chen with a helpless expression. His voice was hoarse. Seeing this scene, the entire plain was in an uproar. Tainyo really had won against Luo Gong. Even Luo Gong's full-strength attack hadn't caused Tainyo to retreat half a step. If nothing unexpected happens, once the divine illusion space closes, Tainyo will become the strongest expert of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. He might even be able to enter the martial marquis ranking. Yeah, he'll definitely be one of the 9 princes. Furthermore, he'll be number 1. Such a young expert on the martial marquis ranking. Truly shocking. The spectating cultivators all began to discuss. As for Luo Gong, after glancing at Tainyo, he shook his head and turned to leave. Tainyo's powerful attack had won everyone's approval. At this moment, countless disciples were shouting Tainyo's name. Brother Tainyo, you're too strong. Admirable, admirable. Brother Tainyo, with your strength, you can definitely enter the martial marquis ranking. To be able to cultivate with someone who'll definitely enter the martial marquis ranking in the future is truly a wonderful thing. However, before Fang Chen could say anything, the floating tower suddenly trembled. Boom! The floating tower trembled, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone looked at the floating tower. The floating tower is moving. Could it be that it's about to open? Asked a disciple. Countless cultivators were looking at the floating tower. They knew that the inheritance within the floating tower was the true peak inheritance of the divine illusion space. Just at this moment, a clear voice rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone, for all of you to be able to come here. It means that all of you are fated to obtain the inheritance left behind by my master. However, my master's inheritance is not something that ordinary people are qualified to obtain. Only 9 people can enter the floating tower. Suddenly, a white illusory figure appeared above the floating tower. Everyone was startled. They realized that this white figure was the floating tower's tower spirit. A tower with a tower spirit was definitely not simple. This floating tower actually has a tower spirit. Many cultivators were shocked. For a tower to have a tower spirit, its level definitely surpassed that of a spirit weapon. Only 9 people can enter? Asked Wang Bing. Correct. Only 9 people can enter. In other words, the majority of you won't be able to enter the floating tower, continued the tower spirit. Tower spirit, may I ask if anyone can try? Asked the head disciple of the Flying Immortal Pavilion, Yang Shuo. The tower spirit shook its head slightly and said, Only the strongest 9 of you can enter the floating tower. All right, I won't waste any more words. Since the Master's remnant consciousness has chosen me to appear in this year's competition, it means that there must be some fated people among you. You can compete among yourselves. When the strongest 9 have been selected, I will open the floating tower. Upon hearing the tower spirit's words, everyone's eyes were filled with fervor. Just at this moment, Fang Chun suddenly said, I, Tainyo, will take one of the spots. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone was speechless. Even the head of the 9 princes, Luo Gong, wasn't his match. You're asking us if we have any objections? Even if we did, would we dare say anything? With your strength, you're unrivaled here. Everyone shook their heads. Some disciples even bluntly said, If Brother Tainyo can't take a spot, then no one here has the qualifications to take a spot. That's right. We all agree that Brother Tainyo will take a spot. Just as they were speaking, 9 yellow matrices appeared at the front. The tower spirit said, Those who obtain a spot can stand on the matrices. Hearing the tower spirit's words, Fan Qin took a step forward and stood in front of the yellow tower, on the yellow matrices. Next, Luo Gong stood on the yellow matrices. No one dared to stop him. Next was the Moon Continent's Wang family's Wang Bing. Although Wang Bing wasn't as strong as Tainyo, he was still one of the 9 princes. Next was the head disciple of the Flying Immortal Pavilion, Yang Shuo. After the 4 spots were occupied, the 5th person to walk up the praying mat was Luo Liuli in a red dress. Seeing Luo Liuli walk up the praying mat, many disciples were stunned, but they soon reacted. Although Luo Liuli wasn't one of the 9 princes, her strength couldn't be underestimated. The disciples of the other sect were envious. The Luo family had taken 2 spots. How were the other sect supposed to live? The next to walk up was a man in black clothes. Although he didn't stand out, no one dared to look down on him. Because he was also one of the 9 princes, the head disciple of one of the 9 2-star sects, Minor Divine Peak, Xinjiang. After Xinjiang, another one of the 9 princes, the head disciple of the Mo, Shi Sacred Mountain, Mo Shang, also walked up. In this way, other than Tainyo's, the other 9 mats were taken by the disciples of the 2-star sect. Because the Great Luo sect and the Ocean Cloud sect had been destroyed, there were still 2 mats left. These 2 mats made the eyes of countless disciples burn. They didn't dare to fight for the previous mats, but they naturally had to fight for the last 2 mats. I, Liang Bing, will take a mat. Who do you think you are, Liang Bing? This mat is mine. A series of angry roars rang out as an earth-shattering battle broke out on the plains. Countless martialists were fighting over the 2 praying mats. Of course, the warriors fighting were all at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Those below the 9th level of the Qi High Realm had already been eliminated. Rumble, rumble, rumble on the plain. Deafening sounds rang out. Occasionally, warriors would be injured. After a long time, there were even warriors dying. Seeing this scene, the experts on the mats didn't say anything. At this moment, 2 figures quietly appeared in front of the mats and stood on the last 2 mats. Suddenly, the chaotic battlefield quietened down. All the cultivators fixed their gazes on the 2 people on the prayer mats, Jian Feng and Xia Houwu. Some disciples recognized the 2. Fan Qin, who was on the mats, smiled when he saw the 2. Sorry to disturb you. You can continue, Xiahou said expressionlessly to the warriors who had stopped fighting. Chapter 366. Xiahou's casual words filled the hearts of the many cultivators who had just been engaged in an intense battle with rage. They had painstakingly fought with their lives on the line to fight for these 2 seats. Who would have thought that this Xiahou would actually step onto the yellow seat without saying a word? Green praying mat. Jianfeng is one of the 9 young masters. Does he have the right to step onto the yellow praying mat? But you, Xiahou, what right do you have to step onto the yellow praying mat? Green praying mat? A warrior asked coldly. That's right, Xiahou, you are only a normal disciple of the Reverend Sword sect. What right do you have to step onto the yellow praying mat? Green praying mat. Although Xiahou's appearance had caused all the martial artists present to be surprised, at this moment, they were more concerned about the inheritance of the floating tower. Therefore, even if Xiahou was the fish that escaped the net when the 3 great sects annihilated the Sword Reverend sect, they wouldn't say anything. I, Xiahou, am standing right here. Whoever is not convinced, feel free to try, Xiahou said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty coldness. Let me teach you a lesson, this yellow praying mat. You don't have the right to touch it. Suddenly, a mid-Qi high warrior's body flashed and jumped in front of Xiahou. With a flick of his wrist, a majestic Qi emerged from his body. Crash! Seeing the swift and fierce attack of this martial artist, all the gazes of the martial artist stopped on Xiahou's body. They had originally thought that Xiahou would be frightened, but on the contrary, there was not the slightest trace of fear on Xiahou's face. Yellow? Fang Qin, who was in the first position on the green praying mat, was not worried about Xiahou at all. Xiahou was already very strong. After that, Xiahou went to accept the inheritance, and the 2 had not met. Now that Xiahou had appeared, he must have completely accepted the inheritance, and his strength would only be stronger. Too weak, Xiahou saw that the warrior's attack was about to make contact with his body. He shook his head slightly and punched out fiercely. When Xiahou punched out, his entire body was instantly filled with an extremely wild and unrestrained aura of death. This death qi shocked the young warriors on the praying mat. Fang Chen's pupils shrank. How could the death qi on Xiahou's body be so dense? What kind of inheritance did he accept? Bang with a loud bang, the mid-qi high warrior was sent flying by Xiahou. He fell to the ground, his face pale, his breath weak, and he spat out blood. This is just a lesson. Next time I won't hold back. Those who want to attack me, you better be prepared to die. Xiahou's powerful fist had directly intimidated countless martial artists. Some of the martial artists who had been clamoring fiercely actually had thoughts of retreating at this moment. They did not dare to challenge Xiahou. Oh my God, how can Xiahou be so strong? He sent a mid-stage Qi high warrior flying with a single punch. Xiahou must have obtained some powerful inheritance. Otherwise, he would not be so strong. What exactly did he experience? Why is there an extremely dense aura of death around him when he attacks? If I get too close to him, I will be corroded by this aura of death. Even though I am so far away from him, I can still feel the terror of this death qi. This Xiahou is truly a terrifying martial artist. Xiahou's powerful performance caused countless disciples on the plains to cry out in shock. They could not accept it at this moment. However, after the commotion, there were some martial artists who were not afraid of death who stood up and challenged Xiahou. Xiahou, you may be strong, but I do not believe that you can send me flying with a single punch. This martial artist was a late-stage Qi high warrior. He belonged to the second tier of the 9 lords. On Xiahou's face, a sinister smile suddenly appeared. Xiahou, you do not have the qualifications to touch the praying mat. The martial artist roared. The aura around his body surged wildly. Immediately after, his attack appeared in front of Xiaohou. The sinister smile on Xiaohou's face disappeared and was replaced by a bloodthirsty killing intent. A shocking killing intent erupted from Xiaohou's body. His eyes were filled with a scarlet-red color. A wild death qi directly gathered on his fist as he ferociously punched out. Puchi Xiaohou's fist actually pierced through the martial artist's chest and into his back. The martial artist's entire body was in pain. His life force was quickly dissipating. His eyes were filled with fear. Hiss, hiss, hissed the wild death qi drilled into the martial artist's body. In the blink of an eye, the martial artist was corroded by the death qi. Bang Xiaohou pulled out his fist, and the martial artist's body fell heavily onto the ground. In a short while, the death qi had completely corroded his body. Killing a late-stage qi high warrior with a single punch, Xiaohou's strength had completely shocked everyone. Even Shen Jiang and the others who were on the praying mat were also shocked. Who else? Xiaohou withdrew his death qi and looked at the crowd with his scarlet eyes. Being looked at by Xiaohou, countless martial artists retreated. They did not dare to look at Xiaohou. After a long while, no one dared to challenge him. Xiaohou had successfully used his strength to obtain a seat. At this point, the strongest 9 had all been born. The 9 of you are the strongest 9. Next, I will open the floating tower. Whether or not you can obtain my master's inheritance will depend on your luck. The tower spirit said. Just as the tower spirit was speaking, in a dark corner far away, Tai Yun was hiding. He did not dare to appear. If he did, he would definitely be hunted down by Xiaohou, but he was waiting for an opportunity. As long as the floating tower opened, he would be able to kill one of them with lightning speed and enter the floating tower. Once he entered the floating tower, he would not be afraid of anyone. Success or failure will depend on this. Tai Yun's deep eyes stared closely at the floating tower. At this moment, the tower spirit waved its hand and threads of spirit qi entered the floating tower. Immediately, the floating tower opened and a staircase appeared from the floating tower. It continued to extend until it reached the ground. You can enter now, said the tower spirit. As soon as the tower spirit finished speaking, several martial artists began to move. The first to move were Luo Gong and Luo Liuli, followed by Wang Bing and the cloud-pushing palm of the flying immortal pavilion, Yang Shua. Then Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu looked at each other, and the 3 of them quickly entered the floating tower. Finally, it was Shen Jiang and Mo Shang. Shen Jiang took the lead. Seeing this, Magic Shang also prepared to climb up the escalator. However, at this moment, a wild aura suddenly appeared, followed by a black shadow. As soon as the black shadow appeared, it launched a fierce attack on Magic Shang. Puchi! In the blink of an eye, the black figure heavily injured Mo Shang and then directly killed him. Tai Yun, so it's him. Tai Yun was originally stronger than Mo Shang. Adding on the Yellow Spring Sex aura, killing Mo Shang was extremely easy. After Mo Shang was killed, Xinjiang was startled. He immediately shouted, Tower Spirit, this person is committing murder here. Are you not going to do anything? Mo Shang's relationship with Xinjiang had always been good. Seeing Mo Shang die, he was infuriated. Tower Spirit, didn't you say that only the strongest 9 people can enter the floating tower? Since I was able to kill Mo Shang, that means I'm stronger than him. He doesn't have the qualifications to enter the floating tower, said Tai Yun. The tower spirit nodded and said, let's go in. Tai Yun's figure flashed, and he stepped onto the staircase. Shen Jiang was infuriated, but he was also a bit afraid of Tai Yun. He directly entered the floating tower. Once Tai Yun entered the floating tower, the staircase vanished and the floating tower closed. The tower spirit stood at the top of the floating tower, looking down at those disappointed martial artists. Although you don't have the qualifications to enter the floating tower, my master has left behind an opportunity for you, said the tower spirit. What opportunity? Asked a martial artist. Crash! The tower spirit flicked its wrist. An entire plane instantly changed its appearance. This place became a sealed space, and the surroundings were filled with extremely dense spiritual chi. This is a cultivation, holy land that my master once set up. You can cultivate here until the divine illusion space closes, said the tower spirit. Seeing this cultivation, holy land, the disappointed martial artists were all delighted. Haha, as expected of a cultivation, holy land. I feel like my strength will definitely increase if I cultivate here. Not bad. I've been stuck at a bottleneck for so long. I'll definitely be able to break through this time. Although I can't obtain the floating tower's inheritance, being able to cultivate here is already pretty good. I have to seize this time to cultivate and break through as soon as possible. Immediately, countless martial artists sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate in a race against time. Seeing this, the tower spirit smiled slightly. Fang Chen and the others had entered an illusory realm after entering the floating tower. Furthermore, no one was with anyone else. This is an illusory realm. Fang Chen looked around and said softly. At this moment, the tower spirit's voice rang out. The floating tower is actually an independent space. This independent space is a natural illusory realm. Back then, my master spent a great deal of effort to bring this natural illusory realm into the floating tower. My master's inheritance is within this illusory realm. Whoever can find it will obtain my master's inheritance. The tower spirit's voice rang out among the 9 people. Immediately, their eyes burned with desire as they began to search for the inheritance. Of the 9 people, only Tai Yun wasn't in a hurry to find the inheritance. After entering the floating tower, he had felt an attractive force. It must be a member of the Yellow Spring sect, thought Tai Yun. Following this attractive force, Tai Yun quickly advanced. Although this was an illusory realm, the members of the Yellow Spring sect could sense each other's auras without any obstruction. Soon, Tai Yun appeared in a hidden area. Here, he felt an even denser aura of the Yellow Spring sect. I wonder which fellow disciple has come. Suddenly, a dark voice rang out in Tai Yun's ears. Chapter 367. The gloomy voice entered Tai Yun's ears, and a smile appeared on his face. Iron Sword Hall Master. Tai Yun replied. They were in the floating tower, and there was a tower spirit. They did not dare to speak directly and used the Yellow Spring sect's unique voice transmission technique. Hearing the words, Iron Sword Hall Master, the gloomy voice sounded again. Come in. As he spoke, a suction force enveloped the Iron Sword Hall Master, and Tai Yun disappeared. When Tai Yun opened his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black space. In front of him stood a burly figure. You are? The Iron Sword Hall Master asked. Guardian Wu Xian. The figure said softly. Hearing that, the Iron Sword Hall Master was shocked. He immediately said, So it's Guardian Wu Xian. Guardians were considered top experts in the Yellow Spring sect. At their peak, every guardian was an expert at the peak of the condensing reality realm. However, after that battle, most of the members of the Yellow Spring sect died. Only a few members survived. They were seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. Over the years, as time passed, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect began to slowly awaken. Guardian Wu Xian was one of them. Guardian Wu Xian, why are you here? The Iron Sword Hall Master asked. It's all because of that damned old thing. I was seriously injured by him in that battle. If I did not use some kind of heaven-defying technique, I would have died. Speaking of himself, Guardian Wu Xian said coldly. He was furious. I'm afraid that even he doesn't know that after the battle back then, I'll be struggling at death's door in his tower. However, because of that, I'm unable to leave this place. Even though my injuries have healed over the years, I'm still unable to leave. Protector Wu Xian said. Guardian Wu Xian, how can I help you? The Iron Sword Hall Master asked. Guardian Wu Xian said, I want to take over a warrior's body and use his body to escape. However, in this floating tower, my cultivation is suppressed to the first condensing reality realm. If the 8 of them join forces, I am afraid I will not be able to take over their body." Hearing Guardian Wu Xian's words, the Iron Sword Hall Master nodded slightly and said, "Guardian Wu Xian, do you have any good ideas?" Hearing that, Guardian Wu Xian nodded slightly. A crisis was approaching, but the other 8 did not know. They were all trying their best to find the inheritance in the floating tower. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Fong Chen and the others did not gain anything. Tai Yin didn't make a move either. They were waiting for the best opportunity. On a certain day, half a month later, Fong Chen actually met an acquaintance in the dreamland. When Luo Liuli, who was dressed in a red dress, saw Fong Chen, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. "Why are you here?" Luo Liuli looked at Fong Chen and directly asked, "I was looking for an inheritance and accidentally came here," Fong Chen said bluntly. Luo Liuli gently nodded and said, "This is a natural illusory realm. It's very mystical. It's impossible for us to see through it with our strength." Fong Chen nodded when he heard this. Natural illusions were many times more powerful than man-made ones. In other words, natural illusions were flawless and had no flaws. However, Fong Chen didn't believe there was such a thing as a flawless illusion in this world. Even if it was a natural illusion, Fong Chen believed there would definitely be flaws. He was looking for those flaws. As long as he could find those flaws, he would have hope of finding the inheritance. "Let's search together," said Liuli. Fong Chen nodded. "Sure. One more person means one more power." Then Fong Chen and Luo Liuli searched for the inheritance together. It was at this time that the little mouse fell into a deep slumber. A purple halo appeared on its body. It seemed to be transforming. With the Banksian shoe protecting it, Fong Chen wasn't worried about the little mouse's safety at all. At this time, in a certain natural illusion, the head disciple of Little Divine Peak, Xinjiang, was carefully advancing. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear in front of him. "Not good, it's Tai Yun." When he saw Tai Yun, his figure flashed, and he prepared to flee. He had clearly seen Tai Yun easily kill Mo Shang. Tai Yun's strength was countless times greater than his. "You want to run?" After waiting for half a month with great difficulty, a martial artist finally showed up. How could Tai Yun let him escape so easily? Swish! Within the tower, Tai Yun did not dare to escape and reveal his identity. Seeing that Xinjiang was trying to escape, Tai Yun's figure flashed and directly chased after him. Just as Xinjiang was about to disappear from his sight, an invisible fluctuation of aura came out from the ground and directly drilled into Xinjiang's body. Swish! Xinjiang, who was moving forward quickly, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. While he was hesitating, Tai Yun caught up. "Tai Yun, what are you doing?" Xinjiang knew he couldn't escape, so he icily asked Tai Yun, "You'll know in a bit." While speaking, Tai Yun displayed a tyrannical power, wanting to capture Xinjiang. How could the latter allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? "Damn it!" roared Xinjiang. A wild aura surged out of his body. But just as he was about to circulate his spiritual qi, he suddenly felt a burst of pain. "What's going on?" cried Xinjiang. Each time he tried to circulate his spiritual qi, his body would hurt. If he couldn't circulate his spiritual qi, he would die at Tai Yun's hands. "Don't waste time." As soon as Tai Yun finished speaking, he grabbed Xinjiang and punched him in the neck. Xinjiang immediately fainted. Then Tai Yun's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the darkness. At this time, at the highest point of the floating tower, there was a layer of gray mist. Within that mist was an illusory figure. It was the tower spirit. As expected, I've always felt the aura of the Yellow Springs sect hidden within the tower, but I couldn't find it, so it was here. The tower spirit had seen everything Tai Yun had done. but it didn't have any offensive power. It could only control the floating tower to trap the members of the Yellow Spring sect. It couldn't stop them. I must find a way to get rid of them, the tower spirit said. When Shunjiang woke up, he found himself in a dark space. His surroundings were dark, and there were two figures in front of him. Tai Yin. Shunjiang recognized one of the figures. It was Tai Yin, who had captured him previously. As for the other figure, Shunjiang didn't recognize it. Protector Wu Xian, can we begin? Tai Yin smiled. Protector Wu Xian nodded and said yes. Just as Protector Wu Xian said that, a majestic spirit appeared in his mind and floated in the sky. Feeling this strong spirit, Xinjiang's heart skipped a beat. Hiss! Hiss! Under Xinjiang's gaze, this soul was actually moving closer to him. His expression greatly changed as he finally realized what they were trying to do. You guys! Xinjiang resisted with all his might, but he was subdued by Protector Wu Xian. I'd advise you not to resist. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground. Protector Wu Xian said coldly. The moment Protector Wu Xian's spirit entered Shunjiang's mind, Shunjiang felt the dense aura of the Yellow Spring sect. His pupils shrank, and he said, You are the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. You found out a bit late. Tai Yin chuckled and said coldly, No. Shunjiang let out an unwilling roar, but in the end, he was unable to resist Protector Wu Xian. A short while later, Shunjiang's spirit was completely devoured by Protector Wu Xian. Then, Protector Wu Xian's spirit completely possessed Xinjiang's body. After the possession, Protector Wu Xian's body suddenly turned into specks of starlight and entered Xinjiang's body. Congratulations, Protector Wu Xian. You've been reborn. Tai Yin was full of smiles. Protector Wu Xian nodded slightly. This body is not bad. Protector Wu Xian, why don't you raise this body's cultivation level to the condensing reality realm? Tai Yin asked. Protector Wu Xian's cultivation level was at the 9th condensing reality realm when he was at his peak. He was very powerful. In the entire Jin Guan country, there was probably no one who could be his opponent. However, in this evil floating tower, his cultivation level was suppressed to the 1st condensing reality realm. Even so, he was still very powerful. Although he had been reborn, Shunjiang's cultivation level was only at the peak of the 9th Qihai realm. If Protector Wu Xian wanted to raise his cultivation level, he could easily condense a Dharma idol in Xinjiang's Dantian and reach the 1st condensing reality realm. However, he didn't want to do that for now. He still wanted to use Xinjiang's identity to leave the floating tower smoothly. Let's talk about it after we leave the floating tower. Protector Wu Xian finished speaking and brought Tai Yin with him. In a flash, they appeared in the natural illusion. On the other side of the natural illusion, Fang Chen and Luo Liuli were moving forward. Suddenly, Luo Liuli's body stopped. She noticed a glowing place in front of her. There's something up ahead, Luo Liuli said in a sweet voice. Fang Chen was startled. He looked over and discovered that not far away there was a glowing place. Let's go and take a look, Fang Chen said. After a while, Fang Chen and Luo Liuli appeared in the glowing place. On the flat ground, there was a stone. This stone was glowing. Do you think this is the inheritance of the floating tower? Luo Liuli asked. Fang Chen was about to speak when suddenly Ancestor Bronze, who was inside the python sword, said, This is obviously a trick. How can it be the inheritance? Kid, you must not touch this glowing stone. It will be dangerous. Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Ancestor Bronze, he might have thought that this glowing stone was the inheritance of the floating tower. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Luo Liuli's small white hand reached towards the glowing stone. Be careful. In a moment of desperation, Fang Chen grabbed Luo Liuli's hand. Chapter 368. In a moment of desperation, Fong Chen grabbed Luo Liuli's small, fair hand and stopped her from moving. Luo Liuli's face flushed as Fong Chen held her hand. She lowered her head, feeling a little shy. Only now did Fong Chen realize his rudeness. He hastily let go of her hand and said, "This glowing stone isn't the inheritance. It's just a decoy. Once you touch it, it'll be very dangerous." Luo Liuli's expression gradually returned to normal. She curiously asked, "How did you know?" Fong Chen smiled. "It's a secret." Fong Chen continued forward with Luo Liuli. However, Fong Chen continued to chat with Ancestor Bronze as they walked. "Ancestor, since you recognize this glowing stone as a decoy, do you know where the true inheritance is?" asked Fong Chen. "Of course I do. Don't you know who I am?" said Ancestor Bronze. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me bitterly search for half a month." Fong Chen was speechless for a moment. "I'm tempering you. I can't let things go so smoothly for you," said Ancestor Bronze. In truth, even Ancestor Bronze hadn't been able to find the inheritance when he first entered. He had only vaguely sensed where the true inheritance was after half a month of searching. Of course, he naturally wouldn't tell Fong Chen who he was. He was Ancestor Bronze, an existence who had suppressed an era. How could he lose face in front of a junior? After chatting with Ancestor Bronze for a bit, Fong Chen quickly followed the direction Ancestor Bronze had pointed out. Although this was a natural illusion, it wasn't much for Ancestor Bronze. Given old Ancestor Bronze's current state, it would be impossible for him to break through the illusion. However, seeing through the illusion was a piece of cake for him. After walking for about 2 hours in the dreamland, Fong Chen finally came to a stop. Seeing Fong Chen stop, Luo Liuli asked, "Did you find the inheritance?" "The inheritance should be here," Fong Chen said faintly. He frowned and looked around. It was empty. There was nothing. "Ancestor, where is the inheritance?" Fong Chen secretly asked. "Follow your current direction and take 3 steps forward. Then, turn left and take 1 step. Then, turn right and take 2 steps," Ancestor Bronze said. Fong Chen nodded. Then he followed old Ancestor Bronze's instructions and walked slowly. At this moment, the tower spirit was observing all the cultivators in the tower amidst the gray mist. When he saw Tai Yun and Shen Jiang appear, his eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent emerged from the illusion. "Remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply." The pagoda spirit muttered to himself. Even though he now knew of the existence of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, he was still the pagoda spirit. There was no way he could deal with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. He could only rely on the help of others. "I wonder which warrior will be able to obtain Master's inheritance. If it's really not possible, I can guide them a little." The tower spirit's face was filled with anxiety as he turned to look at the location of the inheritance. When he saw what he saw, he was incomparably shocked. That was because there were 2 figures in the inheritance. Those 2 figures were naturally Fong Chen and Luo Liuli. Did they find the inheritance? Or did they just happen to pass by? The tower spirit was filled with anxiety as he stared at the 2 of them. However, just as Fong Chen stepped forward, a smile appeared on the tower spirit's face. He was very excited. Fong Chen's steps were exactly the same as the location of the inheritance. How is this possible? He actually found it in such a short time. The tower spirit was incomparably shocked. Under the tower spirit's gaze, Fong Chen successfully found the inheritance. At this time, Fong Chen was on the ground, following Ancestor Bronze's guidance. When he stood on a very inconspicuous ground, the ground suddenly trembled and the pagoda spirit appeared. "Little fellow, you're not bad. You were actually able to find the inheritance." The tower spirit looked at Fong Chen with satisfaction. This sudden change caused Luo Liuli's face to reveal a shocked expression. He really found the inheritance. Luo Liuli looked at Tainyo with a complicated expression. Senior. Fong Chen recognized the tower spirit and respectfully greeted him. Little fellow, since you found the inheritance, you have the qualifications to accept my master's inheritance. However, my master's inheritance is extremely powerful. If you can't accept it, you'll suffer a cultivation deviation, said the tower spirit. Fong Chen nodded, and then the tower spirit looked at Luo Liuli. Little fellow, according to the rules, you should be the one to find the inheritance. But my master once said that if someone else finds the inheritance at the same time, then the lady has to go first. Hearing the tower spirit's words, Luo Liuli was stunned. The master of the floating tower had actually set such a rule. Since it's your master's rule, then let Luo Liuli go first. Fong Chen nodded. Tainyo, you found it first. You should be the one to accept it, said Luo Liuli a bit embarrassedly. This is my master's rule. How can it be changed? You can go first, but I can tell you with certainty that with your strength, it'll be a bit difficult for you to obtain my master's inheritance, said the tower spirit directly. The tower spirit immediately saw through Luo Liuli's strength. Although she was very strong, she was the weakest of the 9 people who had entered the floating tower. Luo Liuli didn't say anything else. She looked apologetically at Fong Chen and then sat down to accept the inheritance. The moment Luo Liuli sat down in a lotus position, a grayish aura suddenly entered her body from the ground. At this moment, a trace of pain appeared on Luo Liuli's face. Senior, she should be fine, right? Asked Fong Chen. She's fine, said the tower spirit. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During those 6 hours, Luo Liuli had been accepting the inheritance. However, as time passed, Luo Liuli's aura became more and more chaotic. In the end, her body began to tremble. Her situation was very dangerous. She's unable to accept my master's inheritance. She's about to go crazy, said the tower spirit. Then what do we do? Asked Fong Chen hastily. Place your hands on her body and absorb my master's aura. Then she'll slowly recover, said the tower spirit. Fong Chen nodded and did as the tower spirit said. He sat behind Luo Liuli and placed his hands on her back. Immediately, a wild suction force appeared and sucked away all the aura of the tower's master from Luo Liuli's body. About 15 minutes later, Luo Liuli woke up from the brink of going berserk. When she realized that Fong Chen's hands were on her back, a blush appeared on her face. Little girl, you were unable to accept my master's inheritance and almost went crazy. He was the one who saved you, said the tower spirit as it looked down at Luo Liuli. When Luo Liuli heard this, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. She immediately stood up and nodded at Fong Chen, her heart filled with gratitude. After Luo Liuli woke up, Fong Chen's acceptance of the inheritance was on the right track. At this moment, the golden heart in Fong Chen's body was beating rapidly. A wild aura was constantly drilling into Fong Chen's mind. Fong Chen felt a large amount of information appear in his mind. That information was all about the tower's master's inheritance. Fong Chen felt that his mind was like a vast ocean, filled with seawater. Time passed by slowly. The aura around Fong Chen's body continued to increase. One day later, Fong Chen's aura reached a critical point. At this time, Fong Chen had already accepted the inheritance. Boom! A loud sound came from Fong Chen's body. In an instant, Fong Chen's qi began to expand rapidly. Following that, Fong Chen's cultivation reached the middle stage of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Of course, this was not the end. When Fong Chen's cultivation reached the middle stage of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, it continued to increase and break through. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's cultivation reached the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 7th level of the Qi High Realm, Fong Chen's aura began to stabilize. At this time, the aura around Fong Chen's body disappeared. It was as if he was an ordinary person, quietly sitting there with his legs crossed. He is now in a deep state of cultivation. I think he will be in this state for a long time. Seeing Fang Chen's current state, the tower spirit finally let out a sigh of relief and said to Luo Liuli. Luo Liuli blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "He saved my life. Then I will guard him here and wait for him to wake up." After that, Luo Liuli sat cross-legged beside Fang Chen and closed her eyes. While Fang Chen was accepting the inheritance, many warriors in the floating tower were frantically searching for the inheritance. They did not know that the inheritance had already been obtained by Fang Chen and was in the process of accepting it. At the same time, Protector Wu Xian and Tai Yin were also hiding in the dark. They were waiting for the floating tower to open again. Once the floating tower opened again, they could leave safely. As long as they could leave the floating tower safely, Protector Wu Xian's cultivation would be completely restored. The entire Jingguan country would be under his control. Thinking of this, Protector Wu Xian's heart was filled with excitement. Time passed bit by bit. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months. Finally, when the divine illusion space was about to close, Fang Chen successfully accepted the inheritance. In these 2 months, Fang Chen's cultivation did not break through again. He remained at the 7th level of the Qi Hai realm. For him, these 2 months were to strengthen his foundation. In the early stages of accepting the inheritance, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, causing his foundation to be unstable. Therefore, in these 2 months, he was strengthening his foundation. And because of these 2 months of strengthening, his foundation had become even more solid. The current him even had a change in his aura. It was as if every movement of his could affect the surrounding air. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Luo Liuli's beautiful face. Seeing that Fang Chen had woken up, Luo Liuli's beautiful face revealed a trace of a smile. "You're awake?" Luo Liuli asked. Fang Chen nodded and then cupped his hands towards Luo Liuli. He did not need to think to know that Luo Liuli had been protecting him during this period of time. "Kid, you finally finished accepting the inheritance." The tower spirit suddenly appeared with a face full of joy. "Senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked the tower spirit. "Since you've finished accepting the inheritance, then I need you to do something for me." Chapter 369. After getting such a great reward from the floating tower, Fang Chen would agree to 10 requests without hesitation, let alone one. "Senior, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you." Fang Chen said, "The Yellow Spring sect, I think you already know about it." The tower spirit looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Yes, you mean that there is a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect in the floating tower?" Fang Chen asked doubtfully. The tower spirit nodded and said, "That's right. There is a guardian of the Yellow Spring martial school hidden in this floating tower. But his cultivation level is suppressed to the 1st condensing reality realm. Most importantly, he has just taken over a warrior's body and is only at the 9th Qi Hai realm. You have received the master's inheritance, so you have the highest chance of killing him. Once he leaves here and recovers his cultivation to the 9th condensing reality realm, it will definitely be a disaster for the Jingguan country." The tower spirit said in a deep voice. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that there would be such a powerful member of the Yellow Spring sect hidden in the floating tower. "Senior, the guardian of the Yellow Spring sect has been possessed. How can I know him?" Fang Chen asked. "Don't worry about that. I will guide you to find him. But before that, I need you to gather together. If you all work together, you will have a better chance." The tower spirit said. Before Fang Chen could say anything, the tower spirit waved its hand. Suddenly, a warrior appeared in front of Fang Chen. It was the top warrior of the Luo family's younger generation, Luo Gong. Luo Gong. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw Luo Gong. After Luo Gong, Wang Bing, Yang Shuo from the Flying Immortal Pavilion, Xia Hou, Jian Feng, and the others appeared. There were 7 people in total, and they were all gathered together. Don't be surprised. I am the one who gathered you all together. The tower spirit appeared and said directly. Everyone nodded. Let me tell you the truth. My master's inheritance has already been obtained by this person, and he has also completely accepted the inheritance. The reason why I gathered you all together is so that you can work together to deal with the Yellow Spring sect. The tower spirit said, What inheritance has been obtained by Tai Niu? Luo Gong's eyes flickered. No wonder we couldn't find the inheritance, even after searching for 2 months. So it was obtained by Brother Tai Niu. Wang Bing and the others started to befriend Tai Niu after knowing that he had obtained the inheritance. Brother Iron Bull, we had some conflicts before. I hope you don't mind. Wang Bing and the others said with a smile. Xia Hou glanced at Feng Chen. The latter shook his head slightly, indicating that he should not reveal his identity. Xia Hou nodded in agreement. As for Jian Feng, he had no idea that the Iron Bull in front of him was Feng Chen from the sword-worshipping sect. Before Tai Niu had obtained the inheritance, he was already stronger than Luo Gong. Now that he had obtained the inheritance, his aura was even stronger. In their hearts, they had no intention of snatching the inheritance. How could they snatch it? Even Luo Gong could not defeat Tai Niu, so it was even more impossible for them to defeat Tai Niu. Even if everyone worked together, it was not realistic. Therefore, they could only accept reality and befriend Iron Bull. At this moment, the pagoda genie spoke again. The Yellow Spring sect is the enemy of the entire ancient Sword Continent. I hope you can cooperate with each other and annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, said the Tower Spirit. Afterwards, the Tower Spirit told everyone about the danger of Enforcer Wu Xian. When they learned that there was a 9th stage condensing reality realm enforcer in the floating tower, they were all shocked. In the end, everyone reached a unanimous decision. They would work together to annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Among you, Tai Niu is the strongest. This time, with him as the center, you will assist him, said the Tower Spirit. Everyone nodded. No one objected. Rest for 15 minutes. Then I will bring you to the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. At that time it will definitely be a fierce battle, said the Tower Spirit. Everyone began to adjust their bodies. If they wanted to completely deal with the Yellow Spring sect's enforcer, they could not afford to lose. They had to fight in their peak condition. 15 minutes passed quickly. The 7 of them looked serious. This time, their opponent was the Yellow Spring sect's enforcer. Moreover, according to the Tower Spirit, he could raise his cultivation to the 1st stage of condensing reality realm at any time. If it was an elite on the martial marquee list, defeating a 1st stage of condensing reality realm martial artist would be easy. However, almost none of them were on the martial marquee list. Therefore, this would definitely be a fierce battle. Are you ready? Asked the Tower Spirit. Everyone nodded. Then the Tower Spirit waved his hand, and the 7 of them instantly disappeared. At this moment, Enforcer Wu Xian and Tai Yin were walking quickly on an empty space in the natural illusion. After calculating the time, the divine illusion space was about to close. The floating tower would probably open in a few days. As long as I can leave this damn floating tower, my strength will recover. Enforcer Wu Xian's heart was filled with excitement. Congratulations in advance, Enforcer Wu Xian, said Tai Yun with a smile as he followed behind Enforcer Wu Xian. This time, you have contributed greatly. After I go out and take control of the Golden Crown country, you will help me manage it, said Enforcer Wu Xian with a smile. Thank you, Enforcer Wu Xian, said Tai Yun with excitement. Just as Tai Yun and Enforcer Wu Xian were talking, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. Then 7 figures appeared out of thin air in front of Enforcer Wu Xian, blocking his way out. Yes, Enforcer Wu Xian frowned when he saw this. The 7 of them steadied themselves. When they saw Tai Yin, their expressions changed slightly. Luo Gong said coldly, Tai Yin, you are indeed a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect. Shenjiang, could it be that he has been possessed? Fang Qin said to himself when he saw Shenjiang, are you here to die? Tai Yin said coldly when he saw the 7 of them appear at the same time. Enforcer Wu Xian, who was in front of Tai Yin, finally darkened his face. The 7 of them appeared at the same time and discovered that they were survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had been discovered by the tower spirit of the floating tower. Crash! Just as Enforcer Wu Xian frowned, the tower spirit appeared. I really didn't expect you to follow Master back then. After the great battle, you were actually able to hide in his tower. The tower spirit looked at Enforcer Wu Xian and said furiously, Humph, even that old bastard couldn't kill me back then. Do you think that the 7 of them can kill me if they work together? At this moment, Enforcer Wu Xian no longer hid his identity. He directly revealed his true identity and said coldly, This is the floating tower. Your cultivation is infinitely suppressed. The tower spirit sneered. Even if my cultivation is suppressed, these small fishes can't kill me. On the contrary, I will kill them with my own hands. Enforcer Wu Xian said sinisterly, All of you, work together and surround him. The tower spirit roared. As soon as the tower spirit finished speaking, Luo Gong and the other 5 surrounded Protector Wu Xian in an instant. They all unleashed powerful attacks on Protector Wu Xian. Seeing this, Enforcer Wu Xian's face was filled with anger. He attacked wildly. At this critical moment, Fang Chen made his move. According to the prearranged route, the other 6 people would trap Enforcer Wu Xian while he would kill Tai Yin as fast as he could. After that, the 7 of them would work together to deal with Enforcer Wu Xian. Swoosh! When Fang Chen was in front of Tai Yin, the hidden star sword danced violently. A sword light appeared in the void and shot towards Tai Yin at an unparalleled speed. Enforcer Wu Xian, save me. Tai Yin, who had originally made a solemn vow, felt a tinge of fear in his heart when he sensed this wild aura. He shouted loudly. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. After receiving the inheritance, he could kill a martialist like Tai Yin in an instant. Puchi! Before Tai Yin could finish speaking, the sword light pierced Tai Yin's head fiercely. With a bang, Tai Yin's body slumped to the ground. His body and soul were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, an elite like Tai Yin was destroyed in body and soul. Seeing this, Enforcer Wu Xian roared, You killed the Iron Sword Hall Master in front of me. All of you shall be buried together with him. Just as Enforcer Wu Xian finished speaking, a wild aura spread out from his qi. In the next moment, a void hammer appeared above his head. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Enforcer Wu Xian was refining treasures in his qi. Chapter 370. Because Guardian Wu Xian was once a peak warrior at the 9th Condensing Reality Realm, he had a lot of experience in refining treasures and condensing Dharma images. Even though he had successfully taken over another body and was only at the 9th Qi realm, if he wanted to, he could easily reach the 1st Condensing Reality realm in a short time. But right now, because Guardian Wu Xian underestimated Fang Chen's strength, he allowed Fang Chen to kill the Iron Sword Hall leader in an instant. At this moment, Guardian Wu Xian was enraged. He started to condense his Dharma image. Crash! Protector Wu Xian's aura sword. When his aura reached its peak, a void hammer appeared above his head. This void hammer was Protector Wu Xian's Dharma projection. Stop him! Seeing this, the tower spirit said with a gloomy voice. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body flashed. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand. The fire and water sword art was pushed to the extreme, and he attacked Guardian Wu Xian. Seeing this, Luo Gong and the others also attacked. They wanted to stop Guardian Wu Xian from condensing his Dharma image. Otherwise, once Guardian Wu Xian finished condensing his Dharma image, even if they worked together, they would not be able to defeat Guardian Wu Xian. Condensing reality realm warriors could refine treasures and condense Dharma images with their Qi High realm warriors. Compared to Qi High realm warriors, they had a huge leap in power. Even if it was a warrior on the martial marquee list, it would be almost impossible for him to defeat a warrior who was at the first condensing reality realm, unless it was a warrior who was in the top 10 of the martial marquee list. It was said that the warriors in the top 10 of the martial marquee list were very powerful. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the Qi High realm. They were even more powerful than normal warriors at the first condensing reality realm. But right now, even if Feng Qin finished receiving the inheritance, his strength would only be comparable to the warriors at the bottom of the martial marquee list. Compared to the warriors in the top 10 of the martial marquee list, the gap was too big. You will all die. At this moment, Guardian Wu Xian's face was filled with coldness. Since he had already used violence, he had nothing to fear. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the first condensing reality realm, then kill these ants in front of him. Swooshay majestic sword light instantly appeared in front of Protector Wu Xian. Upon seeing this, Protector Wu Xian waved his hand, and the void hammer above his head suddenly smashed into Feng Chen's sword light. Crack! Feng Chen's sword light instantly shattered. Then the huge hammer smashed towards Luo Gong and the others. Bang, bang, bang. Although Protector Wu Xian hadn't completely condensed his Dharma body, his strength was almost unrivaled. His aura had reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, Luo Gong and the others were all injured. At this time, the only martial artists standing on the ground were Feng Qin and Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. The boundless killing intent within the blood of his entire body was instantly exposed. The entire floating tower was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Roar! Xiahou Wu roared and clenched his fists. The veins on his arms were exposed. A wild aura instantly merged into his fists. At the same time, Feng Chen's hidden star sword once again smashed out. Of course, when Feng Chen used the water and fire sword technique, he also used the great Luo soul slaughter flame. The current Feng Chen's soul cultivation had reached the peak of the first rank. In addition to the second level of the great Luo soul slaughter flame, the soul attack was too tyrannical. Bang! Xiahou Wu's fist and Feng Chen's sword light simultaneously bombarded Protector Wu Xian's body. However, they were directly blocked by Protector Wu Xian. The void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head was too powerful. This is the Dharma body of a condensing reality realm martial artist. Feng Qin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the void hammer. He was extremely shocked. At that moment, Feng Chen's soul flame appeared before Protector Wu Xian. Seeing the soul flame, Protector Wu Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "You actually have such a powerful soul flame. If you become my slave, I'll spare your life." "In your dreams," Feng Qin said coldly. "Then all of you can die." At this moment, Wu Xian's Dharma body had also condensed to the most critical moment. The void hammer above his head was also gradually materializing. "It seems that I still have to take action." Suddenly, the voice of Ancestor Bronze rang out from the spatial ring. Feng Chen was startled. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. He hurriedly asked, "Ancestor, you have a way?" "Although I'm just a remnant consciousness and don't have much strength, I can interfere with the condensation of his Dharma body and cause cracks to appear in his Dharma body. Moreover, I can only help you up to this point," Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. This time he was facing a martial artist who was about to reach the condensing reality realm. Although such a martial artist was like an ant when he was alive, it was different now. After the passage of countless years, his remnant consciousness was about to disappear. If it weren't for Feng Qin, his last remnant consciousness would have disappeared. It could be said that if Feng Qin died, his remnant consciousness would also disappear. Therefore, he was willing to help Feng Qin. Whoosh! As soon as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, the python sword in his interspatial ring began to tremble violently. In the next moment, a faint ray of light shot out of the python sword. This faint ray of light quietly drilled into the void hammer that was about to materialize. Everyone present, including the tower spirit, didn't notice this at all. After doing all this, Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness was extremely weak. He didn't speak anymore and started to repair his remnant consciousness with all his might. Previously, Feng Qin had given Ancestor Bronze 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ancestor Bronze hadn't completely absorbed them yet, so he could absorb them this time. It was also at this moment that the void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head completely materialized. However, at this moment, Protector Wu Xian let out a furious roar that reverberated throughout the entire floating tower. How could this be? Protector Wu Xian's voice was filled with anger. Feng Chen and the others looked over and were surprised to see that there was actually a fine crack on the void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head. The most taboo thing to do when condensing and Dharma body was to have a crack. As long as a crack appeared, it meant that the condensed Dharma body wasn't the most perfect Dharma body. An imperfect Dharma body would always have a flaw. As long as a martial artist attacked the flaw of the Dharma body with all his might, it would cause great harm to the Dharma body. The pagoda spirit, who had been a little disappointed at first, suddenly smiled when it saw this scene. A crack? Haha! A crack has appeared in the Dharma body. Even the heavens are helping us. The tower spirit laughed wildly. As Protector Wu Xian roared, Luo Gong and the others stood up from the ground. Although they were injured, they still had the strength to fight. His Dharma body isn't perfect, so a crack has appeared. This is your last chance. Everyone, focus your attacks on the crack in his Dharma body, said the tower spirit excitedly. Attack! Ordered Feng Qin. Bearing the brunt of the attack, the hidden star sword fiercely stabbed out. A series of sword cries resounded throughout the floating tower. Behind Feng Qin was Xiahou Wu. He didn't even use his sword. His eyes were scarlet, and his fists were filled with terrifying killing intent as they smashed toward Protector Wu Xian. As for Luo Gong, Wang Bing, and the others, they all used their strongest techniques. They knew that this was their last chance. Once Protector Wu Xian recovered, they would all die. Kill! A series of shouts resounded throughout the floating tower. Protector Wu Xian, who was in a rage, clenched his fists when he saw their attacks. He directly counterattacked. Instantly, everyone was embroiled in a chaotic battle. Xiahou Wu and I will be the main attackers. You guys support. Suddenly, Feng Qin roared. Although Protector Wu Xian's Dharma body wasn't perfect, his strength was still very strong. That was why Feng Qin said that. Hearing Feng Qin's words, Xiahou Wu's figure flashed. He walked side by side with Feng Qin and appeared in front of Protector Wu Xian. Then, he unleashed a fierce attack on Protector Wu Xian. Since you're looking for death, then I'll let you die without a burial ground. Protector Wu Xian roared furiously. Bang! 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 Feng Qin and Xiahou Wu joined hands to fight Protector Wu Xian. Although the two of them were at a disadvantage, they were suppressed by Protector Wu Xian. However, just as Protector Wu Xian was busy attacking the two of them, Luo Gong and the others' attacks directly bombarded the cracks in the void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head. Crack! The void hammer was originally incomparably sturdy. However, it had a weak point, and that was the cracks. When the attacks of Luo Gong and the others landed on the cracks, they instantly increased the number of cracks on the void hammer. Ah! Protector Wu Xian, who was attacking, let out a miserable cry. In the next instant, his eyes turned scarlet. He wanted to kill Luo Gong and the others. However, Feng Qin and Xiahou Wu stopped him in time. I'll kill you all! Protector Wu Xian's eyes turned scarlet as he roared furiously. Water Fire Sword Technique, 8th level. At a certain moment, The golden heart in Fang Chen's body began to rapidly beat. Fang Chen felt that his mind was filled with boundless sword intent. In the next instant, Fang Chen discovered that he had instantly comprehended the 8th level of the water-fire sword technique. Now that the water-fire sword technique had reached the 8th level, Fang Chen's strength had once again increased. The hidden star sword was constantly brandished, and the power of the water-fire sword light had nearly doubled from before. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu, who had originally been at a disadvantage, were relying on their efforts to gradually recover. He actually broke through in the middle of battle. In the sky, the tower spirit looked at Tainyo. Its eyes were filled with gratification. Tainyo was able to break through in the middle of battle, as expected of a cultivator who had received its master's inheritance. Originally, the tower spirit had been worried about Protector Wu Xian. However, at this moment, it gradually relaxed. That was because the cracks on Protector Wu Xian's great void hammer had already become extremely large. It was on the verge of shattering. Once Protector Wu Xian's Dharma idol shattered, he would suffer a backlash. If it was light, he would be heavily injured. If it was heavy, he would die. Chapter 371. It could be said that Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen were the main force in attacking Protector Wu Xian. Ever since Xiahou Wu received the Death Qi inheritance, his entire body was filled with Death Qi. Within his blood, there was a monstrous, bloodthirsty, killing intent. When he went crazy, even Luo Gong and the others felt their hearts palpitating. This kind of martial artist, once he went crazy, his destructive power was too strong. As for Fang Chen, there was no need to talk about him. Before he received the inheritance, his strength was already stronger than Luo Gong, the head of the 9 young masters. Now that he had received the inheritance, his sword arts had a breakthrough, and his strength had increased again. In the eyes of Luo Gong and the others, Fang Chen's strength was already comparable to a martial marquis. When Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu gradually stabilized the situation, Luo Gong and the others also played a big role. Their full-strength attacks made the void hammer of Protector Wu Xian's Dharma idol crack bigger and bigger, until the void hammer was about to shatter. Ah! Protector Wu Xian looked up to the sky. He roared. He was unwilling. He was once the high and mighty protector of the Yellow Spring sect, and at his peak his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm, not to mention the small Golden Guan nation. Even in the Nanling Mountains, his power was at the top. At this moment, when he was condensing his Dharma power again, there should have been no mistakes, but such a big change had occurred. Even he did not know why there was a crack in his Dharma idol. When he discovered the crack, it meant that he was not a first-level condensing reality realm martial artist, and could only be considered a half-step condensing reality realm martial artist. Half-step condensing reality realm martial artist and condensing reality realm martial artist were only one step away, but he knew the difference between the two. Half-step condensing reality realm martial artist strength was at most comparable to the experts on the martial marquis list. The crack in his Dharma idol caused his cultivation to not reach the first level of the condensing reality realm. After a fierce battle, he felt that his Dharma idol was about to shatter. No, I can't accept this. I am the high and mighty protector of the Yellow Spring sect. How can I die in the hands of these little brats? Protector Wu Xian roared wildly in his heart. At this moment, Protector Wu Xian had the thought of retreating. As long as he hid in the dark space, even the tower spirit would not be able to do anything to him. Run! Protector Wu Xian furiously roared. The void hammer above his head instantly returned to his Qi Si. After that, the wild aura around his body gathered on his fist. He fiercely punched towards Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen. Then he threw out another punch at Luo Gong and the others. Just as everyone thought he was going to take them down with him, Protector Wu Xian leaped into the air and flew into the distance. Seeing this, the tower spirit was the first to react. He's trying to escape, the tower spirit shouted. In the next instant, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he immediately chased after them. Xiahou Wu, Luo Gong, and the others also quickly caught up. You can't escape. Fang Chen looked at Protector Wu Xian in front of him and said coldly. Crash in the process of chasing. Fang Chen suddenly brandished the hidden star sword in his hand. Suddenly, a wild sword light pierced directly towards Protector Wu Xian. Pucci Protector Wu Xian was in a hurry to escape. Caught off guard, he was directly hit by Fang Chen's sword light. Immediately, a lot of blood flowed out from his back. Protector Wu Xian was not in a hurry to heal his wounds. Instead, he used the rebound force this time to expand his body again. He directly pulled a large distance away from Fang Chen. Humph, I want to see where you can escape to in the floating tower. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Protector Wu Xian coldly as he said. In the sky, the tower spirit saw Protector Wu Xian's escape route. His expression changed slightly and he shouted, Stop him! Hearing this, Fang Chen and the others all increased their speed, wanting to catch up to Protector Wu Xian. However, Protector Wu Xian had condensed a Dharma idol. Although it was not perfect, it was still not something they could compare to. In addition, Protector Wu Xian controlled his own speed. Fang Chen and the others were unable to stop him in time. Whoosh! When Protector Wu Xian's figure appeared on the ground, a sinister expression appeared on his face. One day, I'll make you regret what you've done today. Protector Wu Xian's icy voice entered the ears of Fang Chen and the others. By the time Fang Chen and the others arrived, Protector Wu Xian had already disappeared. Tainyo, have you seen Protector Wu Xian? Fang Chen was the first to arrive. He stopped and looked around. Luo Gong and the others caught up and saw the scene. Fang Chen's expression was grave. He shook his head slightly. I chased him here, but he disappeared into thin air. Crash! Just at this moment, the tower spirit appeared. Back then, Protector Wu Xian and my master, during the battle, they took the opportunity to open up a small, independent space here. He has been hiding here all these years, said the tower spirit. If he hides here, there's nothing I can do. Damn it. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. He was incomparably bloodthirsty as he cursed. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Senior, can you continue to trap him? Hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone looked at the tower spirit. This was what they were most concerned about. If the tower was unable to control Protector Wu Xian and he escaped from the Golden Crown country, it would be a disaster for the entire ancient Sword continent. Hearing this, the tower spirit nodded. However, its expression was a bit ugly. If my master's inheritance was still here, I could easily trap him. But now that my master's inheritance has been obtained by Tainyo, I can only trap him for a period of time. How long? Asked Fang Chen with a frown. At most a year, said the tower spirit. Fang Chen nodded. Too many things had happened in a year. Perhaps after a year, Fang Chen's strength would have already reached the condensing reality realm. Luo Gong and the others' faces were also filled with helplessness. But right now, there was nothing they could do. In the end, the tower spirit communicated with everyone for a while and said, The divine illusion space is about to close. I'll open the tower and let you out. Thank you, Senior. Luo Gong and the others cupped their hands. After this battle, the relationship between Luo Gong and the others had clearly improved. At the very least, Wang Bing and the others didn't have the slightest bit of hatred for Fang Chen. The ancient Sword continent was a world where the strong were respected. Tainyo's strength was so great that they had to look up to him. They had acknowledged him. Crash! The tower spirit's entrance opened and everyone walked out. Fang Chen was the last. Just as he was about to step out, the tower spirit's voice suddenly rang in Fang Chen's ears. Tainyo, my old master once said that anyone who could obtain his inheritance would be my new master. So, from now on, I will always follow you. The tower spirit looked at Fong Qin and smiled. Fong Qin was startled. Before he could say anything, he discovered that he had already appeared outside the tower. At this moment, there wasn't a single person on the plains below the tower. A few days ago, the disciples of a large sect had all left the divine illusion space after cultivating. In the entire divine illusion space, only Fong Qin and the others were left. Brother Tainyo, I, Wang Bing, have wronged you before, but from now on you are my friend. Wang Bing was the first to walk towards Fong Qin and said with a smile. Fong Qin smiled and nodded. At this moment, Yang Shua also walked in front of Fong Qin and said, Tainyo, from now on, my flying immortal pavilion has no enmity with you. Yang Fan's death was his fault. It's not your fault. Tainyo, I will definitely catch up to you. Luo Gong looked at Fong Qin and said solemnly. Behind Luo Gong, Luo Liuli, who was wearing a red dress, blushed when she looked at Fong Qin. In the end, everyone bid farewell to Fong Qin and left. In the blink of an eye, the only ones left in the divine illusion space were Jian Feng, Fong Qin, and Xiahou Wu. At this time, Fong Qin finally revealed his identity. He looked at Jian Feng and cupped his hands. Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng, you are. Jian Feng was a bit puzzled. Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng, he is Fong Qin, said Xiahou Wu. What? You're Fong Qin? Jian Feng's heart was filled with shock when he heard Xiahou Wu's words. Before entering the divine illusion space, Fong Qin's cultivation base had been the lowest amongst the 20 disciples of the Sword Reverend sect. He hadn't expected that in just half a year, Fong Qin's cultivation base would reach a level comparable to a martial marquis. Are you really Fong Qin? Jian Feng couldn't believe it and asked again. Absolutely, said Fong Qin. As he spoke, Fong Qin's appearance returned to normal. Seeing Fong Qin's face, Jian Feng was incomparably excited. Let's leave first, said Xiahou Wu. Just as the three of them left, the floating tower began to shrink until it was the size of a palm. It noiselessly entered Fong Qin's spatial ring. After half a year, the divine illusion space finally came to an end. On this day, the entire Golden Crown Nation was bustling with noise and excitement. The disciples of the various large sects had all returned to their sects. The most eye-catching ones were the 9 princes. Their strength had all increased greatly. Of course, the ordinary disciples had also benefited greatly. As for the most dazzling Tainyo, Luo Gong and the others didn't mention him. Many people didn't even know of his existence. Following the closure of the divine illusion space, the first thing the disciples of the various large sects did upon returning to their sects was to inform the higher-ups that the Iron Sword sect, the Grand Immortal sect, and the Sea Cloud sect had colluded with the Yellow Spring sect. This news instantly spread throughout the Golden Crown Nation. The 2-star sects, led by the Luo family, were all infuriated. Even the Golden Crown Nation's imperial family was infuriated. They all began to denounce the 3 2-star sects. They even began to join hands to exterminate the 3 2-star sects. At this time, Jian Feng and the others who were rushing to Jianzhou City learned of a nightmare. Not long after they had entered the divine illusion space, the Sword Reverend sect had been destroyed by a mysterious expert leading 5 martial marquises.